I'm hitting the button. The button
All
has
right.
been hit. We are good to go.
Talk more about Tom Cruise and The Flash.
But The Flash was Tom Cruise's idea of perfect cinema. So I don't know what there is to not like about it. Honestly, I didn't watch it. I didn't see it, but I hear that it was perfect
I'm
in
sorry to
every
disappoint
regard.
Topaz dude in the chat, but I have not actually seen The Flash either. So I'm afraid it won't make the art house section of our discussion today.
Despite the fact that it did make about as much money as your average indie movie, so we probably could have included it.
Probably could have, yeah. Depending on the definition. All right, let me tweet it out too for the fine people. Doodle-doo. There it goes. All right. Hello there in chat. How's everybody doing? Happy 2024. Woo, it's the new year. We're only like 21 days late, but that's fine. It's still January.
It is
We're
still
still
fuck
celebrating.
you. It still is January.
I believe you that our icons are not centered once again.
Yeah, I have a reason for that on this one. They're centered on every other thing, every
But
other
not this
frame.
one, just
Yeah,
to annoy me.
no. Well, yes, actually, that was the primary directive, but the secondary, killing two birds with one stone here. I was trying to make it a little easier for me to be able to see if you were gonna complain about something in the Discord chat. And so I moved the Discord chat, and I went to put it on a different monitor, and
It sounds like a bunch of excuse
I
making to
scrunched
me.
the like I said, primarily it was to piss you off, but I scrunched the window, and for some reason the window on this one scrunched, but the window on the others did not scrunch. So I can do you one like that, and then we'll just stick with the. Well, once we're
Okay.
off of this one, we will be centered. I
Okay.
promise.
We better be centered. It's gonna irk me if we're not. I'm putting my faith in you. So don't let me down.
Well, that's probably a mistake.
Yes, hello, fellow opinion havers. Howdy do. We're going to be talking all sorts of opinions today. I think we're going to cover more movies in one sitting than we ever have before. We're going to talk
Maybe
about
even ever
15.
on the channel.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean by ever
Oh,
before, yes.
gotcha. I thought you meant like in one sitting. We've covered quite a few in one sitting before, right? Maybe 3 or 4.
Oh, you mean like a total number of streams? Maybe.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about a lot of movies today, so maybe not as in depth as other films we've covered, but today we're basically going to cover a lot of the indie slash art house slash lower budget slash slightly out of the mainstream movies that we saw this year that we haven't already covered on the channel. You can find the list in the order that we're going to talk about them, barring something crazy happening, down in the description. It's not every movie, every indie movie even that we saw this past year. There's a couple that, like one that we won't be talking about today, that I just want to give a little shout out is The Iron Claw. Hugh hasn't seen it yet, and I don't really want to talk about it in front of him. I don't want to tell him anything about it. I just want him to go see it. So
Which I will.
that,
I will
yeah,
at some point. I have to drive an hour away to get to a movie theater that plays real movies, and not just your general
real
slop.
movies. You snob, you film snob. Are you trying to
Yeah,
tell me that Aquaman 2 is not a real movie?
it's not. That is not Scorsese stamp approved cinema. I don't. I
Hmm,
don't
true.
believe. If it's
The
based
two,
on something like a comic book, then it doesn't count as cinema.
true. If it's a theme park ride, if they just strapped a GoPro to a roller coaster, I wonder what Martin Scorsese would think about it. Here's a
Actually,
question.
even an even bigger mindfuck for him would be to strap one to one of the roller coasters at Universal Studios that are themed after a superhero.
Hmm.
Put it on the
Could
Hulk
he tell the
ride.
difference?
Would
Could
he
could he
know?
tell the difference between that and Infinity War? There's, there's some Ricky Gervais joke from one of the Golden Globes monologues where he's talking about Martin Scorsese saying that superhero movies aren't cinema and it's like they're theme park rides, but what does he know about theme park rides? He's not tall enough to go on them or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Pretty good joke. Here's a question. Topaz asks, "What makes an indie movie an indie movie?" Feel a lot of people have very different definitions for what indie actually is. I've thought about that a lot in preparation for this stream because I figured at least one person, not saying you're this person, but would quibble about what constitutes indie in terms of the movies we're covering. Um, for the sake of this discussion, anyway, I'm using indie as a sort of broader category of all the things. Usually, when people say indie, I found what they actually mean is something that isn't made by like the five major studios, right? The big
Yeah.
five, as they're sometimes called, the majors. Disney, Universal, help me out. What are the
Disney,
other ones?
Universal,
Warner
Warner
Brothers.
Brothers, Fox, I guess but Fox, I guess Fox would kind of count.
The other ones I can't
Sony
remember at the moment. Sony,
and
the big ones like that. So some of these are going to be more obscure than
Paramount.
others, all right? A number of these you will have heard of and, were made by companies like Netflix or something like that, or A24, which are not they're smaller studios. They're still studios, but usually I find that when people say indie, they don't actually mean completely independent of any and all studios or production companies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
It's difficult to find the ones that are completely independent, unless, of course, you live somewhere where you can see Neil Breen's catalog in the
like
theater.
me.
Unless you're
That was fun.
fortunate enough to see some of those beautiful masterworks put on at a theater, it's kind of difficult to find them because they don't go to places they don't even make it to places like DC or, like that. It's like Atlanta, LA, New York.
Yeah.
That's where you
Like
go.
one of the movies we're going to talk about today is Poor Things. Now, this has been in a lot of awards season, talk, and it will no doubt be nominated for Best Picture at the Oscars and that sort of thing. I think it won Best Musical or Comedy at the Golden Globes, question mark. I don't really
It's
pay
something,
attention.
yeah, I think so.
Something like that. So, like, obviously, we're not scouring the earth for the most obscure films possible. But, these are the type of movies that, my parents will not have heard of unless I tell them about it, kind of deal.
Yeah.
Those sort of movies. Let's see. Cynical Leviathan says, "Damn it, I still haven't gotten around to some of these films in the list that I want to, so I might have to come back to the stream later." That is that is a good place to talk about whether we're going to spoil things today. I think some of them.
Some of
Oh,
them
wait.
we will, for sure. I think.
Wait, I'm a dummy. I did include Iron Claw on this list. That's all right.
We won't spoil Iron Claw because I do
Yeah.
still want to see that movie. So we'll
Yeah,
just
we'll
get
kind
a
of-
little quick overview of that one.
We do have 15 movies to talk about, so we'll be not quite as in depth. We'll warn you before we actually start talking about spoilers, and some of them we will leave unspoiled if that helps you out. We'll do our best to be rigorous about that, so we don't ruin anything for you that we want you to check out. So, budget under $5 million? Definitely not for all of these.
No.
But
That's the kind. Those are a lot of those are the kind of ones that you're not going to find too many places outside of like the big film cities in general.
or just cheap horror movies
Yeah.
that dump out in January, kind of thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, someone said. I think Topaz said that some people were calling Oppenheimer an indie movie. That's not an indie movie. By none of the definitions we're using. Everyone's heard of it and seen it. It's made by Universal. It had over $100 million budget.
It's a big name director. The people wait with bated breath for his most recent.
Yeah.
For the most recent shit that he might take. Yeah, people follow Christopher Nolan like crazy, so I don't think that one would count.
Yeah,
Maybe a relatively obscure director, for the mainstream anyway, not one that
we're not here to quibble about indie, but for our purposes, that does not qualify. And we talked about it on the channel already, so go check that out if you want to. Yes, today we're going to be talking about a number of different movies. Speaking of talking, let's talk
to me.
Talk to Me.
There you go. I promise
horror film, an A24 horror film from Australia, which is a real place, I'm pretty sure. This is a movie that both
I'm
of
not
us
so
have
sure,
seen.
but I think kangaroos are one of my favorite fantasy animals of all time.
Yeah, all the best fantasy animals are like weird hybrids like that, so it's perfect.
Yeah.
Is Dial of Destiny an indie movie? Ugh, I get it. I like it. Good job. So we've both seen Talk to Me, right?
We did. We both did get to see this one, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it quite a bit for the most part. Thought it was a fun.
Before you jump in, I must say that we're still not centered on screen, and now
This
I'm
is
gonna
where
have
it was.
to.
This is where it was
I'm gonna have to murder you
when
now.
we were looking at this earlier, and you were like, "Yeah, that's fine."
Hmm. Well. Oh, all right then.
So, yeah,
It's
this is
good enough.
exactly where it was.
Apologies to anyone in the audience who actually does have OCD. I hope we
I
don't murder you
refuse.
with
I
the stream.
refuse to apologize. Get get wrecked, OCD havers.
Talk to me, Hugh. Why don't you talk to me about Talk to Me?
I liked this one. I liked it quite a bit. I thought it was a pretty effective little movie. For the most part, it did suffer from some general problems that I think indie movies tend to have, where they don't quite follow through on the power of their premise. But this one did a pretty solid job overall with what it was working with, and I think right up until the end, I think I was pretty hooked. I was really into it, and I would recommend this one for sure. I think despite some of the flaws that it has, it's pretty worthwhile to check out.
Interesting. Sounds like you liked it a bit more than I did. I thought it was fine. I thought it had a lot of strengths, but I think it got kind of stupid by the end.
Oh,
Um,
I agree with you. I think it got stupid by the end. I think it kind of tripped over itself a little bit. It had a really interesting direction I thought it was going in, but then it sort of
mhm.
did the it did the horror movie thing of sort of trying to bait a little bit of a like a I guess maybe not a sequel, but it was sort of doing that like urban legend bait kind of thing. And I thought that was a little weaker than it probably could have been. Um,
A lot of my problems come in towards the end of the movie, which we won't jump into straight away yet. But for those that haven't seen it, the basic premise is that a group of friends discover a mysterious hand made out of, I don't know, plaster,
it's like a
porcelain, whatever it is.
mummified stone encased hand
Yes, that's what
a
it is.
medium, and when you grab
Yes.
it and when you grab it to like shake it like they're doing on the screen there, and you say "talk to me," it sort of opens a like a little portal for ghosts or something of the like to begin to
Yes.
sort of like speak with you or speak through you. You see them and then you tell them that you let them in and they kind of possess you for a little bit. And by the
And it
time,
gives you, and so like everyone else kind of watches as you are sort of briefly possessed in a quote unquote controlled setting by what they believe to be a spirit of a dead person. So this is a sort of necromancy. And um when you're possessed by it, like it's kind of crazy. I think people's eyes go a little nuts. But I think one of the things that I found most interesting about how the story justifies why these kids are doing this is it gives them a sort of euphoric feeling when they kind of let go and are possessed. You know, they experience it as a sort of high, to like give in and let go and be possessed by this spirit. And so that's part of what brings them back to it and what's so exciting and strange about it, which I thought
yeah,
was a good choice. I think that really helps motivate why they keep doing it.
yeah,
Um,
I thought that was pretty good, a good little detail for it that they're enjoying it, that it's sort of a, they kind of do a little bit
thrilling and dangerous.
like a pot
Yeah.
circle from that '70s show. Where they,
Yeah.
there's actually a scene where they are all taking turns doing it, and then it's one of them is possessed by something that starts singing in French. And like they have this really fun, a really fun um,
Montage.
montage of all the different weird things that they're doing. Uh,
Yes. And without spoiling too much of where it goes, part of the question is, are these really just the spirits of dead people, or are they something more sinister with darker, ulterior motives? What happens if you get possessed for too long before closing the portal and things of that nature, and things kind of go wrong. One of the things I really appreciated about the movie, I suppose now I might get into some of the spoiler territory in order to talk about what things I did and did not like quite as much about the movie. So we're gonna talk
Spoilers.
spoilers
Here come
now.
the talk to me
But
spoilers. We're gonna talk
but
spoilers.
I would say right before that it's I think it's worth seeing. I think it's better than average as a movie in
Yeah,
general,
it's
but
it's
I
definitely
wouldn't call
better
it
than your
great.
normal like crappy indie horror movie. It's
It was
got
better than Night Swim and Mithrigan, if that tells you anything. Those
I,
type of
I I still
films.
haven't seen Mithrigan, but I did see
Oh,
Karen, so
oh
I
God,
watched Karen
Karen.
this October.
Ah, Karen's great. Okay, so talk to me. Um, One of the things that I found most interesting about this movie is it kind of plays with making the protagonist slowly, gradually turn into something like the villain or the antagonist of the story. Because what happens is she starts communicating what she believes to be the spirit of her deceased mother, right? But then as the story goes on, it's like, I don't think that's actually the spirit of your deceased mother. I think that's some sort of like demon
That's lying. Yeah,
manipulating
that's
you.
lying to you and
And it's
manipulating you, and that
and I
pretty
thought that was
interesting.
really good. And I thought it was well done. And I thought that made a lot of sense. It's a really good direction to take a story like this,
When
where they
they
think,
leave you a couple clues earlier on, like when one of her first possessions, she looks over at the younger boy and she's talking about how the demon is interested in him and that kind of like he likes you kind of thing.
yeah.
Which is an interesting, and it gives you a good layer for or a base layer for what's going on further on into the movie. You would think, but
Hmm. Yeah.
um, I
where it
think
starts to, where it starts to break down for me are like some character decisions and motivations later in the nitty gritty of the plot, which we'll skip. But what happens at the end is right at the last minute, the demons have basically manipulated this main character, this young woman in the yellow sweater in the trailer, um, into becoming a tool for their ends, right? She thinks she's doing the right thing, but really she's working on behalf of these demons, right? But by the end, oh, the demon plays their hand a little too much, and like in kind of a dumb way. At the very last minute, the demon kind of says something to like show its cards, and oh, at the last minute, she decides not to finally do what the demon wanted, but to sacrifice herself instead. And it's like, man, the demon was like, it was so good at manipulating you until the very, very last second when it said something really stupid and kind of gave the whole plan away. And it's like, man, that's really dumb. I didn't like that ending at all.
yeah.
I I thought it kind of
Well, and one of
I
the things that I didn't particularly care for about the ending is that it sort of tries to have it both ways between whether or not it is a demon that's lying to you or whether or not they are ghosts of people who have just sort of gotten stuck because she gets stuck in there at the end and can be called by another hand that exists somewhere else in the world.
oh, you're right. It does kind of
They kind of split
do
the
a little both.
difference. They kind of split the difference there, and that sort of undermines what the general like what they were going for. Yeah. So I think I think that that was sort of a misstep, and that one felt that's what felt a little bit more like the general like sequel baity type thing. It's not really a sequel bait, although I think they did greenlight a Talk to Me sequel, but
Talk to me too.
you Talk to Me too.
They already did the
TOO.
2 in the title, so it's too late. Um, yeah, no, I
To
agree, and
talk to me.
I think this is another example of horror movies kind of avoiding the more terrifying or bleak ending that seems more natural in favor of something a bit more, because she essentially sacrifices herself, question mark. She's still sort of punished in a sense by becoming a spirit trapped in this weird liminal space where like people can communicate with you, she doesn't go to heaven or anything like that. Um,
Yeah, she
but she
becomes a
does
thrall
sacrifice.
of the mind flayer or
Yeah,
whatever.
she does sacrifice herself at the last minute, which is like sort of heroic and sort of redeems her. But I think the film would have been a lot stronger if they just didn't redeem her and she becomes the villain by the end. And
Yeah,
like
that
that
was
would have been more scary, I
yeah.
think.
And I'm gonna agree with Topaz in the comments also that I was worried for a moment, for a quick moment with the movie that they were gonna go with the route of the demons not being real and it's just her slowly going crazy and hallucinating as a projection of her grief. And I'm glad they didn't do that. Um,
Yes.
but I think that they did miss a step. It just wasn't that one. Yeah, they
Yeah. Overall, it's a pretty decent film. I thought the acting was pretty good. I liked the dialogue and like the characterization of the characters for the most part. I thought there's a couple decisions later that, for the sake of the plot, people make dumb decisions that don't seem in character based on how they were before, and the plot gets a little stupid in terms of the mechanics of how all this works. You know, like what it means for the portal to still be open and what it takes to close it. I think there's some sloppiness in the execution there. But overall, it was kind of a wild ride in an enjoyable way.
yeah.
There's some scenes that like really surprised me in the direction they took. It wasn't as cheap and derivative as it could have been in lesser hands. So
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah, I
I thought it
enjoyed
was
it. I would
I
recommend
would
it. I would
the
say
horror
it's
fans.
yeah,
You know,
if you're into, horror movies and you don't want to just see, the endless Blumhouse crap that gets pumped out in January, this is a pretty good alternative to that. It's got a little bit of that feel, maybe a little bit better than that, a little elevated.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
nothing
It's
groundbreaking, nothing too special, but
no.
definitely worth a watch.
And honestly, I don't see a lot of movies that take place in Australia, so that was refreshing in its own right, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I
It felt
enjoy
very
listening to Australian accents. It's fun.
culturally specific in a good way. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I felt like sometimes movies are aimed at the broadest amount of people possible and sort of lose any interesting cultural specificity you might derive from it. But this felt like the place mattered, that it took place in a place in a culture that actually is important to the story and how things are characterized. It's not broadened out and loses all identity. So
yeah, and Eowyn's in it from Lord of the Rings, and that's always nice to see her. I like her a lot. She's
uh,
pretty
and
good, pretty
and
solid.
I'm always for YouTubers making films that don't suck. So whenever you see that, you gotta give them a thumbs up. Good job, guys.
Yeah, well done. You didn't lights out. You did okay. You did a pretty good one.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the gist of Talk to Me. Unless there's anything else you wanted to add.
No, I think that covers it pretty good. That one, I
Some
enjoyed
we'll
it.
definitely talk much more about than others. I think there might even be a few we argue about. So we'll see. What do we have
Oh, we'll
next?
see. Next, we are going to one that you've seen that I haven't, and that would be Infinity Pool. I don't know what this one is actually.
All right, Infinity Pool was a movie that came out very early on last year. It is a Brandon Cronenberg film. Uh,
Oh, this is the lesser Cronenberg. Got it.
yes, this is the son of David Cronenberg.
Son of Cronenberg.
Made a couple movies. One, oh God, what's it called? Oh God, I'm forgetting the name of the other movie of his that I've seen. It has a yellow cover.
Possessor.
Possession. Yeah, one of those. I find his movies intriguing. They often have interesting premises, but I don't find he's as reliable in sticking the landing and executing on that premise as his father is. I find him rather more inconsistent. He has this sort of ethos in his movies that makes me think maybe you should just stick to music videos. But Infinity Pool was
Oh, this
interesting.
is the one with Alexander Skarsgård and Mia Goth.
Yes, who I like both of those people.
Yeah.
And this one does have a very interesting um premise to it. Very interesting premise. I think the execution it gets a little arty, like a little too stylized for its own good sometimes. Some of the aesthetic choices are very bizarre in ways that I find distracting. The acting's good, the premise is good, but I found the story kind of unsatisfying in how it ends. I'll tell you the premise because it sounds like something I think you would enjoy more in theory than how he executed it. The basic premise of this movie: Alexander Skarsgård is a writer, and he's on vacation in this fictional country. Um, it's sort of a Mediterranean, Eastern European Mediterranean, something like that, but it's a fictional country. It's not any real place. And he's on a resort for very rich people visiting this country. He's here with his wife or girlfriend, can't remember, and he's looking for inspiration for his next novel. He hasn't written one in a while. So, the sort of aimless writer's block.
The
Author
kind of
looking for
thing, the kind of thing
inspiration.
that
Yeah.
Stephen King, butters his bread with. Yeah.
Yes, or what's the
The
is it
kind, the kind of thing that Stephen King snorts line by line when he's coming up with his stuff.
to Topaz in the chat? Yes, Brandon Cronenberg definitely has talent. I think more as a director than a writer, personally. And yes, his dad's still got it. I really liked
Crimes of
Crimes
the
of the
Future was
Future.
awesome. Yeah, I
It
really
was
enjoyed
really
that.
good. We weren't doing much streaming back then, or else I would have done a stream on it because I really enjoyed it. It's a good film. That he tends to be more consistent in writing quality than Brandon, but Brandon's definitely got some talent. So anyway, premise for this movie: he's looking for inspiration. He meets Mia Goth, who, by the way, I love Mia Goth because she's terrifying in everything I've ever seen her in.
She
She
is.
makes me really uncomfortable in a really good way. She's got crazy eyes, and this is like the perfect.
Yeah.
Mia Goth is like a horror, like an sort of artsy horror movie director's wet dream. She'll get naked for movies. She's crazy, and she's actually really talented. So
Yeah,
like
so
all.
as a side note, I did finally watch X and Pearl this year,
Mhm.
this October, and that she's absolutely hilarious, like hilarious in the best possible way for a horror
Yeah,
movie.
she's the best part of those
She's
movies, I think.
horrifying, and she's really giving it her all. She's kind of what sells both of them, but yeah, I liked both of those a lot.
Oh, but the premise gets crazier. So he's looking for inspiration. He meets Mia Goth, and she's like, "Come hang out with me and my friends, or whatever." And so they're hanging out, they're being debaucherous, doing stuff. The hotel resort that they're on in this coastal country is like walled and fenced off, right? And you're not supposed to leave the resort. The idea is that the country outside the resort is actually rather dangerous, right?
Yeah, well,
They do it anyway.
like
Yes.
art reflects life.
Yes, and so, but she's like, "No, we're gonna go. We know this great beach. We gotta sneak out of the resort to get to it, though." So they go there. They go to the beach. They do their debaucherous, fun stuff. They're partying. On the way back, they accidentally hit someone with their car, right? And so accidentally kill someone. Oh, and by the way, I am spoiling this movie a bit. It's hard to recommend to people. So like you might not like it, so don't worry about spoilers. It's not one I'd recommend to most people. Um they hit someone with their car and kill them. And now in this country, there's a law that say like that if you kill someone, like you'll be put to death for it. It's a very sort of kind of barbaric eye for an eye sort of deal. But recently this country had passed some sort of reform to try to encourage tourists to come to the country, that if this happens to you and you get like many of the crimes in this country have the death penalty, right? And if you're a tourist, you come here, you commit a crime that gets you the death penalty, there's an alternative to being killed. And what they do is they make a clone of you and kill that instead.
Uh,
But you have to watch.
okay. I mean, all right.
And so
Interesting.
the movie plays a bit with like which one of you is the real one that survives and that sort of thing. And basically what happens after that is that all the, like these rich people that Alexander Skarsgård meets up with kind of look at it as like they can get away with anything. right?
Yeah. They can do what they want. And then just like go through a cloning thing, and
Yes.
okay,
And all they have to do is watch the clone of themselves be killed, and then they basically have carte blanche to do the worst things imaginable, right? And so they're playing this system for like like just to indulge in like the worst possible stuff ever. And so he
okay.
gets kind
And
of
you can
sucked
just do that
into it.
over and over, or like do you get one clone and then
No,
you're
you can just
done?
keep doing it over and over.
That seems like a flaw in the system a little bit, I
Well,
think.
the whole thing is kind of a bizarre, flawed system, but it,
Well, I
it
mean,
does
I'm
make
okay. Look, I'm okay with like, all right, you get one clone, and then the next time, then it's your ass. But like, that seems like an easy way to both encourage scientific development and some tourism. Like
yes,
you'll and maybe cleanse the you put all the homeless people that you want to get rid of by the resort, and that's like three birds with one stone right there. Like you've done a pretty
yeah.
decent job for a third world country. You could be doing a lot worse.
Oh
Could be
Lord.
Mexico.
So that's the basic premise. He becomes like he kind of falls into this weird little niche underworld sort of thing with these people on this resort, and then things get more and more debaucherous and crazy, and until he starts to, you know, question things and think he's gotten in too deep, and pandemonium ensues. That's the gist of the movie. If it
Yeah.
sounds really interesting, it's only executed about half as interesting as it sounds. It's not an easy watch. Oh, fun fact about the screening I went to: someone brought their toddler to a screening of this
What?
movie.
No way.
Yes, I heard it going like babbling. And a little PSA for you: don't bring a toddler to this kind of movie. It's a bad idea.
Don't bring
Not
a
for kids.
toddler to a Cronenberg movie, just in general. Brandon or David? It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that a toddler should be.
No. To Pie Guy who says, we have cloning technology, but we really need tourism. Yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a ton of sense. It's not that kind of movie. I mean, those are legitimate questions that don't make a ton of sense. It's a weird sort of uh what's the word for it? It's just it's allegorical more. It's not the most literal story. Um it's almost like
It's like a
it's
Philip K. Dick science
it's very
fiction
kind of
thing.
abstract, you know. The
Like
movie is
with a
very like
little less of the talent, maybe, and a more abstract kind of like a metaphor story, more of metaphor than story.
yes, and it has some really strong moments, I would say, but overall it's not great. Not great. I wouldn't recommend it to many people, except for if you want to watch a movie to be like, holy shit, that certainly was a film like that. It's a jolt to the senses, but I wouldn't call it a great story. Though the best parts of the movie you can probably find on YouTube, and it's Mia Goth and Alexander Skarsgård is hiding for his life on a bus, trying to get away from them, and they pull over the bus and they're pointing guns at him, and they're like, Jamesy, come out, Jamesy Poo! Like it's funny and scary and strange all at once, and so
It's just
when it
just the way you expected Mia Goth.
oh yeah, she's just really great.
I'm married.
Yeah. So it has its moments, but he's definitely the lesser Cronenberg. You know, he can't quite tie a story together the way his dad can, or he doesn't seem interested in tying a story together the way his dad is. There seems to be many such cases of directors like that these days who either
Hmm.
intentionally or unintentionally can't tie all the strings together at the end.
Is
It's unfortunate.
is that our segue into the next film?
What is it? Oh, oh my God! Look at that perfect segue. I knew I structured these in order for a reason.
So the next one that we've both seen, Beau is afraid.
Oh, is
Oh my God, Beau sure was afraid.
yeah, more afraid than the average person, I would say.
Yeah,
Hugh,
yeah.
what did you think of Ari Aster's "Beau is Afraid"?
What colossal waste of my time. Holy shit. What was it, like 3 hours and 40 minutes long? It felt like
I think it's
it felt like it
three.
went
I
on
think it's
longer
three.
than that. It was really really long, and we're obviously gonna spoil this one pretty hard because this one was neither of us would recommend seeing this. It's not worth your time. It is not worth the 3 hours, and I know that there's a lot of people probably in the chat who disliked Midsummer. Fair for for some.
Valid.
Valid. I enjoyed it. I do enjoy Midsummer. I enjoyed Hereditary till until the end. This one was awful. This was all of Ari Aster's worst tendencies magnified by a
Yep.
hundred, and then
Yep.
stretched out into one like
Bloated.
a bloated nightmare carcass of a movie that
Yep.
had no point at all. It goes absolutely nowhere. There is no reality to it. You can't interpret anything as actually having happened in the movie.
No, it's just a dream. The
It's
whole
just
thing's
the
one
whole thing
dream.
is one big long dream.
You know what?
Um,
Sorry, I scratched that. The whole thing is a whole bunch of dreams stitched together that don't form a coherent whole. It's worse.
yeah, it's even worse. There's no
Like, say what you will about Eraserhead, at least Eraserhead is one dream.
yeah, one dream with a story that sort of rounds itself out by the end a little bit. Like you can make an argument there that maybe it doesn't, but that's fine. I mean, you can say what you will about Mulholland Drive too. I am one of the people who believes that David Lynch did tell by accident or on purpose is, debatable, but I think he did tell a linear story in Mulholland Drive. You just have to do a little bit of legwork that most people probably wouldn't want to in order to sort of piece together what that might be.
Also
But
valid.
this, yeah, also valid if you don't care for that movie. But this has none of that. The only redeeming factor was that Nathan Lane is in this movie.
And he's very funny and
Nathan
charming as always. Yeah.
yeah, Nathan Lane elevates everything he's in at least a little bit by just by
Hmm.
sheer screen presence. Um, this sucked. This was terrible. One of the worst movies I've seen all year.
Yeah, so wow, I think you're even harsher on this movie than I am, and I don't have a high opinion of it. So
I do not get a lot of time to watch movies anymore, given everything, and
yes.
like the fact that I went and spent 3 hours watching this. I was furious when I came out of there.
No, I mostly agree with you. So Beau is Afraid, unlike Hereditary and Midsummer, is not really a horror movie. There are some anxiety-inducing sequences. It's like a stressful movie more than it's scary. If you want to call it horror, it's like only in the loosest possible sense. It doesn't fit into a genre the way the other two movies do. And I like movies in general that fit into genres. They don't have to be perfect and neat and everything, but
No,
like
we actually had a
it's that
discussion at work a little while ago
hold
about
on.
Gone Girl, right? Like that doesn't fit
Yeah.
neatly into anything, and I love that movie. It's pretty good.
Well, yeah, but it's like a crime thriller.
Yeah,
It's a mystery thriller. You know what I mean? Like there are genre expectations that can help ground a story or at least ground the experience of the audience. This is not a horror movie. It does none of the things horror movies do. And so there's nothing to latch onto in terms of genre conventions and beats and things like that. This is all a big nightmare. It's a mess of little nightmares all stitched together by the thinnest possible connective, tissue. Basically, Beau, played by Joaquin Phoenix, is an incredibly anxious man who lives in like the worst city imaginable in
Los
America.
Angeles.
Like it's exaggerated to an insane degree just how terrible it is. And I think all the best stuff. Well, here's the thing about this movie. It doesn't none of the good bits cohere into an overall whole, right? It's not one thing. It's a bunch of little things. Some of those little things all have, or a lot of them have value to them. There are things that are good about this movie, but they don't all come together in the end, so it all feels like a giant waste
It
of
feels like a
time.
waste of time. I mean, the one of the biggest wastes of time, I think, even though it looked really interesting, is that section in the middle where he's in the woods and he has that
Oh, I
that
hate that part.
play about I hate that part. It looks nice. It's really
Yes.
interesting set
Hmm.
design and production design, but
Yeah.
it doesn't even
It wastes so
congeal.
much time.
It doesn't even have any metaphorical reason to be there in relation to anything that came before, and then it goes nowhere by the end of it. It's done. Like it's
Yeah.
worthless. It could have
Yeah.
been
It's
cut and nothing would have changed. And it's
the
long. It's
yes.
so long.
What you that is probably the least connected part of all the parts. The parts that are most connected are connected by a shared sort of like um maternal neurosis, or sort of Freudian neurosis he has about his mom, who's very overbearing and he's very anxious and all that sort of stuff. She's overbearing and controlling and has sort of shaped him into a very scared and anxious man who can't really do anything for himself and is agoraphobic and yada yada yada. A lot of the fun, enjoyable parts of the movie are in the beginning when it seems like there's a clear overarching story. And the story is his mother died. And like, man, what sucks about this movie is as I think of little moments that happen, they're very funny. There are really funny
Yeah,
moments
there
in this
are.
movie.
There are a lot of I mean
Bill Hader is the guy who calls him on the phone and tells him that his mom died, and it's very funny. Like Joaquin Phoenix's performance is good, Nathan Lane's performance is good. There are funny jokes, but it's bloated to all hell. So one fun fact about this movie that I learned from watching the directors on directors interview he had with another director who shows up in our stream today, Yorgos Lanthimos.
oh boy.
Ma-
Yeah.
made for each other, those two. Um, Yorgos is asking him about, the script for Beau is Afraid, and Ari Aster says that he wrote this script years ago, thinking it was going to be the first movie he ever made. And then either some agent or producer was like, no, I don't think so. And so he kind of put it on the back burner. He made two like clear genre movies, right? And now he's making this thing that he's clearly wanted to make for a while. But then he said he rewrote it in 2019 and added some things. And what he added was to play stuff in the woods and the ending with the trial. Easily the two worst parts of the movie. Easily.
Easily. Easily.
Easily. So it's so funny to me. It probably would have felt really disconnected and scattered already, but what he added to it when he was going to finally make it just made it worse. The worse, like, it's evidence that he's getting worse as a
Yeah.
filmmaker, as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned.
I mean,
I had hope.
you think about the fact that like most writers, if they went back to like after several years of development and of working in script writing or in writing in general, if they go back to
Yeah.
something that they wrote earlier, they probably
Mhm.
would tend to look at it and go, I think maybe I need to either change this or just come up with something else. Maybe
It
the
sounds like he
seeds of these
did, but he
ideas
made it worse.
the seeds of these ideas are okay, but
Yeah.
you would think that like if somebody who wrote this fever dream nonsense script then went and wrote something which is pretty decent, like
Mhm.
Hereditary, and which had some genre appeal, like Midsummer, right? Like you would
Yeah.
think that maybe he would come back to it and be like, okay, I think that this probably needs a little bit of spit and polish. Maybe I
Yeah.
need to try to make it a more movie than just some art school project that I had in mind for. And
It's very
it's
art school.
bizarre because he's really
Yeah.
close with Robert Eggers, who I think has gotten progressive. Like all of his stuff has been pretty excellent so far. I
Yeah.
think he understands what he's doing. Both of them in their A24 podcast episode talk about how inspired they were by Ingmar Bergman, who was an excellent director of stories that end and that go somewhere. Like
Yeah. Yeah. The thing, Topaz is hating on Ari Aster in the chat, and I think a lot of that is deserved. But I did before I saw Beau was Afraid. I came out of Hereditary and Midsummer with the thought that, like, man, one day he's gonna make a really good movie if he can learn how to end a story, if he can if he can really tie things together, like if he improves the writing craft a bit, he could make a great movie. Now I'm convinced he never will.
no,
For
no.
all,
If this is unless this has taught him a harsh lesson that his random like free writing bullshit is not going to,
I don't think he
make the
will.
cut.
He's gotten a lot of praise for this movie. Martin Scorsese was sucking this movie's dick
What?
publicly, talking
Marty,
about how great it was.
I
Yeah.
swear to God, dude, like you're gonna sit here and tell me that Infinity War doesn't count as cinema, but this does? Like, really?
Yeah.
Are you
Well,
kidding me?
he's gotten a lot of, critical praise from it. Obviously, this was not a financial success, and it was way expensive. Like I think
This
way
was a
way
very
more
expensive movie, yeah.
compared to his other movies for sure. So I doubt he'll get a budget like this again, unless A24 really wants to blow some more money.
They just need to write off. Yeah.
Yeah, the ending of Hereditary is definitely the worst
It's
part.
the worst part, yeah, for sure. I mean, it
It
feels.
ruined.
When we went to see that in the theater, when we came out of it, we were like, that feels like a shitty studio note, right? Right? Like
It
the whole
did.
thing.
Over explaining. Yeah.
They like over explaining on a like on ADR voiceover from Margot Martindale, just telling you exactly what happened. And it's like,
Yeah. It does
yeah,
feel like
I picked up on that.
yeah.
I knew that. Okay, yeah. So Midsummer's budget was 9 million, uh, and then Hereditary was a little smaller than that.
4 or 5 maybe. I'm just spitballing. I'm
I
guessing.
think
Well,
yeah. No, actually, Hereditary was 10 million, and
okay.
Midsummer was 9 million, and then Beau is Afraid was fucking 35 million, and it made
Wild.
less than 11.
Bad.
Like
It's
it
really
didn't.
bad.
Yeah,
Well,
that's awful.
and
That is
here's
one
the
of the
thing.
biggest bombs.
As funny as some scenes are, as interesting as some set design and some sequences are, that anyone thought this script was worth spending $35 million on is like it's
That's kind
it's
of evidence
filmmaking
of what's
malpractice.
wrong
Yeah.
with that like filmmaking malpractice. This should have been a mistrial. Like, yeah, this is terrible. I mean, like
So
this is evidence of
I
what's wrong with the indie scene in general. Is that like they'll
in a lot of
just
ways, yeah.
throw tons of money at this for what? For 3 hours of meandering
Oh, it's so
nightmare
bloated.
nonsense?
Ugh. Yeah, there's a bunch of loose ends. There's a bunch of stuff that doesn't connect to anything. It's overly long. So, to the extent that there is a plot tying everything together, it's wrapped up with like still 45 minutes to an hour to go. It's terrible. In that way, it is a little bit like Oppenheimer. Because so the overarching plot is that he finds out his mother is dead, and this has given him much anxiety and sort of emotional trauma, whatever. He's got to make his way to the funeral, right? And so he's going on a weird surrealist odyssey in order to make it to the funeral. He finally does, and like that part of the plot is resolved, and then there's still so much movie to go. It's terrible. I really don't like it. I do feel like I should highlight some of the things that are good about this movie, but they're all in isolation and they don't
They don't, yeah, they
cohere
don't
and
cohere,
but
and so they can,
so,
yeah.
one of them is that like this exaggerated cityscape that's just hilariously scary. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it operates on dream logic, the movie in general, which has its moments of charm and stressfulness and anxiety. Like when he goes out to the store to try to grab a bottle of water because he took pills that he's not supposed to take without drinking water, and but he didn't have any water, and so he's very anxious about it. He finally goes out there, he gets the water finally, but he like left the door to his apartment cracked. And when he comes back, literally everyone who was out on the street is now in his apartment destroying
He
it. You
watches
know what I
them
mean?
all like meander
Yeah,
slowly into his apartment and then start, doing exactly what they were doing out on the street, destroying the
yeah,
whole thing, and he's like
but
sleeping on the fire escape.
yeah, it's cartoonish and comical just how horribly things go wrong in that first section of the movie, and that's quite fun. I think there's a lot like all my favorite stuff was in
Yeah,
that
I
first
honestly I
30
didn't
minutes.
mind that part at first. I was like, oh, okay, we're like this is interesting. It's like a weird hallucination we're seeing from inside his mind. He's an agoraphobe. This is like
Yeah,
his worst
but his
fear.
worst
But
fear
then like when he
exactly.
get like we're seeing that happen, but then we get into the apartment after it happens, and it seems like I'm like, oh wait, really did this really happen then? Like I wasn't prepared for the fact that all of it was gonna be some crazy nightmare and that he was never gonna wake up. that there was no
Yeah.
literal story that was happening at all. So
Yeah.
yeah, it,
Um, Go ahead.
I really liked the part with Nathan Lane where he's like keeping him prisoner for some unknown reason in this
He keeps
weird
calling him chief and big guy.
big guy in chief. Yeah, and he's got an ankle monitor on for like no reason whatsoever. And
Yeah,
he's not letting him go anywhere, and he keeps promising that he's gonna drive him, and
but he
then he
doesn't.
doesn't,
Yeah.
and then like the teenage girl is some weird manipulative, like bitch who's trying to,
Yeah.
for no reason, trying to get him killed. And then the mom drinks paint and yells at him. The mom who is Holly from The Office. It's like you've got some real comedic talent, in
Yeah.
this section. And they're doing some okay work, but then they're gone after an hour and a half, and there's still an hour and a half left
And
to
then he goes
go.
wandering through the woods, and everything there is more or less worthless, except in a visual sense.
Yeah, and then after he gets out of the woods, he gets to the house, and his mom is faking her death, and
Or something.
or something, and
All a
it's
big test to like see if he was a good son or not, and then he gets put on trial for being a bad son. I'm just like, I don't care anymore. It's been 3 hours. All the funny stuff happened an hour and a half ago. I'm done. I'm done with you, stupid movie. To respond to Jen in the chat, not just indie movies, every movie is incredibly expensive for no reason now. It's true. It's not sustainable. I don't know how A24 is justifying spending as much as they are on Civil War either. Alex Garland's next debacle.
there. Yeah, I mean, how much? Like,
Budget's got to come down. Just in general, there's no way. So I mean, okay, think about what did this movie make? It made $11 million. Is
I
that what
made
you said?
11. Yeah,
That's not good. But imagine everything else was the same, but like we cut out some stuff and it was only like $10 million. That's not as big a flop.
yeah.
It's
No,
still a
it's
flop.
still a
But
flop,
like,
but it's not as
how would
as
you
big.
spend that much money on this movie? I don't get it.
Neither. I have no clue. I have no animators for the sequence in the woods. Maybe like Joaquin Phoenix's like just name in general. The fact that you must have had him for at least a month
Yeah.
more to make this thing. Also, fun thing about A24 and not releasing and like staggeringly like shocking budgets. They I can't find a budget for Men, so they're not reporting like the budget for Men is not listed where it usually would be on Wikipedia.
Okay.
So I cannot find how much they spent on that piece of shit, but it only made about 11 million also, and I'm going to
Yeah.
assume that considering Annihilation was a $40 million movie, Men probably with the
Wait,
amount of-
Annihilation was 40 million?
Annihilation was 40 million.
Oh, I the older I get, the more I sympathize with studios, and I'm just like, man, these artists are bleeding them dry. No,
The
I'm
more
just-
I no, but like no, really, like the more that
like
the more
I'm
that
half
like when
joking,
you
but not
actually
really.
have when you actually have a budget for yourself, right? And then you look at like, or if you try to be a filmmaker and you have to budget
Mhm.
that shit, and you're sitting there like, how on earth did you get this much money for that? And like, how do
Yeah.
you eat the loss? Like here,
know.
Annihilation, the budget was between. This is what Wikipedia lists, and so Wikipedia's listing is usually not the marketing one, which I remember a lot of marketing for Annihilation, so I'm going to say it's
Yeah.
probably double this. Wikipedia lists it as between 40 and $55 million for the Annihilation budget,
Woof.
which would mean 100,000, maybe 110. It only made 43 million at the box office, and they're still throwing money at this guy.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
How?
I think part of it seems to be, and there's a handful of companies that are really going in this direction. Apple's one of them, Netflix is one of them, A24 is one of them, or at least for the movies that A24 produces themselves, because some they just buy from other production companies to distribute, some they produce themselves these days. So it seems to be what they're going for is they want a reputation for letting artists and auteurs and filmmakers, visionaries do whatever they want, right? That's like the reputation they want, because at least for like fans of sort of indie art housey type movies, there's a culture that we have in which that is very highly valued, where just let artists be creative and do whatever they want, right? But At some point, you got to be like, okay, but this movie was Beau was Afraid was never going to make its money back. I
No.
don't know.
I
It's
don't
not
know
a
how they
loss.
justified throwing
It's
$35 million at that script and then saying,
I don't
"Well,
know.
I don't know," because they didn't market it very like they didn't obviously they didn't market it like because like if they marketed it as some kind of horror movie, teenage butts and seats kind of thing, it still
Yeah.
would have flopped. There's no way that this would have worked for them.
Part of my big disagreement with that approach is I really do think that the most talented and creative directors and writers need this sort of pushback. You know, like they need to be like, okay, well, they can't have limitless money and potential. You know, like when they're restricted, restrictions breed creativity. That's something
Yeah.
I absolutely believe to be true, and I feel like if he was told you don't have $35 million to make this movie, you have, let's say, 15, he'd have to start making some decisions about what to cut. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And I think giving him less money would have made this movie better. And I think that's true for a lot of things. I think, like one movie that always comes to mind for me, because it is one of my favorite movies, is Sicario, which was only $20 million.
Yeah, I like that movie a lot.
That's half of what Annihilation costs. Like, man,
And
come on.
oh my, wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. Sicario, oh my god, Sicario is so,
2025, something like that. Yeah.
so much better than Annihilation on like half the budget too. Like
Yeah.
I mean,
But like I've listened to people like Roger Deakins and others, because Roger Deakins has a podcast called the Team Deakins Podcast. Really good if you haven't checked it
yeah,
out. Roger Deakins being the cinematographer for Sicario, as well as a lot of Coen Brothers movies, and he's great.
Fargo
He's a
and
legend.
No Country
Yeah.
for Old Men and Blade
One
Runner
of the things he talked
2049.
about is like they kind of had a shoestring budget relatively for the type of movie they were making. Sorry, my dog's barking like crazy. It's what he likes to do.
He also is not a fan of Beau. He's like, stop talking about Beau. God damn.
It's because someone's delivering a package, and he likes to act like he's going to murder them. What the fuck was I talking about? Sorry.
Smaller budgets, restricting creativity, and kind of.
Oh yeah, well, Roger Deakins was talking about the budget they had for Sicario was not a lot for all the stuff they wanted to do, and so they found really creative ways of shooting things. Like there's a lot of stuff I think in Sicario where they're in the SWAT vans in the beginning. But like that's not a real SWAT van at all. They just like put up walls and kind of shook the set around a little bit.
Yeah.
Like it's surprisingly low budget strategies, but it works and you can't tell stuff like that. And I think stuff like that really forces you to be creative. And so I Beau is Afraid. I don't know how this was allowed to happen. The money man in me is like, who the hell greenlit this? Like that person's fired. They gotta be. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I think about it. Sometimes I think about like, I've said it before, but I think the smartest man in Hollywood right now is Jason Blum. Right? Not that even he makes the best, like that
he doesn't make
that they make the best movies. No, but like as a businessman,
yeah, he knows he knows how to make money.
And I think about it sometimes, like if I were to start a studio, I'll be like, we're not making anything for more than $20 million, period. Never. Like we're not doing it. Sorry. Like, I mean, just to try to like, I mean, obviously you can, like Oppenheimer was $100 million movie and it did really, really well. Right?
Yeah.
Partly thanks to the Barbenheimer meme. But something like Beau is Afraid was never going to make its money back. And I don't know how you didn't know that. That's what leads me to think it's some sort of like, this is part of building our reputation as a brand, or letting visionary directors do whatever they want.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and you can throw like, we need to get, because like the higher the budgets are going, the worse these movies are getting. Like, I mean, this is just one that this is not on the indie circuit, but like Multiverse of Madness had almost $300 million of production budget.
That's wild. Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
You threw all that money, and what did you get for it? Like, yeah, you probably, I know it based on the Marvel name, it made stuff back, but like, how did 300 million? You spend that much money on something that like none of them believe in enough to watch the show that it's a sequel to? None of them watched WandaVision. So like, why are you doing this? Why are you like? And that's not the and it's kind of the same thing with the indie movie thing. Like, who looked at this and threw the money in his way? Like, who looked at this and looked at the response to Midsummer and went, yeah, yeah, I think so. I think this is
you're
a
gonna
good
make an
strategy.
even more sprawling and expansive and bloated
And like
movie, but it's not
inaccessible
even.
movie, yeah.
Yeah, but we can't even market it as a horror film. Great. At least with the whole elevated artsy horror, I'm using big quotations around that. At least with those type of movies, there's some sort of like, well, people like horror movies and people will always go see horror movies. That's why something like The Witch and Hereditary, can be a little weirder than average, but they'll still get butts in seats because they're horror films and they look scary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
This.
I like Night Swim, that
Mhm.
or that movie Imaginary. Like that those movies look like crap, but they're going to make
Mhm.
money. They're going to make hand over fist.
I mean, I saw Night Swim.
Smile too. Smile looked
Smile, yeah,
terrible, but
Smile.
that made tons of money.
It made a bunch. Yeah, it did really, really well. Someone said the good actors will take pay cuts to make great movies that resonate with them. That is a very good point too. People often forget that because oftentimes on a movie, the biggest chunk of the money is going to A-list actors, right? But some movies have absolutely stacked casts, but they get made for relatively cheap anyway. Why? Because it's a movie like Asteroid City, which we're not going to talk about today, but I did see it. It's got, like a lot of Wes Anderson movies, it has so many famous actors in it, all of which are undoubtedly taking a huge pay cut to work on this movie. Why? Because they want to work with Wes Anderson. It's really that simple. They think it'll be rewarding and fulfilling and that it'll be good. He has a reputation for making pretty good movies. I didn't love Asteroid City really much at all, especially compared to some of his best films. But like, you can get these. I mean, Scarlett Johansson is in Asteroid City. She's the most highest paid woman in Hollywood, highest paid actor in Hollywood, I should say. You know, like getting a stacked cast like that for an Avengers movie that none of the actors really want to work on
Yeah.
because they don't find it super creatively fulfilling. Those movies will have to cost like $400 million, which is like 300 to 400 million with something like Endgame and Infinity War. But you can get an equivalent cast in an asteroid city for like 20 million. Actors will work for less than they're worth.
Yeah,
They want to
Topaz
work on it.
in the chat mentioning Silence, Scorsese's adaptation of Silence. That movie is brutal, but they got they got Andrew Garfield and Adam Driver for cheap, and it's amazing. It's a great movie, a really really interesting one.
I still haven't seen that. I have
Oh
to.
yeah,
It's on
you
my
should
list.
check that out. It's fucking oh boy, that is a tough watch, but it is worth it.
Cynical Leviathan says, I think Asteroid City is Wes Anderson's worst film. I agree. I agree with you. Though I haven't seen
Fair
The
enough.
French Dispatch.
Oh,
That's
I
the
did not like the French Dispatch at all.
that's the vignette
I
one.
couldn't even finish it.
Yeah. I, I don't typically go for those movies. The only one of those like kind of vignette short story collection movies that I liked was The Ballad of Buster Scruggs,
Yeah.
whatever that was.
Yeah,
And
that one was okay, I
I've
guess.
never revisited that. Like I remember watching and going, "Oh, that was pretty neat," but like, definitely doesn't compare to the Coen brothers' best work either. Anyway, is there anything else you want to say about Beau is Afraid? Except when you go see
I
it?
think that letting directors go a little too wild with their, passion projects and not telling them no is a pretty well documented problem. I don't know how Ari Aster has achieved that level of success that it took George Lucas how many years to even like they didn't even let him do the sequel to his big mega hit movie. It took Ari
That's pretty
Aster, it took like three movies. George Lucas, it took almost 3 4 decades. So that. But speaking of that particular thing, that's a good segue into a movie that I've
Oh,
seen that you haven't
oh,
actually.
I
Which
know you were about to do a nice clean segue, but I do want to say another thing
go for
about
it.
Beau is Afraid. The funniest thing about the Beau is Afraid discourse is people like Chris Stuckman lamenting that we don't get original movies anymore because people don't show up to see Beau is Afraid.
Did he really do that though?
Yes, he
Did he?
did. He pulled that card. Yeah. It was in his video. EFAP covered it. It was his video about like I'm worried about the future of cinema or something like that. And among other
Too
things, he was
good.
talking about how like we don't we don't get original movies anymore because when something weird and awesome and groundbreaking and visionary like Beau is Afraid comes out, no one shows up to see it. And
Yeah,
it's like,
groundbreaking.
well, no one showed up to see Beau is Afraid because it didn't look good, and they were right.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. God, groundbreaking? Really? Groundbreaking?
I don't know if he used that exact word, but you know what I'm saying. You
Yeah.
know,
Well,
visionary and unique and creative and original is a big word that gets thrown around as if
original. Yeah.
originality is a value.
Originality is a value in and of itself. You know, you can't unless it's original, it's not worth anybody's time.
That should be the theme of this stream. Honestly, that is a sort of something that ties together a lot of the movies I don't like that came out this year that we're going to talk about. People who think that originality is a good in and of itself. It isn't.
Oh, and for letting, directors kind of just go absolutely wild on their own passion projects, now we move on to Boy and Heron, which is one that I've seen that you have not, correct? I
Correct.
think
Tell
that's
me.
probably the only one in the whole list where I've seen it and you haven't. Um, this is Miyazaki. Uh, from like honestly, I left the theater from this one giving, and I think the exact words that I used were, "Oh no, he's gone senile." Um, he he's kind of lost his touch a little bit. I'm gonna say this one does not. It's got some interesting ideas, and Robert Pattinson is proving himself to be a pretty incredibly versatile actor. I think he's
Now,
pretty.
before anyone says like, "Oh, you watched the dubbed version," I'm pretty sure that was the only version available in American
It
theaters, at
was, and
least around
actually, that
here.
was one of the only reasons why I decided to watch it. I'm not even gonna lie. The
Oh,
fact that Mark Hamill, Willem Dafoe, uh,
Robert
Robert
Pattinson,
Pattinson,
you're
and
right.
there's it's an all star voice cast basically because Willem
Mm,
Dafoe has been in a couple of Miyazaki movies before, or at least one.
yeah.
He was in Earthsea, I believe, the adaptation of Earthsea, which is a really interesting one that I would recommend checking out. And Mark Hamill is like he's the best of the best when it comes to voice acting, generally speaking. His character in this one is really underwhelming. His role is not what I would have hoped for from the guy who brought the Joker and Firelord Ozai and all these really great villains. He does play one of the sort of villains of the movie, and he just doesn't. He's barely even in it, and he doesn't get a lot of room to work with. It's not
Mm,
there's not a lot to the character. It's hard to describe
yeah.
what his character even is. Um,
Well,
but
I think the only thing I am qualified to comment on the movie is that it looks incredible.
it does. So the animation is really, really gorgeous. There's
Mhm.
a the scene. Obviously I'm going to spoil this one a little bit, but there's a scene at the beginning, and it takes place immediately in like it's in World War II Japan, and a firebombing of Tokyo has happened, and
Okay.
the main character, the young boy, is running through his house as it's set, or running through the city as it sets on fire, looking for his mother, who has been she's out of the house somewhere in the city, and I mean it's incredible. It's like almost Grave of the Fireflies level, you know, historical tragedy kind of things from that perspective. And I really Grave of the Fireflies is probably my favorite Ghibli movie. I think that's definitely
I
my
haven't even heard of that one.
that's the one that everybody, like most anime people, will tell you that it's too sad to watch because they're, cowards. but, um
Okay.
but yeah, there's some very incredible sequences. And he ends up in sort of like a Narnia style thing. He gets sent to live in the countryside where there's a castle, like an
Wait,
ancient
which movie are you talking about now?
Boy and Heron.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the boy and the
I'm just
heron.
making
He
sure.
after the firebombing of Tokyo, in which his mother dies. Christian Bale. Christian Bale plays his father, and he does a
Okay.
really good job as well. So there's
Yeah.
a like a lot of great cast members in this movie, and the voice acting is solid, really, given what they have to work with. But after the firebombing of Tokyo, they move to the countryside, and it's this more old-fashioned estate where on the grounds there's a magic castle that has a there's a portal to another dimension, right?
Okay.
Standard kind of
Magical fairy tale type.
magical fairy tale, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe kind of thing.
Yeah.
His boy needs to, I don't know, learn. This is one of the problems that I have with the movie is that there's not really a solidified journey for the boy.
Okay.
He so in his transition from the city to the countryside, he ends up going to school at this little country school where the kids bully him. He gets in a
Hmm.
fight, and then as he's walking home from the fight, he picks up a rock off the ground and just smashes his own skull open with the rock and gives himself, you know, a pretty traumatic head injury that keeps him home from school. And his like at first, I was kind of wondering, like, is he doing this to get his father to go after the kids who were bullying him? Like what's going on here? Is he framing them for that? But
Yeah.
no, he lies and tells his dad that he just tripped and fell. He stays silent about it, and he uses it as an excuse to stay home from school and try to hunt the gray heron on the
Okay.
property, which all of the staff of the estate try to keep him from doing. And then he ends up following his new stepmother into the magical Narnia world, which is a complete shit show. Like there's so many weird aspects to it, and none of them end up congealing into an overarching narrative.
Okay.
Halfway through the movie, they introduce this race of man-eating parakeets that uh, that that
That eat people.
that well, yeah, they eat people
I knew it
for no reason really. They're introduced halfway through,
because they're
and
tasty. Ever think about that?
well, it's because it's the only meat that they can get. Which
Oh,
I wasn't aware that parakeets were a carnivorous species in general. So like I was it's there's nothing. And you know me, I'm kind of a little bit of a weeaboo for traditional Japanese culture. I like the
hmm.
the Japanese mythology and everything, and I was trying really hard to latch on to anything that could be attributed to that in the world building of this movie.
Symbolically and all that.
Yeah, just symbolically or thematically or even just traditionally, like taking inspiration from it. There was nothing. It was all made up. It's all like Miyazaki Dream World creating his own universe kind of thing.
So, would you say that it's a bit too like idiosyncratic to like communicate meaning to a broad audience? Some of the specific details and symbols and
Yeah,
stuff.
it's really odd. I mean, there's a through line that they try to introduce where his stepmother is being held in the other world,
Hmm.
and she resents him for some reason, but that isn't really presented at all up until the point where she wakes up from her dream and screams that she hates him and wants him to leave. He ends up meeting his great grandfather, who's the architect of the world, who's played by Mark Hamill, who, in order to keep it alive, he has to stack blocks every day in new creative ways in order to keep it around. But every time he does, something gets fucked up. So like he brought a race of pelicans to live in the world as God, but the pelicans can't eat anything, so they have to try to eat the souls of dead people that float up to the moon to be born in the other world every now and then. And Willem Dafoe's character is a pelican that is dying. Um, in it, like he's in it for all of maybe 5 minutes, and that's pushing it. He's in it for one scene, and he's fine, but he's gone after 5 minutes, and then the pelicans stop mattering for a while. So it's a confused and confusing mess. I don't think he understood what he was trying to say. I'd be shocked if he could put a coherent sentence together about what the general metaphor of this movie is. It's
Hmm.
bizarre, and it has nothing on a Spirited Away or even a Princess Mononoke, which is one that I'm even with my you know, obsession with Japanese culture, that one's kind of impenetrable for me at times as well.
Yeah.
This one is just it's not one of the better Miyazaki films.
Okay.
It's not particularly worth investing time in. It's got a little bit of the Beau is Afraid kind of vibe. It sort of just goes in a bunch of different directions and then never congeals into anything solid. You end up finding out that the reason that the boy smashed his head against the rock is to mark his own malice on his form. That's his excuse. That's his reasoning.
Okay.
Um, don't know what that means really. Like even after sitting through the whole thing, I have no idea what that means. It's
So I assume part of the frustration with it is that you get the impression that if you did spend a lot of time thinking it through and really trying to like drill down into like what it all means, that like the impression that you got from watching the movie is not that that would be a rewarding endeavor. Is
no,
that
not
right?
really. Not
Yeah.
not really even a little bit. There's
I
also
definitely
some
have that
time
with other
travel
movies.
elements to it.
Oh boy. Great.
That's kind of strange. I can't recommend it really, and I mean I'm not a huge I'm not a huge anime fan just in general. Um, it it might be worth checking out for some of the spectacle of it if you really like animation and like top
Mhm.
quality animation, but the story is just nonsense and it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't congeal into anything understandable even
So here's a
remotely.
question for you. So, what? Okay, I was thinking about it because this and Beau is Afraid are both seem to be sort of like, I don't know if Odyssey is the right word, but you go on this sort of long adventure with a whole bunch of different little mini adventures inside of it, right? Things that like characters that don't necessarily come back, because this is just a small part of the adventure. And I'm thinking about, well, one of my favorite movies of all time is a little bit like that. It's Finding Nemo. Finding Nemo has a
Finding
whole
Nemo
bunch.
has a little bit of that, yeah.
It has some little, there's little mini adventures along the way with characters that don't come up again, right? Obviously, there's a very strong and very coherent through line about what he's trying to accomplish, and the movie resolves with him accomplishing the task, right? And he's learning and growing along the way, and the lessons he's learning are clear and important. Is that the major difference, or is there something different about how these movies approach the sort of
This one does not
Odyssey like?
have much of a like. It's more of the issue that he's not really learning a lesson. Like in Finding Nemo, he's kind of learning how to sort of parent without being a helicopter, right? That's sort of
Yeah.
the overarching theme. Every
And he's
lesson
learning to become more brave himself. Yeah.
Yeah, every lesson is he needs to, he needs to be less fearful, he needs to
Hmm.
worry less, and he needs to, he needs to let his child be his own person.
Yeah.
This this one is it doesn't have anything like that I could really pull out of it. I had a very difficult
Gotcha.
time understanding where it was going. And so, if to, for Nunya in the chat with the Mononoke one, the only issue that I really take with Mononoke is that there's a weird structure to it that the villain is sort of not the villain is sort of non. It's not like a villain like you would expect from an adventure movie like that. I guess you would say it's not a villain that I would expect from an adventure movie like that. The villain is sort of just a chaotic, neutral sort of person who's like a trickster character. And by the end of it, he's just like, "Oh, I guess that didn't work out," and he just kind of leaves. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean that that's more animistic, right? Japanese
Yeah.
mythology has never really lost that, and I understand it. It's a little harder for me to get meaning out of it as a Westerner, I think. But I don't think that it's a like really. It's just an issue with my own personal engagement. It's more difficult for me to engage with an adventure story where the villain isn't really a villain than it is with something like a Lion King or even a
Yeah.
Spirited Away where there's a little bit
I
more
haven't
of a reason for it.
yeah. I haven't seen Mononoke, so I can't comment on that. But so here's a question for you. It seems that his movies in general seem to be a little loosey goosey in terms of like um conflict and narrative momentum and things like that. They're a little bit more.
They have a little more dreamlike energy. Yeah, they don't really have
Yeah.
a
So,
singular
but I
direction or
remember really
focus.
liking Spirited Away a lot. Even then, when I watched it, I felt like, oh, this is kind of a different vibe than a lot of stories, but I still really liked it. What would you say the biggest difference between Spirited Away and The Boy and the Heron is in terms of the storytelling?
It's similar, right? Like Spirited Away, she's the main character is trying to rescue her parents, right? Like that's sort of
Yeah.
the main thing. Well, he's trying to rescue his stepmother
Okay.
from the other world. It's just that there isn't really she's learning little bits about the world and how like or, you know, the fantasy world as she moves along, and she's kind of solving problems as she does, and you know like she's not being pulled along by a string. He is sort of just thrown every which way, and for whatever reason he just kind of like I mean he just kind of just ends up going with is whatever is decided, and then
Okay.
it's you know it ends up resolving itself. He ends up deciding, actually, I like basically it turns out halfway through the movie that he's supposed to take over as the god of this reality, and he decides, no, screw that, I don't want to do it. I'm just gonna let this reality collapse, and he returns, and he ends up. I think what he ends up, the main thing is that he ends up having to let his mother, who he meets as a child in this other world, who originated from this other world, he needs to let her go and fulfill her fate being burned alive in Tokyo, because that's how time works. Um, she'll exist.
Weird.
Yeah, and like yeah,
Okay.
it's yeah.
Yeah, that
I
doesn't
mean,
sound like a movie I'd like. I tend
no,
to
yeah,
like a bit more
it just kind
structure.
of it doesn't have a narrative thrust, and it doesn't have a like a real character arc for him. I don't think. Like I would argue that because one of the very first things that he decides to do is just take matters into his own hands and try to kill the bird, and he never really learns that he can't do that. He just like by the end of it, he just kind of or like that he has to accept that things are the way they are, or he never manages to solve a problem. He just kind of is like, oh, I guess I have to accept that sometimes shit happens, and now the world is gone, but I managed to get the pelicans and the parakeets out, and the parakeets are cuter when they're not trying to eat me, which is another like there's another weird thing with the parakeets that I'm gonna like. So the parakeets sort of worship Mark Hamill's character, who is the great grandfather or the grandfather of the main character, and the parakeets know not to eat the descendants of Mark Hamill's character, but they still grab the main character and go to eat him at one point, even though they realize that he is the descendant, like he is the guy who's going to take over as god for them. I don't know. It feels, it doesn't feel like he had a purpose for writing this. He just kind of, and I know that there was some interviews with him that this was based on his own childhood experiences, and that he had an issue with, he believed his stepmother resented him, but it's not present in the script, and it kind of ends up coming out of nowhere. It feels like it comes out of nowhere. So there is some autobiographical stuff for him, but I think it's really just a case of the fact that he got basically got to do whatever he wanted. He got to write a story that he has always wanted to write, and it ended up not being great. It's just kind of that's just kind of how it goes.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Not the best, not my favorite Ghibli movie, even a little bit. I would actually say it's probably one of his worst. Um, one of Miyazaki's worst for sure, because there's just yeah, it's just nothing. It just goes nowhere. And then
That's
everybody's happy at
unfortunate.
the end, and they get pooped. Like there's a bunch of scenes of them getting pooped on by parakeets. Like they took the time to make sure they animated all the parakeet poop falling onto them, which is another thing that I'm like, I know that some cultures, I don't know if Japan does or not, but like some cultures consider being shit on by birds to be lucky. It's still weird to watch it happen, you know, like I even understanding that.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that sounds odd.
it's an odd movie. I would not recommend it. I would recommend watching some of the other Ghibli movies that maybe you might have missed. Um, like I mean, honestly,
Maybe
one
if
of
you like literally all of them, you'll like this one too.
I mean, if
Would
you
you say
like
that?
literally all of them, you'll probably just go see this just because.
Yeah,
But
you've probably already seen it.
there's a
That's
lot.
fair.
I mean, I have a lot of friends who went to see it and who are big fans of Ghibli stuff, and they did not like it. They were like,
Mm,
"This is not great." Um,
interesting.
and I would agree with Nunya. I think he does do some of his best work when he's adapting Western novels. Howl's Moving Castle is probably my favorite, and that one is adapted from a British novel. And then The Legend of Earthsea is also a pretty good one that is adapted from a British novel. Spirited Away
Mm,
is and Princess Mononoke are also up there. I like those both.
yeah,
But I think Howl's Moving Castle is probably and Howl's Moving Castle is the one I hear most of is like people's favorite Ghibli movie.
interesting.
So I would say that holds true. I think.
Are there studio? Okay, I mean, I'm sure they are, but are there? What are the famous Studio Ghibli movies that are not made by
I
Miyazaki?
was actually going to say one of my absolute favorite Studio Ghibli movies that is not a Miyazaki movie is called Pompoko.
Okay,
And that
I've
one
heard of
is
that.
yeah, that one is about some tanuki, the Japanese raccoon dogs, and it's the mythical version of them that have magic powers. And it's like Fern Gully, but funnier because the tanuki, one of the major things that tanuki are known for in Japanese mythology is their massive magic testicle sacs. And
Cool, very cool.
so there's a couple of scenes of them dropping bombs on construction sites while using their testicle sacks as hang gliders. It's fucking amazing.
That sounds
It is absolutely hysterical. And they end up like it, you know, Fern Gully, but with balls. It's great. Absolutely great.
you sold me.
Yeah, I recommend that one. And if that's Miyazaki's son, then son of Miyazaki trumps son of Cronenberg for sure.
I think that's true. I think that's probably true. All right, are you ready to move on
I
to
am
another
ready
very
to move
dreamlike
on.
film?
Yes, let's do it. Dreams are the theme of the last three of them, actually. It's all been very dream logic-y type
Yes.
stuff
See,
so far.
I'm very clever and I've structured this very deliberately. Let's talk about another kind of surreal, dreamish movie called
Yeah, let's
Dream
do it.
Scenario.
Dream Scenario is one you all might have heard of, actually. This one kind of made a little bit of a splash social media-wise.
It did. I saw a fair amount of marketing for it. A lot of Nick Cage.
Yeah.
So you have not seen this movie,
No,
correct?
I have not. I really wanted to, but it wasn't showing anywhere near my new house, so
So,
could not get a chance.
Dream Scenario, starring Nicolas Cage. He's as good as ever. He's very good in this movie. I'm happy to say that like he's used appropriately in a film, and it's really really fun to see. But the movie is not great. The storytelling is not great. Hey, what do you know? They don't tie everything up in the end. Hey, what do
I
you
think
know? It
I'm
doesn't have
noticing a
a
theme
status.
here. I'm
Hey,
no.
what do you know? It doesn't have a satisfying ending. Hey, what do you know? The writer didn't seem to realize what he had set up in the first half of the movie and just forgets about it. Okay, so Dream Scenario has a great premise. Love the premise. When I learned what it was about, I was like, "Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be great." And the first half of the movie I do think is legitimately good. So, the premise, for those who haven't seen it, is that Nicolas Cage's character is sort of um, a nobody, or at least that's how he sees himself. He's an academic. He teaches at a local college, and for whatever reason, it's never explained, he is showing up in everybody's dreams, right? I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people, because some people don't seem, they don't remember their dreams, and so they don't see him in their dreams. But a lot of people, and we're talking worldwide, he just starts showing up in their dreams. And at first, he's not doing anything. He's just there. And there's some great scenes of some of these strange dreams that he just shows up in, right? And he sort of becomes a local celebrity, and then a national celebrity, and then an international celebrity. because he's the guy that's showing up in everyone's dreams, and no one knows why exactly. He's just there. Things start to take a dark turn when he starts being more antagonistic and scary and villainous in the people's dreams. And then people turn on him. That's the general gist of the story. He rises to a weird sort of fame and then falls from that fame. Core idea of the story is great. I love this sort of magical premise that at least in the beginning, they never tried to explain. It's just a weird fairy tale thing that's happening. And I'm going to spoil this movie because ultimately I don't really recommend it. So there's your warning. If that was enough, and despite its flaws, you still want to go check it out, just because Nick Cage is in it and because it's got some fun stuff, you have at it. But I would not recommend this movie because the whole second half of the movie takes a nosedive. It's really okay. So, Hugh, did you catch any of the premise? You know the premise, right?
Yeah, he's sort of just appearing in everybody's dreams for some reason. Yeah. And
Yes.
and it becomes a national thing.
Yes. So this is what he just starts appearing in people's dreams, and it's like boom, magic. He's in people's dreams, and like he sees himself as but it's relevant. It's relevant thematically because he sees himself as a nobody, right? As kind of ineffectual, as a pushover. People walk all over him. People don't really take him seriously. All that sort of stuff. He's teaching in his college, and like people are talking and not listening to him. He doesn't like the idea when he first hears about showing up in people's dreams. Like his daughter's telling him that he was just there, and something scary was happening to her, but he was just there. He didn't do anything, and he doesn't like that idea. He doesn't like being seen as someone who's kind of ineffectual and doesn't do anything and doesn't help, stuff like that, right? He doesn't like being seen as a nobody. Big part of that story is that he's an academic and he has a former student who's achieved some level of notoriety based on theories that he believes she plagiarized from him, right?
Oh,
And
okay.
so his wife is like, "Are you going to have a talk with her?" Like trying to get him to confront her about the plagiarism and maybe try to resolve that conflict, right? Eventually he sets up a meeting with her and he sort of kind of more accuses her more directly, and she denies it, right? And she's like, "I didn't steal anything from you. It's like this wasn't your idea." That sort of thing. And so there's a conflict there, and that's essentially the main conflict of the movie, other than how do I deal with this weird attention and fame that I'm getting, right? And then when trying to solve the plagiarism stuff amicably doesn't work, what happens next is that he starts appearing in people's dreams, not just as a random like prop, but as like the actual antagonist in people's nightmares, right?
Oh, that's really interesting actually.
Yes, yeah, because you see exactly where this is going.
Yeah.
His sort of resentment and the darker side of him that he doesn't manifest in like this resentment he's building up towards the world, towards the person who stole from him, people that don't take him seriously. That resentment is manifesting in other people's dreams, right?
Yeah.
And then everyone turns on him, and all this fame he had and that he was like struggling to get used to, but he liked the attention because he didn't like to be a nobody anymore, right? He's
Yeah, yeah.
getting
That makes
invited to he's getting invited to work parties and stuff like that. But then when it takes a turn and he starts killing people in their dreams and stuff like that, like Freddy Krueger, he essentially like people turn on him really quickly, and people don't like being around him.
already I'm
Yes.
sold. Like this is I'm like, yeah, no, this is I like where this is going. This is
Yeah, but then what happens, Hugh?
I don't
Then what
know. Tell
happens
me.
is the movie totally abandons the whole storyline about the plagiarism. Never
What?
resolves it. Gone from the movie.
Why? Why would you do that?
I think legitimately he had no idea. He had no idea that that's what he had set up. And that what he had set up, because what happens is, well, he tries to use his fame to get a book published and stuff like that. So he's working with this publication company, but he's trying to get an academic book published, but they want to publish a book, about him being famous in the dream stuff. They're trying to capitalize
Yeah.
on his fame, and he's like, no, I just want to use this to make my book about the biology of ants or whatever it is. And plagiarism stuff gone from the movie. What the movie becomes is a really cheap shitty social satire about cancel culture.
That sucks, dude. What?
Yes. And so like he's being canceled in quotes for something he didn't do, and everyone's turning on him. His wife leaves him. Students don't want to take his classes anymore. He gets let go of his job, or at least he goes on forced sabbatical, something like that. All this sort of stuff happens, and the plagiarism stuff never comes up again. That's never resolved. It keeps going like this, and things start to spiral and get out of control until eventually he just stops showing up in people's dreams for no reason. And then the movie takes another hard turn into like a shitty Black Mirror reject script, wherein now that this event has happened, people have discovered that you can actually use technology to like enter people's dreams. And so advertising companies are now advertising in people's dreams. And so we do some shitty Black Mirror reject stuff with that for a while. And then eventually he uses that technology to go into the dream of his wife who left him and try to resolve things. And there's kind of like a weird reunion he has with her in her dream. And that's the end of the movie, essentially.
Wow. That. Wow.
It really takes a nosedive. It totally abandons what was working and what it had set up. Because what it had set up is so obvious, right? Which is why you were like, oh yeah, I get it. Because what happens is his resentment that he's not dealing with is manifesting in other people's dreams.
And so he has to learn how to either let it go and just like that, or he has to, confront her and, take his life into his own fucking hands and, stop being such a giant pussy for once and actually just stand up for himself. Yeah.
He needs to either.
My God.
Yeah, I know. The turn it takes is terrible.
What a fumble. Way to fumble it at the 1 yard line, dude.
This is probably the biggest disappointment of the year for me, I would say.
I mean, it sounds like that would have pissed me off if I had gone to see that. That would have made me really upset.
It would have really bothered you because what it's a story about until it stops being about this is a guy who feels like a nobody and a pushover, and he's growing resentful and angry, and it's harming other people, and he has to come to he would have to learn to like incorporate that sort of aggression properly, or come to terms with the effect that it's having on other people and sort of resolve that conflict, to stand up for himself, or to be consumed by the resentment and things end tragically. That would be the other option. But instead, it takes this weird, stupid turn to try to comment on cancel culture, which I should say, this is not a good metaphor for cancel culture, because he like legitimately doesn't do anything wrong in the story. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
only in
he literally has done nothing. It's just like...
No, I know, like, when people get canceled, they often feel like they didn't do anything wrong, but it's not because they literally did nothing. It's because they did something that some people view as bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't work as a metaphor. It really doesn't. And what it has to say about cancel culture is, like, meaningless and rather vapid and worthless, I would say. It doesn't say anything especially interesting about it. The way something like Tar does, at least. You know what I mean? And then when it turns into the whole sort of like Black Mirror reject shit at the end, I'm like, this is absolutely worthless. Because one of the worst things about that is that they make the magical premise science. It's just science now. It's just technology we have.
That's lame, man. It's really fucking lame.
Topaz, we had talked about this before in Mahler's Discord, but I totally agree with him that losing the plagiarism aspect of the story, that's the core of the story. Losing that is like a criminal oversight, the way he phrased it. I totally agree. You should go to jail, this writer. No, but it's
writer jail. Go to writer jail. You have to work on Alex Garland's next movie. Go. Get out of here.
It's such a bad fumble. Totally ruins the potential. And there was a lot of potential. Nick Cage is this is the best performance I've seen from him in a long time, frankly. Not that he's ever like bad. I just think he's often not utilized or just allowed to do whatever he wants.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There are certain moments where I when I watched The Vampire's Kiss, I was like, I think somebody really needed to rein him in on this one.
Yeah, all I would add to that is that's the director's job. And so
Yes.
if you know, but yeah, and there are some really funny bits, you know, and the way he plays things is pretty funny. But it just totally nosedives in the way that a lot of these indie movies do, where like they
They don't know how to
it's either one
end. They
it's either
have
one
a
it's either, yeah, so I think in this case is it really feels like he didn't know how to end it. He didn't realize what he had set up. He didn't know what he had. Whereas some other movies, I feel like maybe more intentionally, they purposefully avoid satisfying endings because they think that's somehow more artistic. I definitely get that vibe from certain
Oh yeah, there's
filmmakers.
certain people who definitely do that. I mean, we've had a few people tell us before that like
Yeah,
narrative is, old hat kind of thing. Like narrative
yeah.
is, a satisfying narrative is the sign of a poorly made film. Like it's not.
Or not poorly made necessarily, but like not as interesting.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
interesting to end your movie well,
Hmm.
because that would be too conventional. You have to,
Predictable,
yeah.
conventional, orthodox, whatever you would say, uninspired. Yeah, this worship of originality really drives me up a wall, and I think it ruins a lot of otherwise good movies. I think there's a lot of movies on this list that the premise that they establish in the first half, if executed well and like if crafted into a story that really comes together into a unified whole, would have made for an excellent movie. This movie would have been excellent
It
if they
sounds like
didn't.
it probably had some. I mean, honestly, just given the premise in general, it had real potential to
It did.
be
It did.
incredible. I mean, it's actually the last two movies that I've seen from Nicolas Cage, this and The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, they both had, or they felt like they had serious potential to be excellent films. And I mean, I haven't seen this one, but Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent kind of also fumbled at the goal line a little bit. I mean, it wasn't as good as you're describing this one for the 80% of the movie, but
Mhm.
yeah, I don't think this guy understood what he had, and I think he like that's a shame. It's a real shame that either he
Yeah.
didn't understand it or he deliberately decided not to follow through with it because he
Yeah.
thought it was
Predictable or
predictable or
whatever.
something because telling a good story is too conventional for a filmmaker of
Yeah.
his talent.
Yeah, I
There's
don't know a lot about this guy's work. This guy, like a lot of people that we're going to talk about today, I do feel like are talented enough directors. This movie wasn't like the best directed in terms of like editing and blocking and cinematography. Some other movies on this list were like pretty masterfully crafted, but the writing kind of sucked. You know,
Yeah,
this it's like I could see him having some potential in the future, but he really there's a lot of people on this list who I feel like would direct other people's stories quite well. You know, I think what I noticed a lot is that there's not as much love, or at least attention and adoration for directors who are like who just maybe like hired guns or like always do other people's writing. But like some of my favorite directors are those type of directors. You know,
hmm
I'm a big Stanley Kubrick fan, except for a couple duds that I don't like. I really like David Fincher. I'm a big Spielberg fan. Obviously, not all his movies are good, but like none of those people are writing their own scripts. They're just taking other people's scripts and then like they're applying their craft and their talent and their skill to them. And I feel like maybe it's just how it seems to me, but there's a lot of directors who are so intent on being the auteur, writer, director person when really their talents lie in directing,
yeah,
not necessarily in writing.
it's a pretty common thing, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because people worship those type of people, the Quentin Tarantinos, the, Wes Andersons, Paul Thomas
um,
Andersons, people like that. And the really good ones are really good and God bless them, but like I don't think there's a lot of people that like, man, if you gave this to a better script writer who could really polish it up and tie it all up, you'd have a great movie on your hands. And this is I'm looking at the list here. I think this is easily the most
the biggest
um
disappointment.
yep, exactly. What a shame.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the biggest amount of wasted potential that I can see is I was super interested in that one. That's a shame. It's a real
I
shame.
would. I wouldn't recommend it, honestly. Like you'll be so frustrated. Everything you'll enjoy about the first half, you'll be like, "Oh, that was wasted. That was forgotten. That didn't go anywhere." It ruins the first half. There's no way to like
No way to
cleave off
sugarcoat it.
the
Yeah,
bad parts.
yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That tends to happen a lot. Like indie movie ending is a real problem. The pandemic of indie movie ending has been
Yeah.
spreading for a while. I
Yeah.
can't remember if I've talked about this on a stream before, but and we talked about this earlier, but that movie, that French indie film that I watched, Deerskin, a little while back, very short, um, pretty fun, right up until the ending where it's, I mean, in this one, it's quite obvious. Not that they didn't know what they were doing, but that they just ran out of budget and so had to sort of speed run through it. And it ends up
Yeah.
coming to an abrupt halt, and it is absolutely not worth. It's only an hour long, but it's not
Yeah.
worth watching because of how utterly terrible the ending is.
Yeah.
So yeah,
There are many such cases. I could rant for a while on these. Meek's Cutoff, The Wolf of Snow Hollow. There's some like, there's a ton of them. There's a ton of these movies.
yeah.
Just a lot of times they don't even end; they just stop. The Meek's Cutoff is probably the most extreme example I've seen in a long time. It's a sort of indie western, very subdued and grounded and character driven. I thought it had a lot of potential. It has a more conventional structure, and then just ends at around the crisis point, like the low point of the story, and never resolves the major conflict. It just stops. I was like, this is unreal. I couldn't believe it. So bad. There's so many. There's so many like it. That's why I like to look for the indie movies, the sort of artsier movies where people still care about the craft of storytelling. Because man, those movies really hit.
Yeah, they really can. I mean, and another director who we have jointly shared some disdain for, who has had a pretty bad case throughout his life of chronic indie movie ending, is Mr.
Yes.
Yorgos Lanthimos. This man produced some pretty interesting films like The Lobster and Dogtooth and Killing of a Sacred Deer, all three of which
The favorite. Yeah.
yeah, all three of which have pretty bad endings. Although Dogtooth's is probably the best up until recent. The best until Poor Things, which actually ends a story, which is, I guess, a good segue into the next one if we want to
Yes.
jump in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's keep it moving. We're moving right
I
along.
was so proud of little Yorgos for finally kicking his debilitating, crippling disease.
Indie movie ending syndrome.
Indie movie ending syndrome. He finally ended a movie, and he tied all his little narrative threads together in a sloppy bow. It's a bit sloppy. It's not a not a fantastic.
Well, I'm very curious about this one because I don't think it's a good ending, but
it is an ending. It is an ending.
It is an ending. This movie doesn't just stop like some of his movies do, like The Lobster does. That movie just, I guess it's done now.
Yeah. Yeah, the lobster, which just steps on the brakes, cuts to black. We're done. Yeah, a very interesting callback to The Sopranos, in a way. Yeah, there's that.
The favorite is a sort of magical, warped, twisted, subverted fairy tale type comedy fantasy film from Yorgos Lanthimos, written by him as well, starring Emma Stone and Mark Ruffalo.
You just said the favorite. We're talking about Poor Things here.
Oh, I meant to say Poor Things.
Yeah.
Yes, we're talking about Poor Things, and that is what I meant to say. Though Emma Stone is in both of those movies.
She is in both.
Hugh, what did you think of Poor Things?
I think a line from the movie would sum up my thoughts best about this one. And it is the line where I believe Remy, is that his name? He's
Remy Youssef.
Remy Youssef. Yeah, Remy Youssef. Where Remy Youssef says, "What a pretty retard." That sums up this movie for me quite succinctly. It is interesting and fun to watch, I would say. I was not bored watching it, but it is kind of retarded. It's a little. I don't think the movie itself understands what it's trying to say, but what it does end up saying about the state of politics or the conclusion of what makes a rounded character is really, really dumb. And it goes a little bit like it ties things up a little bit in a bow that looks sloppy, but it is an end. So um, I'll give him credit that it is one of the only movies I've seen from him that actually ties the narrative together. But
Mm,
there's a lot of implication here I'm not a huge fan of, and
yeah.
I'm not really sure what to make of exactly where the ending goes. So it's
Yes.
yeah, I the fact that it's winning bet for best comedy, I guess, kind of makes some sense because it is
It
pretty
is pretty
funny.
funny. It is pretty funny. I think if you like strange movies and you just kind of want to watch a movie that's a wild, unpredictable, funny ride that doesn't completely waste your time, you might enjoy this film. It's silly and strange and kind of horrifying, but also like colorful and fun at the same time. However, there's a lot I don't like about this story. So, the basic premise of Poor Things is yeah, I'm gonna I have a lot to say about this one, and I can't talk about it without spoiling it. So
Yeah, I mean,
I
I would if you like this kind of movie, I would recommend seeing it regardless. But it is
I'm
not
a
really
little
like it's not a can't miss. It's not a can't miss kind of movie. If you
no.
like the kind of movie that he
Oops.
does, and you want to see a movie where Yorgos actually ends one and concludes a story, you should check it out. If not, stick around because I have some stuff to say about this as well.
I have very mixed feelings about this film. There's a lot I like, and there's a lot I really don't like. So I have a hard time recommending it. It's like I want to kind of, but I can't ultimately decide whether. I wouldn't tell my parents to go see it. That's for sure. Um, if you
Yeah, I don't know. My
if it looks
parents might go
interesting
see
to
it on
you,
their
you
own,
might
and
like it.
I think they're gonna have a wild time if they end up doing that.
Yeah. Okay, so Poor Things, in a nutshell, is a warped, twisted, and dare I say, perverted version of a story like Frankenstein. Maybe a little bit of Frankenstein and Pinocchio, like what they have in common, but turned on its head. And not in the turned on its head part is where a lot of my problems with the story lie. So the basic gist is that Willem Dafoe, who's great in this movie, he's great in a lot of movies, he plays a mad scientist man who does crazy, weird experiments. He lives a weird, hermetic existence somewhere in. This is a movie that's very like anachronistic in a fun way. It's more like fairy tale like than historical, but it's some sort of turn of the century London type deal. Um, and he does all sorts of crazy, you know, bizarre experiments on animals and stuff. He has a number of animal hybrids roaming
Yeah,
about his yard that are pretty funny.
he's
You know,
like a bizarre Dr. Frankenstein kind
yes,
of turn of the
Dr.
century.
Moreau,
Yeah,
yeah, that guy too. That sort of thing. I think symbolically, there's a lot of things this movie gets right in the beginning, and this is
yeah.
what annoyed me. I felt like this movie had the potential to be like an actually quite profound fairy tale like story, but it chose to like be a sort of subversive, twisted fairy tale instead in a way that I really didn't like. So, basic idea, a woman played by Emma Stone commits suicide, and this crazy mad scientist guy finds her body on the rocks below a bridge. And instead, they even specify that he could have brought her back to life, but because she committed suicide, assumes that she must not have had anything to live for, and discovers that she was pregnant when she killed herself as well. And so what he does is he takes the brain of the embryo, um,
The brain of
or
the
the
child.
fetus. That's yes, fetus is a better word. The fetus inside of her and puts it into the adult body of Emma Stone's character and creates a new Frankenstein but a girl type monster, right? This adult woman with the brain of a child. That's
Yes,
the
that's the
basic
basic
premise.
premise, and so we get to watch her sort of coming of age story throughout the adventures that she goes on in the world. Um,
Yes. And it's the coming of age part of the story that I thought was really, really quite ill-fitting. Um, basically, she's at first she has a very loose grasp on basic motor skills. She's kind of fascinated by all sorts of random stuff. She doesn't communicate well. She sort of babbles. She doesn't have great muscle control and stuff like that. She lives this weird childlike existence with Willem Dafoe, who hires this new assistant, Remy Youssef, to like monitor her. And this is an experiment, so he's writing notes about her and her development and stuff like that. She's getting better at language. She's getting better control of her muscles and stuff like that. But she has a sort of psychopathic 2-year-old sort of energy, right?
yes,
She's
yeah.
not at all considerate of other people. She's just swinging wildly from different desires and
She kills a frog for no reason. Like while they're
yeah, just to
walking with Remy
just to watch
Youssef.
it die.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he finds a frog and catches it for her, and she goes, "Kill it!" And he goes, "What?" And then she slaps his hands together and makes him kill it, and she giggles while the
Yeah.
dead frog is there. So she's psychopathic and strange, right? Like she has this weird
Yeah.
streak to her of not really, and of course she's raised by this Doctor Moreau type who calls him he calls himself God, or she calls him God because his name
His
is
name is
Godwin.
Dr. Godwin, yeah.
Yeah. So like get a little bit of the Garden of Eden type, the perverted Garden of Eden type thing here that like a Darren
Yeah.
Aronofsky might have gone for in Mother sort of thing, because
Yeah.
these haughty
Well, he is
auteur
her
directors,
creator as far as she understands. She doesn't know that she was a person before. She's not told any of that in the beginning. And so she's sort of learning and developing, but she's a weird monstrosity in some sense, right? And eventually she discovers sexual pleasure when she's like playing with herself at one point.
yeah, she's
And she
playing with
becomes
herself at the breakfast table or something, and then she tries
yeah,
to play with the maid.
and she becomes obsessed with sex, right?
Yeah.
And then this will eventually lead her on a bizarre Odyssey-like adventure out in the world where she meets Mark Ruffalo, who's a ne'er-do-well who just
like a
wants to
like a
fuck her.
dandy like a dandy who goes from
Lord Byron type,
yeah, basically
And
just
so
goes around fucking people, like that's his
yeah,
thing.
he's a hedonist
Yeah.
in a lot of sense of the word. And he's like, I'll show you a world beyond your father's, cloistered house lab that he's keeping you in,
Well,
and we'll
yeah,
go see the world.
before she meets him too, this is I want to just take a quick detour. This is
Hmm.
where Remy Youssef's character is basically marriage is proposed by Willem Dafoe to him, uh, to Emma Stone, to Bella,
Yeah.
and he talks about how he is obsessed by her, or he's like stunned by her, is like starstruck uh,
Hmm.
by the way that she is, and I just want to point out he is well aware that this is the brain of a undeveloped child
Inside of an adult.
inside of an
Yeah.
adult, and he has decided that that is like his dream woman,
Hmm.
which is a little like that made me quite uncomfortable going through the movie, where I was
Yes.
just like,
Yes.
this is
In a
like,
in a way that makes sense that it should make you uncomfortable, and it's sort of supposed to.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Well, okay, maybe. I think it is supposed to, until we get to the point where she is constantly having sex, and then when we decide at some point later on that actually this is a profound way of existing, and
yeah, that's where it totally it
yeah,
ruins it. It
yeah.
goes off the
So
rails.
I
But
don't
at
I don't
first,
think the
it is
movie
uncomfortable.
actually intends to make you super uncomfortable about it. I think that it is like I think that that's sort of a byproduct because of where it ends up going, which is what made me like gave me pause about the movie in general.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, so I want to talk about what I thought this movie was going to be, because this movie has a little bit of Frankenstein, has a little bit of Pinocchio in it,
It has a little
but
Garden of Eden to it. Mark
it
Ruffalo's the
has a
snake.
lot of these sort of mythical fairy tale like structures into it. But instead of allowing the story, I think, to follow in that direction and actually have some pretty sort of deep meaning about, like beauty and pleasure and all that sort of stuff and love, and because what you would think is that this person can't be a real human being, you would think, because it's the brain of a child being put into an adult body. There's no reason to think it should grow and develop all that much, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a weird monster built by science, like Frankenstein, and there's a sense in which she should never be allowed to be a real boy or a real girl. You know what I mean? Especially based on how this movie goes. It's not like Pinocchio where she like sacrifices herself to save her father and then becomes a real girl. You know what I mean? This is not that type of movie. This is much more like debaucherous and hedonistic and bizarrely communist than anything else.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah,
so
we'll get to that.
it's a bit more like Frankenstein, right? And what happens at the end of Frankenstein, Hugh? Do you know? Have you read it?
A long time ago in seventh grade.
Frankenstein is incompatible with the world
Yeah,
and ends up
he sails off on a raft into like
go
the
kill
Arctic, right,
himself.
to go kill himself. Yeah.
Because symbolically this monstrosity can't ever really be a real boy, right? There's something in its inception that is monstrous and warped and twisted. And what I felt like this movie should have been is more like what it's clearly taking from, is stuff like Frankenstein. Have you ever seen Edward Scissorhands?
Yeah.
Okay, so Edward Scissorhands is a little bit like Frankenstein, except maybe a little bit more sympathetic to the monster than a lot of fairy tales are. I mean, even Mary Shelley's Frankenstein has some sympathy for the monster, even if it has a sort of tragic ending. But Edward Scissorhands is the same sort of way. He's this like made by science and machinery boy who like is almost more machine than man. He's a monster in some real sense,
Yeah, and he
right?
can't.
And he like comes down into the world and he's like unique and stuff like that and has all these weird talents, but he can't quite fit in, and then things go wrong, and ultimately he sort of has to go live on the outskirts and the margins again, right? It's a sort of tragic sort of story, but there's something kind of intuitive about that. In Edward Scissorhands in particular, they're very sympathetic to Edward Scissorhands, but there's still a sort of narrative recognition that like he doesn't really fit in this world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Frankenstein is like that as well. This movie is not like that. This movie is like, what if the monster was actually really a better person than everyone else, and we all had to learn from the monster? That's sort of the direction this movie takes. You know what I mean? Like where she's the
Yeah.
wise one who has to teach everyone else lessons.
Well,
And
she's the profound one who stumbles upon profundity in the dredges of a whorehouse in Paris, and that somehow makes her a better person than everybody when she returns. Like that. It's a really bizarre message that I'm really not sure that he understood that what he was trying to get across. I think he was just sort of subverting Frankenstein to subvert it. I don't know if he's
yeah,
fully aware of what the implication is with what where his character ends up. And
he
yeah,
doesn't turn evil at the end. Joshua, what are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't know if I
Joshua in
would.
the chat says that's not Lanthimos though. It's boring if it becomes another Frankenstein. Oh, sorry. I do not at all subscribe to the idea that like adapting and retelling famous and beloved and timeless story archetypes is boring. I think subverting them for the sake of subverting them is actually boring.
And
So
I would just. It's interesting that you decided to or that you read it as her turning evil, because I certainly did. I like when I saw the ending of this movie and saw what she ends up doing and where she ends up. My first response was to text Jamie that a couple of whores, a cuck, and a bitter servant end up turning a war hero into a condemning a war hero to a life of tortured monstrosity with a goat brain within him. Now, obviously, I'm being hyperbolic here. I don't
You're
really
being a
think,
silly goose.
like I'm being a little bit silly here. Um, but I don't. I
No,
think
it's
that
totally a
where
victorious ending.
I
Absolutely
think
is.
that where it ends up is rather villainous. But I don't think that that's what the movie is trying to get
No,
across. I
no,
think
the
the
movie
movie,
thinks it's triumphant. Yeah,
yeah, the movie acts as if the good ending has been reached here,
yes,
and
it does.
everybody should be like this is like everybody living happily ever after.
It
Uh,
is. Yeah.
I don't know that the movie is aware that this is a rather villainous turn to it. It's sort of like a Yorgos Lanthimos good ending,
No,
in that way.
the movie is absolutely of the opinion that he deserved it. That the guy who gets turned into a goat at the end deserved it, and this is his comeuppance, and that she won, and that she gets to live the life she's always wanted at the end.
Yeah,
It's a happy ending. I think it's a terrible ending. I
it,
think it doesn't
it's
make thematic sense. I think it's like a warped and twisted and like undermined fairy tale in a bad way. I don't think it coheres thematically. I think the moral implications are rather dubious as well. I
yeah.
think
I mean,
he
I'm not
could have.
sure he understands, like I said, what the moral implications generally are, because like it doesn't. You could try to sort of get into because she becomes a communist in Paris, as you do when you live in Paris.
Becomes a communist and a bisexual. Happy ending.
Yeah.
That's what happens in the movie. Yeah,
And I just I'm not really sure what
he
the
teaches all the
inclusion.
real people how to be better people, and the ones
Yeah.
that don't learn the lesson from her get what they deserve. Like that's what the movie is about. It's not about.
Well,
She's not a monster, really. She's almost more real than them. She's almost more just than them. Is the sort of
and it's
implication.
weird as well because at the begin like once we got to the part with her, her biological father and
Hmm.
I suppose husband, um in the joint, the joint role there, we find out that maybe the woman that she used to be was also sort of a psychopath, because he talks about how their favorite thing to do together was to basically torture the servants and keep them on psychological edge to the point that they thought they were going to die and they might even
Yeah.
revolt.
Hmm.
But then also that she killed herself because he was going to circumcise her because because of course like that's the
He's a controlling
he's a
patriarch.
controlling patriarch and that's the worst thing you could possibly be, I guess. But like I don't know why he was intending to do that apart from the idea that the movie
Because the
is
movie
trying to.
posits that men just really want to control women, and
Yeah,
that's
and well, and that
essentially.
like the movie also seems to posit that women being incredibly and some would say recklessly promiscuous is the path to happiness and wisdom. I don't know. I like that's why
Something,
like
or
I
at
don't
least
know.
it's
I
empowering,
don't
if
know if that's
nothing
exactly what
else.
it's saying, but it's empowering. It's just a weird. It's a
An
weird
upside
message
down
that I
fairy
don't even
tale.
think it knows. Like I don't even think he knows what he said at the end there. I think he just tied it together and left it and was like, yeah, no, I ended a movie. Wash my hands.
No,
I
I
don't
think he
know.
knows what he's doing.
I'm
That
not
I get the
sure.
vibe.
I'm not sure.
I
Well,
mean, he definitely doesn't see it as morally dubious the way we do. Like he
that's
agrees
true.
with
That's
himself,
true. Well,
obviously.
obviously, yeah. Okay, I guess
But
that's probably true.
I think he's doing it intentionally. I think he knows that this is sort of like an upside down opposite world fairy tale where like I don't think I think he wanted to do the opposite. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's a sort of like inverse trick thing.
yeah. I
And
mean, like, I agree with Joshua that it is a villainous ending and that it is horrifying. Um,
yeah,
but
but
I'm not.
the movie doesn't.
I don't think the movie agrees with us. Yeah, I would. I don't know if the movie agrees.
Yeah, and that's just the gist of what I don't like about it at all is that it's kind of um it's a sort of weird perverted fairy tale when it could have been a rather poignant, meaningful fairy tale. I think it does a lot of there's a lot of stupid modern concerns that don't really seem to fit with what's set up in the beginning. It's very much about sort of like there's like this monster of a scientific, like she's symbolically speaking, she shouldn't have a soul, right? That's sort of what's the implied by everything else. It's and how psychopathic she is, in that she like can't really grow and develop. Like can't seem to like one of the things that this movie should have done, I think, that would have made it for a much more meaningful story is like, okay, so this sort of debutante sort of philanderer in Mark Ruffalo. It's like, oh, this is the perfect woman. She just wants sex all the time, and she doesn't have any sort of attachments. This is like my perfect fantasy, like child brain and adult woman. This is the perfect fantasy. And then he sort of realizes that this isn't what he wants at all, because he starts to get jealous and possessive and things like that, and he starts developing feelings like a bit more than just lust. And but she's incapable of experiencing them, or at least she doesn't, because she's a sort of like monster.
She's like a robot.
Figure.
Yeah, she doesn't. Yeah, she's
and like
kind of
and
disabled.
like
She doesn't.
and the effect that this has on the people around her, it's like this. She's this thing that's loosed out and like into the world, and is kind of incompatible with the world, because like this monstrous thing, and it's like it didn't resolve any of that. It didn't, like, I don't know. I really don't like the direction this movie went. I think.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. Well, so okay, Topaz. I'm gonna real quick because he's asking what a good movie example of controlling men being controlling over women would be, and honestly, I'd say Dogtooth, which is also a Yorgos
Yes,
Lanthimos movie. That's his
much
first
better
one,
movie.
right? It's much
Yeah.
better than this, and it has a lot of those similar themes, but it's a
Mhm.
really good but horrifying way of showing a villainous male character in a comedic setting controlling controlling a female
And
protagonist.
he definitely treats his sons differently than he treats his daughters, in this weird sort of like compound that he keeps everybody on. Like the dad in Dogtooth like hires a woman to come sleep with his son so he can, have sex, but he
Yeah.
doesn't do the same thing for his daughters. You know what I mean? Like there's this weird double standards, and he's this weird controlling male parental figures of authority seems to be a theme in his work in general. The problem with this movie is because it like is a sort of fairy tale like story, it has broader implications for like allegory and message than Dogtooth does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That makes more sense. And also, it seems to make the whole movie, in the latter half, it seems to make it about A, sexism, B, like sort of feminist empowerment, and socialism, even though those things have very little to do with what's set up in the basic premise. In a sort of
Yeah.
Frankenstein, Pinocchio like story. It has these much lower modern concerns that don't port well into the sort of magical fairy tale timeless archetypal story that they have set up from the beginning. You know what I mean? Especially the sort of socialist stuff, because the movie's about like
The socialist
what
stuff though is so small and like non-consequential in how
until the
they
end, when part of the whole thing about that guy getting his comeuppance is that he's this ruthless um
like a ruthless
aristocratic
aristocratic warlord. Yeah, that
who tortures the people below him just for fun. He's like a pure psychopath. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But like
That's the only part that's like really playing on the socialism aspect of it. Like the rest of it, it's like when it starts coming in, even when she starts mentioning it in the brothel in Paris, the socialism and communism, the socialist rally and all that, like it doesn't play any role in the story or in what's developing.
no.
I struggle to understand why this character.
Cares about poor people.
Well,
This character shouldn't. It's the character is so like innately sort of selfish and psychopathic for most of the movie, and even towards the end. But suddenly, out of nowhere, it's like, I have this deep connection to the suffering of poor people everywhere, and so I'm going to become a communist. And it's like, this is not the story you're telling. I don't like, this is not the story you were telling. and that's sort of when I realized that the movie was going to be about her learning to become this like perfect person who's better than the people around
Oh,
her
I
and
mean,
to teach them
absolutely they
lessons.
went with. So
No.
when we get to that scene roughly in the middle, right, where she's with Mark Ruffalo on that ritzy rich people, flight or
Hmm.
cruise around the world, and they end
Yeah.
up in that weird like castle city that's been disconnected from the urban poor that live, in squalor beneath it, right? Where their babies are dying by the dozens and they're just
Yeah.
lumping them into mass graves and all that. That's where we do like the Siddhartha, the Buddha thing, where it's like
Hmm. Yeah.
he's all like where we pretend that she has some kind of profound awakening.
Yes.
And I don't understand what about the character that's been built to that point latches on to that
Yeah.
image and uses that as like a way to turn herself around. I don't understand where that comes from. I really, really don't, because it doesn't.
Everything before it establishes her as something of like a narcissist and a well, not a narcissist. Well, yeah, self-obsessed and like unempathetic and just like a whole bag full of different desires and impulses just being loosed out into the world.
Yeah, like
Like
a
that's
lack of impulse control. Like
yes.
she's constantly wanting more and more sex. She's eating more and more. Like they go to um the
Um
Portugal or wherever, like
Lisbon. Yeah.
Lisbon, and they're eating a tart, and she says she eats it all in one bite, and then she goes, "I want another one," and he goes, "No, no, no, one is enough. One is plenty." Right? Like he says the moderation thing basically,
Yes.
but then she's like, "Why? Why is one enough?" And then she leaves and she goes and eats more, and she realizes, "Oh, actually, I like overindulging. Oh, actually, I like kind of just letting my impulses run wild and having no boundaries at all over them.
Hmm.
Actually, why should I moderate? I should be able to do anything that I want." And I don't think that you would think that would sort of she kind of leans even more into the idea of hedonism there
Yeah, she
than
does. And
than
in a
he is
way that
prepared for.
troubles Mark Ruffalo, who thinks of himself as a hedonist. But then he sees like what an actual what he thinks his fantasy is, and it's like, oh my god, this thing is a monster. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, but
but
he's
then
portrayed
but
as
it
like a clown man for
pathetic.
yeah, a pathetic
Pathetic
clown man.
for wanting to control her instead of
And
like
he just can't, like, the only reason that he wants to control her, we should note, is that he just can't keep up with her.
yeah.
That's the like
And
this
what
is
it
like an alcoholic, like if an alcoholic was the protagonist of a movie and the guy urging him to, stop drinking so much and get help was the villain, the bumbling villain who we're meant to clown on and laugh at.
and
Is
he just
like
wants to control her. Like
yeah,
that's it's
because all you're trying to do is control me, bro. Yeah, it's weird that like the idea that overindulgence is a moral thing. You know, I don't know.
every
I did not care for that.
this movie is morally backwards. I think that's what it is for me. It's morally backwards, it's thematically backwards. Everything about it is exactly wrong, especially in the second half. The first half I think is quite good because it sets up all these things and then it like does the opposite of what makes sense. It does the opposite of what they've established. It does the opposite of what would make thematic sense. It does the opposite of what would make moral sense. It like and it does that sort of relentlessly but then it does this thing at the end where like we find out the real villain of the story is not the monster nor like the moral monster who created her. Remember, instead of saving her life, because he makes a point of saying, now I could have preserved her life, I could have saved this woman who committed suicide's life, but I decided instead to do this weird experiment where I put her fetus's brain inside of her head just to see what would happen. Like he is treated more like a, oh, you rapscallion, you. Meanwhile the real
Yeah,
villain is her initial husband, who is the most caricatured, like rich, evil prince man you could imagine. He's the real villain, and ultimately we have to bring him down a notch, and then she can live happily ever after. It's like this is like morally and thematically worthless. Is how I feel about it.
yeah. It's odd. It's a weird one that I don't. I, it's got that European, that European movie thing that
Yeah, and maybe it's just because all the European movies I see are sort of like the indie artsy ones, but I do get a lot of this from continental European cinema.
yeah, I
I don't
mean,
like it.
what was that one, Triangle of Sadness? That was,
Oh God, yeah.
yeah,
But Topaz, he's killing it today. Points out Mary Shelley thought it was tragic that the monster couldn't live in our world. Lanthimos thinks it's tragic we can't conform to the monster's worldview. It is
it
like
is a
that.
little like that. Yeah, yeah,
Or things makes the monster the hero, and like we all need to be more like the monster is essentially what's happening here. Whereas like in Frankenstein, it's tragic that the monster. One of the things that's great about Frankenstein is that like he is misunderstood. So in Frankenstein, like he wants to be around people, but he's like so hideous and monstrous that everyone's scared of him. But then because of that, he becomes really resentful of people, and the monster becomes a villain, right? Like he's scorned by humanity, and so he tries to get his revenge on humanity by trying to destroy Frankenstein, Dr. Frankenstein, that is. And then, eventually he's chased. And eventually, once he kind of realizes the horror of what he did, it's a sort of tragic realization. He's like, I don't belong in this world. I'm going to go kill myself. It's kind of how Frankenstein goes in a nutshell, right? And like, what's interesting there is even though he is misunderstood, even though it is tragic, it's like part of what's tragic is that the monster does become something of a villain because it doesn't fit in the world.
yeah,
And in this,
because of the rejection
yeah,
of, yeah. This one
it's
is this is interesting because I would say that the monster, because of a lack of rejection, because of a overwhelming sense of acceptance, ends up becoming a villain regardless. Because like it is
yeah,
villainous
not in the
fucking
movie's
behavior.
logic, but yeah, you can. Well, I think part of what the manipulation, the trick that the movie does is the person that she like essentially destroys by killing him and replacing his brain with that of a goat to humiliate him. That guy is so cartoonishly evil
Yeah,
that
that there's
like
no way to be sympathetic to that guy at all. Yeah,
exactly.
because like
Yeah.
I mean, you shouldn't be. Like you absolutely
No,
shouldn't
yeah,
be.
but like it's so cartoonish that I don't like
Like
it
yeah,
doesn't
it
bring
comes
it
out.
through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so okay, so
Well, and
Eric says
I got to be honest too, real quick. I did find it quite annoying that he sort of co-opted the Buddha mythology with her, like on her indulgent journey, intentionally attempting to just have as much sex and eat as much and drink as much as
yeah.
possible. She somehow just stumbles on a nihilist who decides to show her that actually the world sucks, and now she decides that she's going to fix it, which is like the opposite again of the way that that story goes, where
Yeah.
it's like, no, I'm leaving because I've been too protected and too sheltered, and I need to see for myself. Like I need to seek this wisdom for myself for the sake of the wisdom, right? It's not because he wants to be a hedonist and he just wants to do whatever he wants,
Well,
and then
because in
he
the
ends
Buddha
up,
story, wisdom is in the opposite of hedonism.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And this movie tries to pretend that you can get there through that path. I think the moral implications are rather stunningly bad in some ways. And I really felt like it had the potential if like, what I've noticed this in a couple stories recently. Dream Scenario is one, but there's a couple other movies where it seems like there's a yearning subconsciously in the part of the writer, maybe you could say broadly in the culture, to sort of like return to the sort of fairy tale mode in terms of storytelling. I mean, it's not all that surprising to me that one of the most beloved and successful and critically acclaimed movies the last couple of years is Puss in Boots 2, which is just a fairy tale.
yeah.
It's not an ironic fairy tale. It's not a subverted fairy tale. It's not twisted and modernized. It's not a
Literally,
postmodern
the
fairy.
first scene is it pops up and says, "This is a fairy tale."
Yes, but it's a return to form, right? And is that boring because we've seen it before? No, it's like one of the most well liked movies the last couple of years. It's one of my favorite movies the last couple of years. I think Puss in Boots 2 is great. And I feel like I'm noticing a lot in different movies. There's a sort of there's a move back in that direction. And when I watch Poor Things, the vibe I get is that part of him is part of Yorgos is yearning in that direction, but the conscious part of him can't allow it. You know what I mean? And so he
Yeah,
has to twist it. He has to turn
he
it
has
on
to
its head.
turn it on its head. Although, like, it's weird because killing of a sacred deer does do some interesting stuff with like the idea of how much of it is your fault if somebody, like, for the surgeon, for Colin Farrell, right? How much of it
Mhm.
is your fault if somebody dies while you're operating on them, right? Like,
Yeah.
and how much punishment do you deserve in order to sort of like feel that same thing that you've done to somebody else? Like, I just don't understand how we've come from like things like, Dogtooth, which is very black and white. We know exactly who is the victim in that situation, or who is the, like, maybe not, maybe victim. No, victim is a good word for that, but we know exactly who the protagonist and the antagonist are, right? And we know
Yeah.
what's wrong about it, but we're sitting there watching this horrifying comedy play out, and it's strange and bizarre and gross and ridiculous. But, like, how much of that is their fault, right? Like, and then it's the same thing with the lobster, where it's like there's this weird society that's imposing a version of, true love on one another, and how much of that does, on, different people, and how much of that does, is at fault for turning that relationship into what it becomes. And then we get, like, this, which is just a weird, completely fucked morality fairy tale about how overindulgence will lead you to a
Wisdom.
profound wise existence. Where, and I think one thing that we haven't mentioned directly, which I think is important to to say, her where she ends up at the end is she comes home, she realizes what has been done to her, and she decides, after basically a lifetime now of literally doing nothing but having sex and reading socialist literature in a brothel in Paris. Like, that's all she's
Yeah.
done, right? She
Yeah.
comes back and decides, yeah, I think it's good, and I think I now am ready to become the new god. That's
Yeah.
that's
I
like,
mean,
I mean, like, God in quotes, because his name is Godwin, but she takes over his practice of, like, this bizarre, fucked up, uh,
yes.
arboretum is not the word, menagerie of
Yeah.
weird fucking,
Hybrids and
hybrid pig
monsters
babies
and
and shit.
yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
just like, so the journey that she goes on is essentially just becoming a Parisian whore for 30 francs a night, which is something like 50 cents or something like that, right? Like, it's nothing. And then
Yeah.
that gives you the authority to essentially become what the earlier part of the story was very clearly doing, like a Garden of Eden type thing. So, like, you've
Yeah.
taken over as the creator of the world, basically.
That I mean that
Really?
yeah. There's those are the sort of implications by
Which
the
is
story
bizarre. Like,
on a
it's bizarre,
thematic
and
level.
this is why I
Yeah.
don't know if he's 100% sure. Because, like, with everything else that he's done, that kind of crazy backwards morality would
Yeah.
not be there, right? Like, that would, like,
Yeah.
that is not present in his other films. So I
Yeah.
don't know if he's completely aware of what he's implying in this film.
Yeah.
It's just
Um
bizarre.
I he does have a sort of cynical tinge to a lot of his movies, but there is something unique about this one. And so earlier, Eric said this movie just sounds gross to me. And if
Yeah.
sounds gross, I think there's parts of it that will gross you out in term not just in like a I don't like seeing that on screen, but just in a sort of moral ickiness. But okay, we've been pretty harsh on the movie, but I do want to say like and legitimately and unironically, this is part of why I have such mixed feelings about it. It is very funny.
It is. No, it's
It is very funny, and
as much as we're both kind of like disgusted by the overall messaging of it, it
and a lot of that
really
comes
is.
in the second half because okay, like Topaz said something about the like he doesn't quite see the potential it had. I feel like the potential it had was like this is a sort of monster, a force of nature that can never be a real girl, but it's like loosed into the world and it wreaks havoc and like causes all sorts of tragedy in its wake, sort of thing. And then it ends in a sort of like you can be kind of sympathetic to Emma Stone's monster character, but ultimately it's like it's a soulless monster hybrid creation of a delusional mad scientist, and it could never really exist in the world. And like whether Mark Ruffalo's character and people like it learn any of the proper lessons from interacting with her or not, they could learn the wrong lessons and it could end tragically. Like I thought at one point that Mark Ruffalo might kill her and that would be a sort of bleak, tragic ending. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or might try to. There's a number of directions it could have gone. I think it needed to be more like Frankenstein because that's clearly what it's driving a lot from, not just aesthetically but thematically. And like thematic, because there already is a twist, and the twist is interesting, but it's a twist that doesn't initially subvert everything and turn everything on its head. The idea of like, what if Frankenstein was a beautiful woman instead of this hideous monster? It's like that's an interesting premise, legitimately. I think there's a lot of potential there,
Yeah.
but it still needs to be a monster. And I feel like they were setting up things that they didn't land on. But I will say the movie looks pretty crazy and fun and weird, and the performances are great. I think Emma Stone's actually really great in this movie.
She's fantastic, actually. Like, she really
Doing what she,
sells what she's like.
yeah,
That character of like a developing baby's brain in a grown woman's body, and like watching the different stages
yeah,
that it evolves into. She's real like that's a. I
it's a
mean,
tall order,
imagine
man.
being an actor and being asked to do that, and then like actually pulling it off in an incredibly convincing way. Like, it's really, really good. And Willem
Yeah,
Dafoe is excellent as always. Mark Ruffalo is hilarious. Like, he's
yeah,
actually really funny.
so like some of the implications of his story aside, his sort of pathetic, like cloying, like trying to get her back sort of stuff is really funny. Like he's he is really funny. Uh,
The arguments that they have when before
yes,
they've broken up are really
yes,
funny.
yeah. And all that stuff really works. That whole the first half I think is good. I think it's undone a bit by where they go with it, but like if they changed the direction the story was going and the ending, that you wouldn't need to change much about the first half. One thing I think is like I don't like Remy Youssef's character at all. I don't quite understand the point of him. Also, you might expect him to be a sort of controlling person who doesn't like that she goes off and just fucks around the world for a while and then comes back looking to marry him. He's just sort of okay with it in a way that doesn't really make character sense. You know what I mean? She
It only makes
returns.
sense because he's not. He's just a like a. Like I said in the message, is like he's just a like a cuck. It's almost like that weird idea that the perfect version of a man is one that just lets women do anything they want, regardless of how disrespectful it is to them, and has no personal
And no desire to
autonomy, no
possess, or
desire
no
to
desire
like,
to
yeah,
judge, no desire to have standards, all that sort of stuff.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
there
like
is a weird sort of sense in that, like, he's presented as, like, what a good man should be, and it's kind of pathetic. I really didn't like his character. I didn't First of all, he just didn't seem believable to me, if nothing else. I
well,
didn't
like I struggle to understand because this is one of those things where like I people I know used to complain a lot about love stories being shoehorned into films, and if you were to ask me, I would say this is probably one of the most egregious examples of that because it doesn't fit. It doesn't make any sense why this character is so into her. He shows up and sees her acting like a complete and total fucking psychopath, just haphazardly causing the deaths of small animals and touching herself in public, basically in front of everybody at breakfast and everything, doing all these like weird, overindulgent things. And then he decides, actually, I think I'm kind of in love with her. And for some reason, that's good enough. But then she's not into him because he's boring, but he'll wait for her. And when she returns from her long awaited, odyssey, he's there to just be like, I don't really mind any of the stuff that you've done while you were out there. I've loved you ever since, and I'll continue to do that and support you in whatever you want to do. he's not he's just a non-character. He's the exact kind of female character that people complained about for, ever, about how like they just sort of show up at the end to, like, regardless of what the character's done, they just sort of show up at the end to make sure that everybody has a happy ending. It's not profound. It's just reversing the same tired bad storytelling. Like, the character's not developed at all. I don't understand how they work together. It's just it's a mess. His character could be cut and there would be no no change to the plot or to the message of the movie whatsoever. It's not. He's so non-consequential, and the idea that he's the perfect mate for this kind of hedonistic monster, that that's kind of gross and very European.
Yeah, I'm not surprised this movie is getting so much critical acclaim. I think it's a little overwarranted. It's not underwarranted. Whatever. I don't think it's warranted, is what I'm trying to say. It is funny. It is entertaining. It is well shot.
Unique. It is,
It is unique. I think the performances are good. Some people I know found the score annoying, but I quite liked the score.
I liked the music too. I thought the music added to the comedy.
Yeah, I think the score is annoying on purpose in a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just felt like there was a lot that the movie didn't address morally. It didn't really take full appreciation of everything it had set up. It didn't come to the right judgments and conclusions about its own story and characters. Kind of gross, very European. A new review for this movie. Yeah. I mean, it does sum it up a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Speaking of kind of gross, very European movies, the next movie
yes,
we want to talk about is Saltburn.
Oh boy, everybody's favorite director, Emerald Fennell, the one from, oh god, she was in this BBC show called Call the Midwife. I don't know if you've ever seen that. My mom watched
Why would I have seen that?
I don't know. I have no idea, man. My mom watches it quite a lot. It is perhaps the most saccharine, like, absolute, like, just social justice nothing burger of a show. It's a BBC show about nursing in the 60s, and almost every episode is something like basically like a cartoonishly, evil character doesn't want somebody to get an operation because they're black, but this nurse stands up and gives him a good finger wagging, and then everything is resolved by the end, and like actually it turns out great. And it's just like, yeah, Emerald Fennell got her start on that show, and then did Promising Young Woman, which I found that to be like, the fact that got the talk that it did was utterly ridiculous. So this one I just have no interest in seeing whatsoever.
Well, I'll tell you what. I did see this. You did not. I wasn't going to, because I saw the trailer and I'm like, I know exactly what kind of movie that is, and I don't care to see it. And then people who I expected might like the movie, who might like this sort of movie, were also clowning on it. I'm like, you know what? This sounds like a disaster. Maybe I will check it out. And so I watched it because it was, free on Amazon Prime or whatever. This movie's such a joke, dude. So we've talked about a number of movies in the past, like in this stream so far, like Infinity Pool and Beau is Afraid, Dream Scenario, Poor Things, all sort of dreamlike, surreal sort of stories. And Saltburn wants so badly to be that kind of movie, dude. It insists upon itself. And I think even the kind of person who this movie was aimed at, who likes this when it's better executed, can see right through this movie. That it's a sort of like, oh, rich people debauchery and kind of gross, hyper degenerate sort of sexuality and betrayal and manipulation and people going crazy and like very on the nose symbolism. This movie sucks, dude. This movie's really bad. to Mr. Burpler, who says Saltburn sucks and I hate it. I agree. I see you and you are valid. I totally. This movie sucks. It's kind of funny how bad it is, honestly. Topaz says Fennel, the director, has some talent. The writer's just awful and naive. Yes, I will say. We'll start with the good. Saltburn is a really good looking movie. I think the cinematographer is one of the people carrying the film, and obviously the director deserves some credit for the look and style of the film. Um, I like movies that are 4x3 like this. They're very colorful. There's a lot of primary colors in this movie. In terms of the design, you don't see that a lot. Like the red, blue, and yellow as like vivid and vibrant color schemes in the film. I actually quite liked. Um, and I really like Barry Keoghan in general. I think he's really solid, even in movies that I don't like this one. He's really good. I think him and the cinematographer are really carrying this movie. Otherwise, everything sucks. This movie's so bad. This is like there's a little bit of like wannabe Parasite in terms of like class conflict sort of stuff, but everything is so cartoonish. And this is I said this on Twitter, but I'll say it again now since we're reviewing the film properly. That Saltburn is a movie for perverts and no one else. I would not I wouldn't even. I mean, perverts will like Saltburn, but I wouldn't even recommend it to them because they deserve better. It's oh god, movie. Okay, so gist of this movie is that Barry Keoghan is at this very wealthy school. I think it's Oxford, if I remember correctly. Doesn't really matter, but very wealthy, prestigious British school. But he's there on scholarship, right? He doesn't come from money the same way other characters like Jacob Elordi's character comes from money. Jacob Elordi is the rich, popular, hot kid that he has a crush on, and basically, what we'll find out is that Barry Keoghan manipulates his way to visiting Jacob Elordi's family for the holidays at Saltburn, which is the name of their estate, their mansion somewhere in England. And so the rest of the movie is basically very sexual and perverted scene after scene after scene of like manipulation and sex and weird, like gross power dynamics. And eventually it's like, oh my god, Barry Keoghan's the real villain because he's trying to worm his way into this family and take them over, is basically the gist. It's like a really bad ripoff of a lot. I think I haven't seen it, but a lot of people have compared it to the Talented Mr. Ripley, but like inverted or something like that. I'm not familiar with the Talented Mr. Ripley. Perhaps people in chat will know the movie better. But yeah, this movie is very gross, very European. Not unlike Poor Things. But unlike Poor Things, it is not funny. It is not clever. It is not especially inventive. It thinks it has a twist in that Barry Keoghan is actually the villain here, but it's so obvious that he's the real like selfish, manipulative character from pretty early on that it essentially has no twist. It has the gall to have a part in the final act where it's like, oh my god, Barry Keoghan has been manipulating everyone the whole time, and it's like, yeah. I know, I was watching the movie and it was very obvious and you telegraphed it the whole way. This isn't a twist. I also like the first act of Saltburn. The rest is lousy. I think yeah. Well, definitely, I'll say the best parts of Saltburn are all in the beginning before you realize how stupid it's gonna get. I'll agree with you there. Perverts deserve better. What I mean by that is not that they deserve a better, more perverted movie. Is that like they this is they don't deserve to have their really cringe desires fulfilled in the way that especially in such a immature and sophomoric way as this movie. Parasite, but under the guise of homosexual. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the movie seems to rest on the idea that like, oh, don't you think Jacob Elordi's hot? Don't you think he's so hot? Aren't rich people like don't you want to be rich and hot? Like that's the movie. It's so immature. It's so pretentious. Oh, with this like Minotaur maze symbolism. It's so try
Wait,
hard,
what?
so insistent. Yeah, where have you been? I've
I,
been
I went
ranting.
I went and grabbed I figured that since I haven't seen this, I went and grabbed another beer. So
That's fair. Did you catch any of my
I
ramblings?
did not know. I yeah.
Well,
I caught
I'm
I
not
caught the
repeating.
part where you said it's such a joke, and then I went to have a leak and grab a beer, and we're go. So tell me about Saltburn, man. Should I go watch it?
Um,
Should I go watch it
no,
right now?
absolutely not. It sucks. It
But
sucks really hard.
everybody I know who loved The Matrix 4 also loved this movie.
I don't know why they would love both of these movies, other than that they're both bad.
They're both terrible.
Yeah, this movie is very try hard, like edgy and sexual and gross, and like tries to be shocking and like tries to be like the symbolism is very like it insists upon itself. This movie's a joke. It's so immature. I'm embarrassed for the 38-year-old woman that wrote this thinking it was clever. It's embarrassing.
Honestly, that's how I felt about Promising Young Woman, though. Was like I was embarrassed that a 38-year-old woman wrote that, because like, when she accepted the Oscar for best screenplay for that, and I saw her, I was like, what is she, like 20? And this is like a 20-year-old wrote a script, and all of a sudden now she's like Hollywood's favorite feminist. I don't understand, but if she's 38 years old writing scripts like Promising Young Woman that are cartoonishly out of touch with how the real world works, right? Like cartoonishly villainous.
Everyone's a caricature, and so because everyone's a caricature. Oh, okay. So one of the things that a few of the next movies, this next string of movies, is that they all think they have something important to say. That's sort of what unites
that's
them.
sort of the through line.
Yeah, that's the through line here. We've gone from this sort of like surreal, abstract, artsy sort of like indulgence for its own sake to the like, man, they really think they have something important to say. And Saltburn, because everyone's such a caricature and it's just the most like embarrassingly immature, like indulgent sort of mess. Everyone's like no one's a real person. It has nothing to say about class. It has nothing to say about elitism or hedonism or anything like that. It's just an excuse to indulge in all those things. It's so stupid, dude. It's like almost worthless movie. I wasn't bored. I'll say that because I was like, I couldn't believe how
Like a train wreck.
yeah, it's so funny to me because I feel like there's a type of person that this movie is aimed at, and for the most part, even they seem to have not liked this movie. It's gotten a lot of people have been clowning on this movie in a lot of ways, um, like just that like it has nothing to say, that it's trying really hard to be like edgy and subversive and cool, that like it's trying really hard to do the like, oh my god, Jacob Elordi's so hot, you'll lose your mind thing. And it's like the person that wrote this is 38 years old. Like you should be more mature than this.
You you are you are an adult woman with the brain of a child.
There it is.
It's like it was made by honestly
Fuck, Bella.
it sounds like it was made by Bella from Poor Things. This is what she went on to do with all the money as God, as the creator. She decided to make Saltburn.
It's not good. It's a little funny to laugh at, almost as a parody of this type of movie. Especially towards the end, I was like, I couldn't believe how stupid it got by the end. So, you missed this. I'll say it again. It's fine. The movie has the gall to like reveal it as if it's a surprise that Barry Keoghan's character is the real villain and manipulator here. It's so obvious. It's so unbelievably obvious.
You
Like
cast Barry Keoghan. What else do you
well,
expect?
they show scenes of him like clearly getting off on like the power and control he has over people and sort of like coming out of his shell or whatever. And then like Jacob Elordi's character, though he's sort of like rich and like maybe a little bit of elitist, he's never seen as a bad guy ever. And then like it's so obvious. And then they have this montage at the end where they try to recontextualize earlier scenes to show that like, oh, he was actually being manipulative the whole time. And it's like, wow, I can't believe you thought that was a twist. I cannot believe it.
To be fair, that kind of sums up pretty much everything from that Call the Midwife show that she started on. Because every time I watch an episode of that, I watch it and I'm like, I'm embarrassed that somebody wrote this. Like, there was a team of people who put their heads together in the writer's room and decided that this plot was worth their time. Like, this was worth telling. It's so, yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
The movie's incredibly immature and pretentious and degenerate and has little to no value except as like a parody, of this type of movie. Yeah.
Triangle of Sadness type movies.
Well, that almost seems disrespectful to Triangle of Sadness, I think. Considerably better film, even though I didn't like it. Bad movie night worthy? No. You'll find it too gross. You know what I mean? Like there's an infamous scene. You know, there's a lot of stuff that's just kind of gross, and like not in a way that like makes you like, you know, the way a Cronenberg movie might be gross in a way that's really compelling and uncomfortable. This is just like, oh, come on, like you're not making me watch this for any sort of greater point. It's just like you're having fun being indulgent and degenerate, and that's for its own sake, for the sake of like a wild ride type of movie. And I'm like, this is dumb. I don't like this.
So what is this infamous scene? Because people keep telling me that the reason to watch it is to see how gross that one scene is. I haven't Googled it or anything. What happens in that scene?
Well, it's gross in an indirect sort of way. It's not like you see anything super disgusting itself. At one point, Barry Keoghan the two rooms they're in are next to each other and they share a bathroom, and he sees Jacob Elordi masturbating in the bath. So when he's done out of the bath, he goes into the bathroom really quick to try to lick up the from the bottom of the bathtub. And then there's a later that's the infamous one that's been getting around. And then the other one is Jacob Elordi's character dies at one point. He kills him, I think. I don't even remember. This movie sucked. But he does kill him. He kills Jacob Elordi, and then they bury him. And then at one point, he like goes back to the grave and like fucks the dirt above the grave. Like pulls his pants down and sticks his dick into the dirt.
Wow, dude. Yeah, okay, I think I understand what you're saying here. Yeah.
Yeah.
She should be embarrassed. What the fuck?
She should. Yeah. And not even for, I mean, it's hard to come up with an idea of what a greater point could be off the top of my head for something like that, but not in the service of anything deeper or more profound or even interesting, just for its own sake.
That's
it's someone says it's hilarious. It sounds hilarious, not gonna lie. It's funny in a like, I can't believe how ridiculous this movie is and how it's trying so hard to be shocking and like, you know what I mean? Like it's bad. This movie sucks. I did enjoy laughing at it a bit, but it's not the kind of like, oh, get everybody together for a bad movie night. You have to have a very specific taste.
Like very specific friend group with very specific tastes
to find this movie funny bad. This isn't a best of the worst type of funny bad.
Sounds terrible. Yeah, wow.
It's bad. And that's all there really is to say about it. And I only saw it out of morbid curiosity, and I'm a bit glad I did, only because I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how not good it was. Man, it's pretty embarrassing.
I certainly won't be checking that one out anytime soon.
So of the things that are good at all, there's the cinematography, There's Barry Keoghan just being compelling on screen. And there's the fact that it's like an early 2000s period piece, and a lot of the music is like, oh shit, they would be listening to that, wouldn't they? You know what I mean? Like, there's some good music. That's, I think aesthetically is the strongest element of the movie. Maybe she has promise as a director, as was said already, but like not as a writer. Definitely not as a writer. My
And that's what she
goodness.
won her Academy Award for, is writing.
Yeah. Well, she's never gonna stop now.
Yeah, well, this might get nominated. Who knows?
No, this one won't. I think too many people kind of saw right through this one.
Did it go for?
Promising.
Did it go for any Golden Globes?
I don't think so. Promising Young Woman at least like has the veneer of a sort of like feminist sort of thing. This doesn't. You know what I mean? This doesn't have anything like that that would allow people to ignore how immature it is.
So Barry Keoghan and Rosamund Pike were nominated for Best Performances.
Rosamund Pike in this movie? Really? No.
They were both nominated, and neither won.
She has nothing to do really in this movie. I mean, she's fine. She's reliably decent in everything. But like for this performance, no fucking way. Anyway, the end of this movie, I'll spoil for you. So eventually he manipulates and subverts his way into like being lord of this manor in a way that makes no fucking sense. Like logistically, the ending is stupid, but he basically wins and takes over this manor from this rich family by killing some of them and by manipulating others. And
a little bit of just a little bit of Knives Out, just a little sprinkle of Knives Out right there.
Yeah, a little bit of that. And then his triumphant moment at the end is him dancing naked through the halls of this manor. And so there's just Barry Keoghan, he's butt-ass naked in a big wide shot dancing through the halls of this place, spinning and twirling, and I'm like, you know what, he's a pretty good dancer. Maybe he should be in a musical. Like, it's so stupid, but I'm like, you know what? He's going for it. Good for you, Barry. I wish you were in better movies. Anyway, Saltburn. No more Saltburn.
No more Saltburn, please. No more. Okay. Well,
now we'll
move on to another movie that I have no interest in seeing, but that you decided to go and check out. Sound of Freedom.
Yeah, well, I was gonna do the segue, but that's all right.
Sorry.
The segue to Sound of Freedom is that, are you tired of woke Hollywood degenerate trash? Then you should go. Hollywood's full of perverts. Sound of Freedom. Okay, so
Sound of Freedom, about a guy who goes after them Hollywood pervs.
When you said twirling, I thought you meant he did the helicopter. Not directly, but it is flopping around.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, Sound of Freedom. This was a very controversial movie. I think entirely unwarranted in terms of the controversy. Because this movie is just sort of like generic and not especially well made, but has like a decently enough compelling story about a guy trying to save kids from child prostitution, doing his best, and then he saves them in the end of the end. You know what I mean?
That's the only thing that the only way that I engaged with this was through Shu's video on it.
Oh, did she make one? I didn't.
Yeah, she made one and basically said the same thing. She's like, it's fine. It's not particularly well done.
The controversy around it was just absolutely insane. There were all these articles about how it's like a QAnon fever dream. So I'm like, I watched this movie because I'm like, I got to know what the fuss is about, because everyone's talking about it. And they talked about it like a QAnon fever dream.
Look,
like,
man, say what you will about QAnon. Like, that would make a great movie.
Well, there is that possibility that it would make for an entertaining movie. But you might think, based on the controversy around this movie, that the movie is about how, like, oh, Hollywood and the elite of the world are all a bunch of pedophiles and they control the world. And it's like, that's not what the movie is. The movie is, in a nutshell, child sex trafficking happens. It's bad, and there are good people trying to stop it. That's the movie.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
It's like,
it almost makes you wonder.
True. Yeah.
almost makes you wonder a little bit about why the reaction to it was so
Well,
virulent.
here's the sometimes real life has good writing, and this is one of those times. Some of the most prominent articles decrying how this is like a QAnon fever dream for like brainworm addled conspiracy theorist dads, like really sort of harsh criticisms, not only of the movie, but of the people who might be interested in it, really disparaging stuff. A number of those people, at least two of those articles, were written by people who were later outed as actual pedophiles. That's a real thing that happened. You can go look it
Hmm.
up.
Oh man.
And it's like,
Oh
man, I
my
can't
god.
believe that's real. That's just so like poetic. I can't believe it. So the controversy around this movie was just insane. But they're like, okay, so not to say there's only cringe on one side. The cringe on the
The
other
cringe was
side
on
was
the other
like,
side too, yeah.
Hollywood doesn't want you to see this movie. And it's like, they're fine with you seeing this movie. It's in AMC theaters. You can go see it. You know what I mean? No
Yeah.
one's stopping you. There's a couple freaks working for different publications who were really trying to seethe about this movie, and a couple of them turned out to be pedophiles. That's really it. This movie, in actuality, is not nearly as worthy of controversy as everyone acts like it is. It's a sort of ham-fisted, clunky, and a bit amateurish um, execution of what is actually a rather compelling basic story of a guy based on a real person who works with what department? Homeland Security? I can't remember the department, but he's tasked with trying to bring down a child sex trafficking ring in Colombia?
Somewhere
Question
in
mark.
South America where they,
Yeah.
yeah, get up to that
And
sort of thing.
so my big criticism of the movie, other than a general sort of like, it's low budget. It's made by Angel Studios, which is like a religious production studio. Like it's you're not getting the most talented people working on this, not in actors, not in cinematographers, not in editors and stuff like that. So it's a bit amateurish, but it's not bad, right? Like
Yeah.
it's an okay movie. My big problem with the movie is that there's a final act where they go full Rambo, where like they have the big sting operation where they manage to save, I think, like 30 or so children or something like that that are being brought to an Epstein-like island. It's not Epstein's island specifically, but it's one like it. And from what I
They're
understand,
being brought to solve complex equations on a chalkboard.
they're being brought to some like resort in Colombia or something like that for ill purposes, and they manage to save the bunch of them. But they don't manage to save one girl in particular. Like early on in the movie, he saves a kid, and that guy's daughter was also taken, and they think she might be at this resort, and they do this big elaborate sting operation, and there's all sorts of drama about setting it up and sort of executing this mission, and they save a bunch of kids, but not the one he's looking for. Now, in real life, that's what happened. That's the end of the story. But in the
Oh.
movie, he eventually finds out where this girl is and goes on a Rambo-like mission through the jungle to save her and bring her back. So it's a happier ending. Now, I understand why they did that, because this is a really harrowing subject,
Yes, this is not an
and
easy one to do. I do
no,
not envy the screenwriter who had to come up with a way to put this on um, a
yeah,
national screen. However, what you've just told me makes the point I'm sure that the movie's trying to make a little bit, right? Like
mhm,
that child sex trafficking happens and there are good people out there trying to stop it, but it's an overwhelmingly like difficult thing to do and it can't,
yeah, especially internationally,
yeah.
there's only so much you can do, kind of stuff.
The fact that like they would if you focus on the sting and getting in there and then he does not find the kid that he's looking for and that's the
But he
end of the
saved
movie, but he
others.
saves the
Yeah,
others, and that's the end of the movie. That is a gut punch in the
yeah.
best possible way for like
It's a
that
much
is
better ending. I
a
totally agree.
way
Yep.
better ending.
And partly it's because this movie does have a sort of like it does the cliche thing you've seen a million times where at the end it shows some facts on screen about the problem and blah blah
Yeah,
blah blah
yeah,
blah
yeah.
blah. This is in no small part a movie trying to raise awareness about the issue. Now, I have seen some criticisms that it exaggerates the issue. I think I don't know what to conclude exactly on that statistically, but it's hard to disparage the motivation behind the story and the people, the real life people that are doing this sort of work. If there's some Hollywood exaggeration, there's plenty of that in all sorts of real life movies
Yeah.
based on real life, so it wouldn't be that egregious. The big problem I have is that like I think that ending where they save a bunch of kids but not the one he was looking for makes actually for a better call to action if you want this movie to raise awareness and get people motivated about solving this problem or doing what they can at least, or at least raising awareness, right?
Yeah.
That's actually a better ending than the one where he gets to go Rambo and save her. So like I think my criticisms of the movie are like I wish it were better because it would make the message
Stronger.
better.
Yeah, it would make the
Yeah.
message stronger. It would actually get your point across if you had
Yeah.
taken a risk
Yeah.
instead of doing the, geezer teaser kind of ending, That's not
Though I do get that they're trying to give a happier ending so that the movie isn't miserable. Right?
fair.
'Cause
Although it's like
I
Mr.
disagree, but I do
Burpler
understand.
Burpler in the chat is saying this sounds like a shitty site, or it's kind of just shitty Sicario. Sicario has that sort of ending too, where it's not a happy ending, but it does hammer home the social point of the movie
Yeah.
quite well.
And I will say there are scenes in this movie that despite some of the amateur execution and the filmmaking and the writings, there's some clunky stuff. And despite, a little bit of ham-fisted on the noseness, there's some very effective scenes in this movie that like make you tear up if you're at all emotionally invested in the subject matter, which it's hard not to be.
Yeah.
Like there's some effective scenes. It's like I just happened to see it on screen when the dad reunites with the son in the airport. Like that's it's hard not to tear up during that scene. So not nearly as controversial as like it didn't warrant that level of controversy at all. A lot of the reaction, it seems more so on the left, was pretty egregious, though there was definitely some cringe all around.
Yeah.
Like you're a pedo if you don't support the movie. Like that stuff is stupid, obviously.
Or maybe you
It
just
was
don't want to
made.
watch a
It was
depressing.
made. Yeah, it was made the spear point of the culture war for a while, and that was kind of unwarranted too. I know there was also some controversy around like they did some sort of thing where you could pay to buy other people tickets to go see the movie. Like they did this sort of thing with God, it was even more cringe when Disney did it for like Captain Marvel and Black Panther. It's like, oh, you can donate money so that like
So that black families in
little
need can
girls and
go
black
see.
families can go see it. Yeah, and it's like acting like paying so other people can come see our product, our corporate product is charity. You know what I mean? Like that's a little cringe. This movie did that sort of thing. Like we need to get this message out there.
Hope
You know,
inner city youth come see Black Panther.
some people might not be able to afford tickets to come see this movie. I mean, fair enough. There are people in like Appalachia who like can't afford tickets for their 6 family members to go see this movie, who might want to. But like, people saw that as a sort of cynical way of fleecing people out of more money. It's not especially more cynical than other examples of this that I've seen. It's not hard to justify it from their sort of like activist sort of approach to the film in general. But that's maybe the most controversial part.
Yeah, and that's not a particularly exciting or titillating kind of tragedy there, or not tragedy, controversy
Yeah.
there. That's just sort of people, like, I mean, it's cringe in, it's cringe. Just get over it. Like is I don't know.
I think my advice to anyone who, I don't know how many of anyone listening will have been this type of person who was, but my advice to those who aren't listening, who were screeching about this movie and how it's like, oh, it's just feeding into QAnon propaganda. It's like you can't let yourself be so tribal that like when the other tribe says something true, you just deny it because they said it. Like you can't do that. It's such a bad look. It's such a
Yeah.
bad look to be like this movie's disgusting. It's like this movie is like morally like almost unassailable in terms of like the actual story and what it's telling. Like man, because when people see that, people see like why are they so against a movie that's anti sex trafficking? Like I can sympathize a little bit with the people that are like why would they be so against this movie, you know?
Yeah. Oh no. I like that was one of the first reactions that I had to hearing about it is like, what methinks you might be protesting too much.
Yeah, so
But I did
there's a
hear the
piece of
thing about
advice. Sorry, there's a piece of advice there in general.
yeah.
If the other side of the culture war, whatever you want to call it, says something manifestly true, like don't deny it or don't like just because they said it. You know what I mean? You have to
Yeah.
admit when the other side says basic, true, and inarguable things like that sex trafficking children is wrong and that we should probably stop it if we can.
Yeah, and
Anyway.
so the comment in the chat here is that when he started speaking at the end, I thought the money would be donated to anti-trafficking charities. Yeah, I think that's what Shu had mentioned in her video as well. Is that he talks about? I forgot about this, but yeah, he talks about donate money to help more people come and see this movie instead of just like putting an actual organization on the
Yeah.
list so that you can donate to help the people who are doing this work, this very important
Yeah.
work, get their job done and do it more efficiently.
Mhm.
You don't. That's kind of shitty to just be like, help us make more of a profit instead of like
That's
actually.
obviously the cynical way of interpreting it. I think, and I understand that criticism. Obviously, from their perspective, they think like the reason for making this movie is to raise awareness, so they want as many people to see it as possible, and they wanted to make a piece of like entertaining storytelling, so like they want to share it with people. Like,
You can
yeah,
read it
like
that way. I mean, you can
it's
read
a
it that
bad
way
look.
too. It's just
It's a
it's not
bad
a
look
great
to do
look.
it either
Not
way.
a great
I
look.
agree. I totally agree. I just think, some people are very cynical about it in a way that I don't know is quite fair. But yeah, no, I understand it's a bad look. There's a lot of bad looks in the discourse around this movie, but it did come out this year. I almost forgot it came out this year. And I'm like, well, this is an indie low budget movie, and it's kind of unlike a lot of the other indie low budget fare that manages to get talked about and seen. So I definitely wanted to chat about it and sort of try to cut through the culture war crap and just talk about the movie itself, which is just okay.
All right, fair enough. Speaking of movies that are just okay, or maybe not, I don't know. I haven't seen this one either.
Oh, the transition for this one is that A Sound of Freedom was accused of being propaganda, but Leave the World Behind actually is.
Okay.
So,
I
Leave the
don't.
World.
This
It's
is
that's maybe a little tongue in cheek, but Leave the World Behind, kind of strangely, was produced by Barack and Michelle Obama of all people.
what?
Yep. So
Okay,
keep,
interesting.
keep that in mind when I tell you what it's about.
All
So
right,
this
we'll
is
do.
based on a book, I believe, by the same name. Leave the World Behind. This is the same director who directed Mr. Robot,
Oh
Amazon
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Homecoming, which also has Julia Roberts in it. Um, short version is Amazon's Homecoming, season one of a show called Homecoming on Amazon Prime, starring Julia Roberts, directed by the same guy, Sam as I don't know how to pronounce his name. He uh, did that show, and Homecoming is great. Homecoming is actually really good. This
A
I was
first season
excited
of
for.
Homecoming because they did
Yeah,
make a second one, and that one
I
wasn't.
never saw it, but it didn't get as good reviews, so I didn't bother with it. But season one is good, and I was hoping because it's the same guy and because Julia Roberts is in it, and I like Julia Roberts, she's great. I was hoping this would be as good. It's not. Um, this movie is frustrating because it has an interesting premise and then a very unsatisfying conclusion, and then along the way, there's a very sort of cynical attitude especially towards America and its future. And the fact that it was produced by the Obamas, I think, is telling. So the basic idea is that Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke, right?
Ethan
That's his name.
Hawke, yeah, Ethan.
Ethan Hawke and their two children are staying at an Airbnb somewhere in like, I don't know, Connecticut, somewhere outside of New York City. Um, a big, nice, fancy house. They're there for vacation, and while they're there, the homeowners come back. Homeowners being Mahershala Ali and his daughter, who I don't know by name. Um, and they are like, "Oh, we had to come back here because our car broke down or whatever. Do you mind if we just stay here tonight?" And there's some tension about like Julia Roberts' character is like, "I don't, sorry, you're strangers. Like, I know you claim to be the homeowners, but do you have proof of that?" She's a little distrusting, right? She's kind of nervous, but Ethan Hawke's like, "No, they're the homeowners." Like, he's a bit more trusting, and she's a little more standoffish about it. And there's a slow reveal of a mystery it's sort of evolving that like basically the whole movie is the establishment of a premise and then it doesn't have a conclusion really. And the premise of the movie basically is that there's some sort of like mysterious um cyber warfare thing that happens where like all you know the internet is attacked, like our infrastructure is attacked. There's all sorts of stuff like the TV doesn't work, the phones don't work, the cell phones don't work. At one point when they're trying to leave, this it's kind of a comical scene. It's an interesting idea, but it's a little stupid in the way they execute it. Is there's a whole bunch of self-driving cars that are hacked and used to block roadways and to like crash into each other and block roadways. The way it's
Okay.
filmed is a little stupid, but it's kind of an interesting idea, right?
That's like that would be
Um,
kind of that wouldn't be out of place in a Mission Impossible or like some kind of Marvel movie, probably,
yeah,
right? Yeah, that wouldn't.
or the better Black Mirror stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And so there's some sort of cyber warfare happening and things are going wrong and then there's like sound weaponry that's being used. It's not clear because it doesn't seem to come from a certain source like a plane or anything. There's just a loud piercing noise and then animals are behaving weird and there's all sorts of stuff where you're not quite sure if it's like a fantastical supernatural premise. And that's I wish it was more supernatural. By the end, it's all they explain it all very rationally and scientifically in a way that kind of ruins the mystique a bit. But they don't have any information on the ground, and so they're left in the dark. But some sort of attack has happened, and the idea is that like by destroying infrastructure and the ability to communicate, the idea is that everyone will turn on each other and then they won't need to invade we don't even know who the invading country is. There's speculation that it's like Russia or Iran or China even. Like they're not sure. There's a whole bunch of misinformation. They're like planes fly in and drop these pamphlets that have like death to America written in Arabic on it, but like there's speculation about whether this is actually like an Arabic country or terrorist state or whether this is just misinformation. It's all sorts of confusion and paranoia. And the basic gist of the movie is that the movie's attitude is if this sort of thing happened, everyone would just turn on each other and we'd be doomed at the end.
Okay. Um. So like basically like an overlong Black Mirror episode, one of the more cynical overlong Black Mirror episodes.
Yeah. And I
Okay.
and it's and so the end of the movie essentially is that they eventually managed to find a bunker, but like it doesn't have a resolution. It's a very nothing burger. Like you wait a long time for them to finally make the point, and then they like don't really like it doesn't go anywhere. It's like an overly long establishment of the premise, and the conclusion is, yeah, Americans will turn on each other if this sort of thing happens. The end. And so it's very
What a
cynical, I think.
bizarre movie for the Obamas to make their debut
Well,
as
not their
producers.
debut. They've produced a couple movies, but this is one of it's not the first, but it's like the second feature fictional film that they've made. They've produced. There's another one called Rustin, which I don't know anything about that. And then a lot of the other ones they've done are documentaries, perhaps unsurprisingly. But this
That
one
makes
is,
more sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
this is one of the first fictional films that they've produced. And it's very pessimistic about America. And I'm like, hmm, I I found the whole thing kind of cynical and like, well, because everyone just turns on each other. The paranoia gets the better of them. There isn't like, it'd be one thing to show that happening, but also people coming together in the conflict anyway. To do both and to get both sides of it. I think that would be something like a realistic portrayal, a balanced, realistic portrayal. But this is just like, no, if this happened, we're doomed and fucked. So I guess we got to make sure this doesn't happen. It's very pessimistic, and I don't like it.
Yeah, that's odd.
And well, I mean, not even just cynical and pessimistic, but horribly narratively unsatisfying. Like, there's no resolution to the conflict. It's just like, well, we're fucked now. The end. And I'm just like, why is this the movie that the Obamas are like, yeah, we gotta put this out?
That's bizarre, man. Like that's a really a strange tack for a former president to take in
Yeah,
media distrib and to put his name publicly on,
perhaps unprecedented as well.
Yeah. It's a little bit like it gives me some pause here because like I wonder if like you imagine if Donald Trump put his name on something like this, right? Like the field day that the media would have
Oh,
tearing
absolutely.
him a new
Yes.
one for his
Yeah.
choice, like ripping into every aspect of the script. So like to do the same justice to, or like if Joe Biden did it too, like people would be kind of losing their minds a little bit. I think about what he was trying to get across, or like yeah, like that kind of
I
thing.
think that would happen more if anyone saw this movie, but I don't know if
Yeah,
anyone
people
did.
probably didn't actually.
No one really did. A few people. I've seen some little bits talk about it online, but it's like the whole thing is just very. It takes a very cynical and pessimistic view towards American society and Americans and their moral fortitude and how they would handle a crisis. And I think I find it kind of insulting, and I think it's ironic to come from the "Yes, we can" president. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
that's odd and
yeah,
disappointing. Honestly, just a little
yeah. I don't.
disappointed in the attitude there and the way that that's portrayed. And I wonder, like, so I listen to on my very long drives into work now. I listen to a lot of podcasts about history, and I've been going through either World War One or two a lot, lately because I'm running out of all the ancient history stuff to listen to. But
Yeah.
one thing that I think is really interesting is that almost everybody who has been around through or almost every story, right, from those eras has had a lot of background of like very fragmented or polarized sorts of society. Democracies in general sort of breed that, right? Like that's kind of a when you let everybody do whatever they do what they like and think how
Hmm.
they will, and you don't put limits on it. Like you sort of breed a ground of like people arguing over like going to city council meetings and fighting over whether or not a roundabout or a U-turn lane is the right place to the right thing to
Yeah.
solve the traffic problem in the neighborhood, right? Like that's just kind of what happens. But then every time that has been tested by a declaration of war of some kind, right? Like that kind of melts away.
And
Like,
people come together.
people come
Yeah.
together
I mean, it's a
because
little like cliche, but a common enemy does unite people. Yeah.
yeah. And I guess it's interesting that the antagonist or the other party is never revealed.
Yeah.
That's an interesting tack. However, uh, part of me feels like that's a little bit of like weird fear mongering from a group that really probably shouldn't be doing that, or like wouldn't be perceived as doing that. Like the sort of the more left side of the political spectrum tends to be a little bit more a little less hawkish. I think that's fair to say, right? That it's not
Well, yeah, in some ways, yeah. Not, yeah. It is surprising that this particular kind of fear mongering
comes from the
is,
Obamas. Yeah, that's odd.
yeah. There's a lot of things that are odd about it. I think it's a general sort of like Well, part of the other thing that's really weird about this movie is that there's some racial tensions too. I don't know if they're in the book. I don't, I haven't read the book, but um, the young daughter of Mahershala Ali, she's like a young, I don't know, college age girl. She's not super young, but um, she kind of resents Julia Roberts' character. She thinks she's being racist for like being so distrustful of them. And I saw some people because there's a line she has at one point that was making the rounds on the internet, especially in association with the Obamas. Like, oh, the Obamas are look at the messaging they're putting out in this movie, and she was saying something about how like you can't trust white people in a crisis. Like that's her character's perspective, and like she's racist. She
Yeah.
says racist things, and and people saw that clip and they're like, the Obamas are putting this movie out. And just to give them a little bit of credit, I don't even know if the movie disagrees with her or agrees with her. You know what I mean? Because I'm
Yeah.
fine with having racist characters in a story. That doesn't mean the movie agrees with them. But this one's a little like, I, at most, it's like, well, she's valid for feeling that way. At the least, it's like, well, this is just a person who would who might exist, and this might be how she feels. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
didn't feel like the movie was racist, but there is a little bit of
Well, there's racial
racism.
tension, and I think that that's a valid story beat to have in
Yeah,
a story like this in a
yeah,
country
but
like this, especially considering that it's sort of at the for
she's kind of ridiculous though. Like
okay.
she's a very unlikable person. It's not even like because Julia Roberts' character is manifestly not being racist. So like she's a very like the young girl is very annoying and insufferable, I would say, and like really unlikable. And I think maybe the movie wants you to like her a little bit, or at least be sympathetic, or at least be like, oh, you can understand why she feels this way. I'm like, I don't, but I do understand that people like this exist. Yes, I've been to college, so um, you know what I
Yes,
mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
the movie's kind of confused, I think, about what the overall takeaway is. The one definite takeaway is that this movie thinks that we'd all turn on each other, like as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
And I just think,
that's kind of that's giving me pause a little bit. That's like
yeah,
the
I don't
main
like
thing
it.
that's kind of yeah. I mean, well, and I mean that's definitely the image that's been projected for quite some time that, this country is a cynical, hopeless place full of people who hate each other and will just
At each other's throats, yeah.
yeah, we're
But
constantly
it's
at each
like,
other's throats just waiting for the first for the pin to drop so that we can start attacking each other and
well, you know what it is? It's the Joker from The Dark Knight.
yeah,
The Joker from The
they'll
Dark
eat each
Knight's
other.
whole thing is like they'll eat each other. You know, like when all the civilization crumbles, like this movie does have that perspective.
Yeah, well, and like
This is,
minus the part of where the Joker is proven wrong by the reluctant,
oh yeah, I know this
the
movie has the
repentant
Joker's
convict.
perspective. Yeah,
Yeah, this is like
it,
a movie directed by the Joker from The Dark Knight. Yeah, that
a little
makes
bit. Yeah, it's a little hyperbolic, but not entirely. Um, because
more and more
there's
like I just want to real quick more and more I appreciate that moment from that movie where the guy takes the transponder and just throws it
oh,
out the
it's great.
window. what
It's
what a
great.
great fucking part of that movie, like
Mhm. I'm
absolutely.
gonna do what you all should have did a long time
I'm
ago,
gonna
or
do what you
whatever he
should have
says.
did 10 minutes ago, and then he
That's
throws it
what
out
it
the
is. Yeah,
window. He's
yeah.
so like
It's a great
it's a
moment. It's
great
great.
moment, and it really is like what you want out of a superhero movie. Like
Yeah.
that exemplifies the kind of thing that you want to see in a movie like that, and in a movie in
Yeah.
general, really. Like that's the kind of
Yeah.
thing that like I think personally is a little bit more important than sitting here and being like, wouldn't we all just, immediately start killing each other and taking each other's shit and distrusting each other based off the
Yeah.
color of our skin? Like, wouldn't we just?
Yeah.
That's pathetic, honestly. And
It's not yeah, it's not entirely based on the color of the skin, but it's more like paranoia and fear and misinformation and like society crumbling around them. Everyone just like turns on each other. Like, I mean, it's just not true. It's just not what would happen. You'd get both. You
And
get
it's weird
selfish,
because
scared,
people,
paranoid people, and you'd get people who are just like, "Well, I don't know what's going on, but like, I'm not just gonna let this person on the side of the road suffer by themselves." You know what I mean?
yeah.
You'd get both, and this movie insists on the most cynical version. I'm like, to what end though? Like, what is Because at least if the message was, oh, we'd all like, even if it was cartoonishly the other way, where like everyone would help each other out, at least it's aspirational.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the end, like, goal of a story like this is. Is it to wake people up? Like, it's not going to.
What's weird is that it's since The Walking Dead sort of was like a real big deal. This is kind of like the attitude that people seem to have had, where it's like, oh, as soon as everything collapses, everybody is just out for themselves. Because that show is pretty comically cynical in cycles,
Yeah,
but like that show is got to a point of being comically cynical, where it was
yeah,
just like constantly like you can't trust anybody, people are gonna kill you all the like you gotta like you basically just have to be an island kind of thing. But
yeah,
then like yeah, so that's the sort of thing that people have been going with, and it's funny because people act like this is more of a real reality than we realize because we live in I've heard this said many times. Oh, we live in the most polarized time of
mhm,
American history. And it's like listening to some of these older stories about history and like not the big broad stroke stuff, but the more down in the weeds, boots on the ground kind of perspectives, the
yeah,
journals of the people who lived through it, right?
yeah,
No, we've always been kind of a divided country. Like we've always been organized into our own little pockets. Like there were people who were Nazi sympathizers and fascist sympathizers during the Great Depression because shit sucked, and they like, and then when
yeah,
things started getting crazy in Europe, they were like, well. I mean, maybe we don't want maybe like when fascism before things started getting super crazy in Europe, people are looking at the success story relative
mhm.
that Germany and Italy are, and they're like, well, I don't know, like maybe they've
Maybe
got
we
some
should
good
do that.
points.
Yeah,
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 like communism was a big deal too. Like the people weren't looking at the prisoner camps and the Gulag archipelago that was happening. They were looking at the benefits and
yeah,
kind of going along with that. But as soon as you start getting hit, all of a sudden like you things sort of start to congeal and people generally understood what was going on, right? And they came
yeah,
together the way that you see in movies about that era. So
yeah,
I get very fed up with people who act like this is some unprecedented time and no other human beings have ever gone through shit like this in their
yeah,
history, because it's not true. We have evidence going back to the early ancient Egyptians of how this kind of thing would
yeah.
have resolved, and it's
As
not the same. Like, it's not what you're saying even a little bit. Like it
Yeah, I agree. And just to hop in, as Exhumed Legume has made a similar point, but there's really,
yeah.
it's one of the Shane Gillis stand up specials. It's like people say it's the most polarized time in American history. He's like, we fought a civil war, right? Like,
Yeah.
and he goes on to
Yeah.
this whole riff about the Civil War. But I mean, yeah. So not to downplay, cultural divisions and their significance,
No,
but I think
it is
the
definitely
big
happening.
problem, the big problem I have is that it's like it's half the story pretending to be the whole story, and if it was the other half pretending to be the whole story, at least it would be aspirational. And
Yeah.
this is just like, what are we doing here? What is the point of this?
And
Are we
to make
telling
it
a
worse,
satisfying story? No. Then what are we doing here, Mr. and Mrs. Obama?
yeah, like what is the point? Why who
Yeah.
directed this?
Mr. Robot, Homecoming guy.
Oh, yeah.
Sam so a note about like the direction and the aesthetics of the movie. I think it's a bit too stylized for its own good. There are some creative choices I don't like, but in general, it's well shot. In general, it's well edited. In general, it's well acted. It's like I wasn't wowed by any of it, but like, it's competently made as a film. He's a talented director, and when he has a good script, as he did for Homecoming, which is based on a podcast, sorry, like an audio drama style podcast that I don't believe he wrote. So like when he has a good script in his hand, he can do good stuff. So this is my PSA. Eventually, I'll make a short video recommending this because no one's seen it and they should. Homecoming, season 1, Amazon Prime, starring Julia Roberts. It's good. It's actually good. It's better than this anyway.
I liked that one a lot. Yeah.
And that's all I really have to say about Leave the World Behind. Wanted to move on.
Sure. Let's move
Now we're
on
going to
to
move on to a movie that would actually make a bit more sense if the Obamas produced it.
Oh boy. Yes.
We're still in the this movie really thinks it has something to say, doesn't it?
Yes, that is the that is sort of the through line here. This movie did sort of at the end kind of have that problem of like really thinking it had some profound message to be given to the viewer. Really, though, it is kind of a fun, like overall until you get to the end, it is kind of a fun blaxploitation parody, or homage. It's got some very like boondocksy type comedy, or it actually reminded me more of like Black Dynamite, which I used to watch all the time. I think that was a really funny show. Undercover Brother, a little bit. It has a little bit of that too.
A little bit. It's got a little bit, not enough of those vibes.
No, not enough. But not enough, except that like Jamie Foxx is absolutely killing it in this movie. He is my favorite part. He's really
have we
funny.
said the name of this movie yet? I don't think we have.
We haven't. This is They Cloned Tyrone. We have left the world behind and we have moved to to They Cloned Tyrone on Netflix. A pretty enjoyable little.
It's something like if the Twilight Zone, a blaxploitation movie, and Get Out had a baby.
Yeah, a little bit.
It has all of those things, not necessarily the best bits of all those things, but it has a little bit of all of that. Some of the humor really worked for me. Some of the performances I really like. I don't know her by name, but I want to watch out for her because she's really funny. The woman, the prostitute who's
Tiana Paris, she plays Yo-Yo. Yeah. She's been in a few other things as well.
She's funny.
Yeah, she's good. Oh, she's what's her name? Monica Rambeau. It's Monica Rambeau from the Marvels. Don't go see the Marvels, but she is a Marvel star.
Well, she's good in this.
She's quite good in this one. Yeah.
Not, WandaVision and the Marvels being what they are. But she's good in this.
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx is pretty good. John Boyega is also pretty good. I liked this movie enough, but it kind of went in one ear and out the other for me.
I wouldn't. I probably won't be watching it again. The ending's not great, but it is fun. If you were to turn on if you were going to just like turn on a random movie, to have in the background of a party or something like that, I could recommend this. It's written and directed by Jewel Taylor, who also
Who's that?
He did Creed 2, and he did the rebooted Space Jam.
Oh.
So, not a great record there.
No.
Although Creed 2 isn't terrible. I didn't mind Creed 2. But yeah, this is his first directed feature, and he hits some pretty good beats. I think it's not it's not the worst. It's not the most egregious indie movie on the list. It's on Netflix, so you can go and watch it if you.
Well, the basic gist is there's a sort of conspiratorial underground experiment thing happening where like people are being replaced and people are being brainwashed. You'll have to help me fill out some of the details.
So the plot follows 3 pretty stereotypical like blaxploitation archetypes. We've got the pimp, played by Jamie Foxx. We've got the hoe, played by Tiana Paris, and we've got John Boyega playing a more recent blaxploitation archetype or black plane kind of archetype, a drug a drug dealer, on the street, a street tough who deals drugs.
Street tough.
Gangbanger.
Anyway, go ahead.
Who, So the 3 of them are sort of entwined in this like weird web in a strange town. It's like a ghetto, basically, like a strange hood that they kind of are, like all over the place. And as we come to find out, the archetypes of the drug dealer and the pimp are being cloned and replaced constantly in this neighborhood in order to keep the to keep the neighborhood population in the state that it's in.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a lot. It's a Get Out in the way it's a sort of conspiratorial, like white people bad type deal, but it's a little more silly and
it's a little
outlandish.
sillier, yeah, a little sillier than and funnier, I would say. And I think it also, like one of the other things that I thought it was so I thought it was going to have something very interesting to say at first when I saw it when he confronts the villain at the end and it is him. So John Boyega, like spoilers, we'll jump ahead. John Boyega ends up confronting the guy who's creating the clones, and it turns out to be the original version of him. So it's a black man who's making these stereotypes.
Yeah,
Uh,
they're cloning people. Also, they're putting chemicals in the fried chicken
they're,
and
they're
grape juice and like hair products to like
yeah, the hair
you know
salons, the
all the sort of
barbershops, and everything. The
stereotypical
stereotypical
like
like
yeah
black
inner city
culture,
black
inner city
stuff.
thing is being the churches, which I thought was very interesting, is the churches are pumping subliminal message, like subliminal mind control waves through the gospel music, and so like all of these things that people are like going to and enjoying and like taking a lot of pride in, the fried chicken or all that, is also helping
Keeping
to
them like docile and complacent and that sort of
yeah.
stuff.
So
Basically.
it's interesting in that regard because it has some boondocksy type critique of that culture like to say there, like it's got some of that, like it's not really all a conspiracy necessarily. It's like, a lot of it is being done to ourselves kind of thing, right? By like
Yeah,
by
there's some of
building
that.
this up, there's some of it there.
Yeah.
But then it gets to, we get to the end point where it kind of switches over to the main conspiracy thing, which of course you always knew it was going to. That's just kind of how these types of movies go. But regardless, it does end up being pretty funny. And
Yeah, there's some good stuff. I
I
think the worst thing about the movie is kind of how like dimly lit and ugly it is. I don't like
yeah,
the way the movie looks at all.
it's pretty like grainy and music video
Very dim, very low
cinematography.
light, very shallow depth of field. Like and like I don't know, people aren't well lit. I don't like the aesthetics of the movie all that much, but there's some funny jokes. It's a silly, over the top Twilight Zone Get Out type premise with some interesting things to say, but mostly it's just an
I
excuse
really,
for
I gotta be
genre
honest, I
fare.
really, really loved how all the employees of like the fried chicken shop and everything are just white people in afros, and like nobody's noticed. So they're
Yeah.
just, it's
Like
there's
yeah,
a
there's
lot of
some
really
funny stuff.
funny stuff. There's like this weird Twilight Zone thing where he's going through. I mean, his mother, who the drug dealer takes care of, is always locked behind a door, and every time he knocks to ask her if she needs anything to eat, she tells him that she ate at the fish fry, or oh no, the ladies are coming over to play bridge or whatever, and then
Mhm.
he ends up finding out that it's a recording. You know,
Like his whole life is a lie, it's a sham. But it's
yeah,
all
yeah,
like the sham is all stereotypes. But
yeah.
there's like there's a kernel of interesting things happening here. Like, it didn't quite stick the landing for me, but I'm like,
No,
you know what?
I
It
thought it was
was
going to
fun
at
enough.
first because the fact that the person who's creating it, the clones and sort of basically masterminding the whole thing,
The Wizard of
is
Oz guy,
the Wizard of Oz is is the drug
Tom
dealer. It's John
Boyega.
Boyega, and when John Boyega, the clone confronts him about it, he he's like, oh, how could you be doing this with your with your the memory of your brother, right? Because it turns out that his little brother was shot and killed by the police, or there's something to that effect.
Something along those lines, yeah.
And when he's like, why would you do this to the people who are like you, right? Why would you continue that going forward? And the guy goes, you didn't know my brother. You don't know me. You didn't know my brother. Don't talk to me about that. And I was just like, that's interesting, actually. Like basically, they have like they have him saying like, you don't know the real story here. Don't put your stereotypical, spin on this thing. You don't understand my like what's going on.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't play out at all, right? Like there's no twist, there's no like food for thought there whatsoever.
I was underwhelmed by the ending. It didn't really.
They don't stick it
Yeah.
the way that you would hope, given the way that they do this. The
They're
main
clearly going for social commentary and satire, but I didn't feel like they either didn't go far enough or they didn't go in the right direction. There was something missing for me.
Yeah, it's not quite coherent either. I don't know if they know exactly what they were. I don't know if they know exactly what they were trying to say outside of like and
Some
now
obvious
granted
stuff, some surface level
the
stuff.
obvious surface level stuff. And the Jewel Taylor, the director, grew up in Tuskegee, so that probably had a quite a bit to do with it. Where the infamous experiments happened. So that probably had something to do with like the way that he perceived the story.
Well, in the way that they're like doing experiments in these giant labs under the city.
Yeah. So, I would say it's definitely fun. I enjoyed it, despite the shortcomings. If you're looking for something to turn on and you don't have anything better and you want something new, like there's enough good jokes in there, and Jamie Foxx and Tiana Paris are both very good. And they have a nice little story arc because Tiana Paris is one of the only ones who's not a clone. She's actually somebody who kind of got trapped in this neighborhood and just doesn't know how to get out. So by the end, they have a nice little like almost kind of like a fun little Bonnie and Clyde moment where they all decide that they're going to start traveling around the country, finding other places where they can, liberate the neighborhoods from the underground conspiratorial labs. One of the weaker parts of the movie, I would say, is Kiefer Sutherland is a terrible villain in this movie. He's really bad. He's just not good. Like,
he's not good.
He is.
It's so funny because like I've worked with Kiefer Sutherland. I was a PA on a show where like I was the PA who was in charge of the cast on behalf of the AD department. So I was making sure the cast were everywhere they needed to be. They had everything they needed. That their hair and makeup teams were in the right, like knew what was happening, so they could do touch ups and all that sort of stuff. Got their lunches for them. Told them when we were about to start shooting. All that sort of stuff. So I worked relatively closely with Kiefer Sutherland, and kind of an asshole. So when I saw him in this movie and he's not good, there was a bit of Schadenfreude for me. He can be good in things, but he was not good in this. He was pretty bad.
He's underwhelming as a villain. The conclusion and the Bond villain speech that ends up happening at the end from John Boyega to John Boyega is not good. It just kind of fizzles. Yeah. It doesn't have
I would have a hard time recommending this movie just because it's so like middle of the road. I think there's a certain kind of area where it's like not so bad it's entertaining, not so good it's entertaining. You know what I mean? Where it just kind of slips right in the middle.
I enjoyed it enough. I enjoyed it enough that I don't have too much of a problem recommending it for a single watch. I don't think it's going to be anybody's like favorite movie. It's not going to make a top 10 list.
I would hope not.
But it is not a bad first feature from a relatively talented writer. You know, Creed 2 is pretty good, and this is okay. You know, so. Yeah. His directing style maybe not great, but he does get a decent performance out of Jamie Foxx. He handles a pretty solid cast. It's not bad. It's not bad. Not the best, not the worst. Watch it if you want, or don't. I don't really care.
That. Kind of a similar vein. In the next movie,
another social commentary one. I see what you did here. Well, this one I would recommend though.
Yeah,
I actually do. This one I really do like. American Fiction.
Movie, yes, I think it is. It has more to say, and
it is funnier. I will give it. This one is a lot funnier.
It's yeah. So American Fiction stars Jeffrey Wright as a writer, a novelist who is he's working on a book, but his publishers are like, "Look, we want a black book." And there's a famous line from the trailer where he says like, "Well, they have a black book because I'm black and this is my book." And they're like, "You know what we mean." And he sees other black authors becoming successful by writing much more stereotypical and cliche depictions of African American culture and existence. And so he decides to play a joke on them by writing the most stereotypical sort of like, oh,
Black
inner.
pain inner city book.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, not unlike they cloned Tyrone without, like the satire and campiness, but, a story about how, growing up in the hood and deadbeat dads and drug dealing and all. He writes this book that's not at all based on his real life story.
Yeah, I think
And he,
I want to just interject real quick because he is sort of like born and raised in a very intellectual family in Boston.
Mhm.
He and all of his siblings are well off, college educated, and higher education types who like
Yeah,
he hates Boston. He doesn't like going back to his hometown. He's very sort of like he's got a pretentious air to him. He's kind of difficult to get
yeah.
along with, and he sort of like he writes a lot. He writes books that they don't sell very well because they're not like typical
They're not commercially,
commercially, except
viable.
they're literature, and they get
Yeah,
shoehorned into African American studies, despite the fact that he doesn't think that any of them have anything to do with African American studies. They're just
yeah.
stories that he's written, and
Hmm.
he's fed up with that. He gets furloughed basically. A he gets basically put on a forced probation, a academic probation, sort of, from his job,
Hmm.
because it's not.
Oh, that's a funny scene.
Yeah, because
Well,
he's
he gets forced academic probation because he's teaching. Oh God, what's her name? Oof, do you remember her name? It's the Southern writer who is like pretty well respected in general, but like a lot of her books have like the N word and other sort of things that now are sort of culturally
oh, isn't
insensitive.
it
But what's her
oh
name? Flannery O'Connor. That's her
yes,
name.
yes.
Writing about the South in in the days of slavery and even later when with servants and stuff like that. So like there's a lot of culturally now that we look back and go, ugh. So he's teaching that stuff in like a Southern American literature class, and there's a student who's like, I think the N-word is
It's
offensive.
a white
And
student who says this.
it's
Yeah,
a a white woman who's like, I don't want to read the N-word in this story in class. I think that's offensive. And this obviously black professor is like, well, I got over the N-word. I feel like you can too.
yeah.
Like
With all due respect, if I could get over it, you can too. And she,
there's some that's one of my favorite moments in the whole movie.
yeah.
There's some really good stuff. I okay, so the basic gist of this movie is that this character just wants to be a person, and the industry he's in, the society he's in is like, you're a black person, black, 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 black. And he's just like, "No, I'm just a guy. I have regular family struggles that everyone has that has nothing to do with being with my race. I come from like my cultural history in terms of where I live and where I grew up and like what my family is like. None of that is coded African American or stereotypical or anything like that. I just want to be seen as a person. I want to write human stories." And so he gets annoyed at all the sort of desire that
One
the
a
industry.
big trigger is that he walks in on Issa Rae,
Yes.
playing an author who is also very much like him, like raised in an academic family, very well off
Yes.
part of town, who wrote a book called Weeze Lives in the Ghetto. And her, like, it
Yeah.
is the most stereotypical, like, precious, based on the
Yeah.
novel Push
Boys
by
in the Hood.
Sapphire, kind of,
Yeah.
kind of, like, kind of narrative. And the all white crowd is absolutely eating it
Are
up as
eating
she
it up.
does this thing. And
Well, especially the white liberals, but they're like they do a good job of noting that it's not just white liberals, but like the liberal book loving elite crowd just is eating it up. They're like, "Oh my god, it's so authentic, it's so raw." And it's just like there's okay, so my general what I like about this movie is the more social satire stuff. And then what I don't like about this movie is that this social satire doesn't quite go far enough,
Yeah,
I
I
think.
well, I think so. I like what I really. I'll just say what I like about it because I don't want to spoil too much of it because I do think people should go and see this one. I think this is a good
Yes.
one. But
Yeah.
what I really like is that the family drama, the family dynamic, and the character drama between the family is a really great B story. All of it is really well handled and well done. His character development and character arc is actually really interesting, and I think it's also very well done. He's playing a great character, and the general social satire idea of this sort of being like the producers, but with a black author trying to deal with this this environment is really fun, and it makes
Yeah.
for a lot of really good comedy. What I don't like, and I think you will agree with me on this, is that I find that the rebuttal to his argument from Issa Rae's character in the
Mhm.
part where they're doing the big social satire thing is not anywhere close to the sort of like answer or gut punch that for some reason the movie tries to treat it like. I
Yeah.
hesitate to say that the movie thinks it is because I think the movie kind of wanted to go further but sort of pulled its punches a little bit in that regard, and I
Yeah.
think that's kind of a
Yeah.
shame. But
Yeah. So broadly speaking, there's two halves of this movie. One half is this writer playing a joke on the industry he's in, where he writes this book that's all the stereotypical stuff about the black experience that you might expect. And he creates this persona. He writes it under a pseudonym. And this persona is a person who used to be in prison. And he does a lot of sort of like funny things about like being like not saying too much about it and people eating it up. You know what I mean? Like he plays it well, and there's a lot of jokes about the satire. My only problem with a lot of the satire is that the movie seems to think that the main reason that they like the main pressure for making all this stuff that's like about being black and just reduces all black art to like African American identity stuff, right? Is that like white liberals eat it up. And I think that's like only half of it. Because I mean, like the movie makes a lot of fun at the expense of white progressive elite people who like who only really care about black people when it's like they can feel good about supporting their art because it supports black identity stuff. You know what I mean? Like they don't care about his books just because he wrote them. They care about them because he's feeding them what they want to hear, right? And there's a
yeah,
lot of jokes making fun of them that are quite strong, really good stuff, overdue in the culture, right? The other half of the story that the movie ignores or doesn't address fully is that a big motivating factor for like kind of forcing and pigeonholing people to just make content about their racial identity all the time is activists, a lot of whom are black activists who are using sort of black trauma porn, you
as
know,
he puts it in
in,
the movie, which is a good. I really enjoyed
yes,
that line. I was glad
yeah,
to hear
they're
somebody say it out
using
loud.
that and like that's the focus of what is elevated from black authors, or that is like what um incentive structures are pressuring them into telling over and over again and focusing on all the time because they're using it as a sort of means of how do you say it, like pushing for the type of social change they want. If they're like pressing that like sort of trauma and injustice button
Yeah,
all the
presenting
time,
that like that's how all of it is all the time. Then yeah,
then
that's
then
yeah,
there's like social pressure to change things and get this sort of like very radical activism that they want. Like that part of this landscape is ignored by the movie. I think it's all just at the expense of like the white ignorant liberals who are just eating it up, which is part of it for sure. And I love all the jokes at their expense. But the other half of it is a bit more like
Well, it's the people like the Issa Rae character who
yes.
he does confront, but I
But the
don't like.
movie lets her off a little easy.
Oh, it lets her off very easy. Honestly,
Yeah.
it gives her a one up that I think is very undeserved. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, spoil it a little bit because like
Hmm.
if you're still here after it, I still think the movie is worth watching. So even if
Yeah.
you hear the spoiler, I think you should check it out. But they do end up having a conversation about this because one of the Issa Rae character's biggest gripes with him is that she thinks his book is pandering.
Hmm.
And she kind of gives him, like talks about, without knowing that it's him who wrote it. She talks about how she thinks it's stereotypical and
Inauthentic and pandering.
inauthentic and all that. And he says to her, like, well, I haven't read your book, right? I've read the excerpts, and I want you to know, I want to know, like, how is it so different from yours? And her response is basically, well, I did interviews for mine. I did research for my book. So it is authentic. And he goes, basically, he says something along the lines of, well, yeah, but it is still the same story as any other number of these stories. I don't it just because you did the research. Like me in the theater, I'm sitting there thinking like, well, I mean, he did research too. He read your excerpts and then he basically created a version that most people can't seem to tell the difference between your book and his. So I don't really know. Like it is a form of research, so it's not really like a good defense. And she calls it pandering. She says that his book is sort of just playing to what people want to hear. And then when he kind of rebuts it, she goes, well, why is it my fault that I would write what people want to read? I don't think that I have to be shoehorned into not writing something that people want to read. So a lot of it just ends up being her character not defending the points or the arguments that he's making against her. It's all very much her basically saying like, well, I mean,
Okay,
so
when I do
what?
it.
Okay, like it's okay when I do it, but this is too much. And he kind of doesn't the character doesn't needle her back on it. He doesn't push back.
Yeah.
He kind of just accepts it as a loss. And I found that kind of I don't know, it was kind of lame.
Toothless?
It was
Yeah.
toothless. Yeah. I mean, they had a real opportunity to sort of go after these types of people, and I think that the main reason that they didn't, if I had to be kind of cynical about it, would be because otherwise Issa Rae wouldn't have played the character. Like
Because she is the type
she
of
is
person
that
in
type of
real
person.
life
Like that's what
being
she does.
satirized. She's the person, if you don't remember, who at one of the Oscars a couple years ago, they interviewed her like, "Who are you rooting for?" And she's like, "Everybody black," because
Yep.
that's all it takes for
That's all
her.
she cares about.
Yeah, and it's like, well, yeah, I think there is a point that like she wouldn't be in this movie if it went as far as it needed to.
If it went
Honestly,
as far as it felt like it was poised to, also,
yes,
because like it
I
doesn't, and it ends on a note where I'm like, yeah, I think that this movie really wanted to sort of drive this home a little bit, but
yeah.
it kind of lost its nerve right there at the
Yeah.
end, right at
It loses its nerve a bit. It's also a bit dated in some of the satire.
a little bit,
Um,
yeah.
it's a little like, if someone were to make fun of indie artsy movies and they describe them as like black and white French movies where people just smoke and say nothing the whole time, it's like, yeah, that was maybe the the like
That
a
was the
clever
perception of like, like that was the Family Guy
20
joke
years
like
ago.
20 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's not really what they're like anymore. But like, you know what I mean? It's like you kind of okay, you're a little late. They've changed a bit. And so if you wanted to be more biting, there's moments of that in this where it's like, I think you like this does feel like 5, 10 years out of date a little bit. Um, the fact that like that this movie gets made now is like a good sign, I think, but it is a little like it feels like this if this was 10 years old, this movie, it would be like, wow, that was bold of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
it feels it's a little safe. There's a
Yeah,
little. I
but
mean, not
it's a little safe,
entirely,
and it's a little
not
safe,
entirely.
except that like I still think it was nervous to go as far as it wanted to.
I
If it,
I I agree. I
yeah,
agree. And then so like that's half of the movie is the satire. The other half proving the point of his general gripe about what that he doesn't want to focus. He just wants to tell human stories. The other half of the movie is just general human story with his family, and they don't have this. The story of his family is not any sort of stereotypical black story. It's just a human story. Like the mom has
mom has
dementia, and they're
Alzheimer's,
struggling.
and
All yeah, she's struggling with that. The brother.
dad cheated back in the day, and they're all coming to
Yeah,
grips with that. The brother is coming out as gay, and he has a drug abuse problem. The
you know,
sister
perhaps
dies.
perhaps a little bit um cliche some of those things, but they're like normal, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And that's part of the point. And so like I get what it's going for, and it's mostly successful. I enjoyed it.
yeah,
I'd recommend it. Not that it's great, but it's like I'm glad this movie exists.
yeah. I mean,
I,
yeah, I'm with you on that one. That's kind of my
yeah.
thought process with it as
Someone
well.
said so rather than being a biting satire, it's nipping at the ankles. I'd give
Yeah,
it a little more credit than that, but it's not as biting as it could have been, or as I would have liked it to be.
yeah, but definitely worth
But
watching. I would check it out.
the general gist is one that I very much agree with, and I'm glad is being said. And the general gist being that like it's kind of annoying to either whether they're doing it themselves or whether people are forcing it on them for like black artists to just only make art about blackness all the time. Like that's really annoying and dumb. And like because if it were me, if I were a black, fiction writer, filmmaker, whatever artist, I would be so annoyed by that. I would just be like, why can't we just do like, I don't know, sci-fi stories and, other sort of just normal shit.
Yeah,
You know,
why can't I just
why does
why
why
can't
does
I just
every
adapt my favorite, my favorite novel? Why do I have to make everybody?
why does everything starring black people have to be about being black? You know what I mean? Like that's not something we do with everyone. Like can we stop doing that, please? That is probably the harshest thing said by the movie, and I'm glad it said it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wish it would have taken Issa Rae to task a little bit, but I
A little
understand why
bit.
they didn't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I recommend it. I think it's worth watching. And I don't know what this next one is. So like,
Well, we're sort of we're moving out of this movie is trying really hard to say something about society, man, into like we've transitioned through American fiction into the character drama that's mostly just focused on human character drama
okay,
section.
okay.
And this next movie is called May December. I really liked this movie. Thought it was quite good. So May December
Oh, is
tells
that
the
Natalie
story.
Portman? That's Natalie Portman in there.
Yes,
Oh, interesting. Okay, I haven't seen this one. I
Natalie Natalie Portman plays an actress who is interviewing and shadowing Julianne Moore's character, who is a woman who was in a very infamous and controversial relationship with a younger student when she was a teacher, and she went to jail for it. After she got out of jail, she and the former student got married and had kids. And
wow.
so
Okay.
this is loosely based on a real person, uh, and this is what happened. The sort of older woman teacher sexually abuses younger student sort of thing. There's many kind of infamous examples of that. In this particular real life case, they ended up getting married and having kids together. Um,
Interesting.
so this is loosely based on that. It's a fictionalized account, none of the same names or anything, but that's the basic gist. And so Natalie Portman is here because she's going to make a movie about Julianne Moore and this whole thing. She's playing Julianne Moore's character in the movie. And so she is here to like shadow her and get character information about how to play her and get her side of the story. And she's meeting people. She's meeting the kid who's now grown up, who's a father of kids that are not much younger than him, really. It's got,
Yeah.
it's it's a movie about the fallout and the effects and the toll that sort of traumatic abuse takes on people. Natalie
That's
Portman's character.
that's a fascinating
Yeah,
choice, especially for Natalie Portman. Honestly,
yeah.
that's an interesting role for her to choose because for a while she was only, it seemed, picking like activist movies because that was sort of her thing. She was showing up to the Oscars with the names of all the women who weren't nominated for Best Director
Oh
sewn
God,
into
yeah.
her dress.
She's very annoying. She's annoying as a person. She's quite good in this movie. I gotta give her credit. Um, yeah. So yeah, as Topaz Dude mentions in the chat, there's a kind of slow reveal of that she's not all that great of a person.
Interesting.
Um, she's a
Damn, I'm gonna have to
weirdo.
check this one out. This sounds like fun.
It's good. I don't want to spoil much beyond this because this is a movie I would easily recommend to anyone to whom it sounds interesting. I won't spoil much. This is one of my favorite movies of the year. I don't know if it's top three or anything, but it's up there. I think it's quite good. As Topaz, I totally agree with them. A lot of it is very good. The cinematography isn't incredible or anything. I don't love the way it looks, but performances solid, writing really solid. So like some people might be worried, if Julianne Moore's character sucks and Natalie Portman's character also kind of sucks in a different way, it's like, oh, who is there to latch onto as the emotional center? Well, it's Charles. Is it Charles Melton? Is that his name? Hold on,
Is
sorry.
that the
The kid grown up now. Yes, that's his name. He is incredible in this movie, and he's sort of the emotional core of the story, and it's kind of him dealing with whether he wants to still be in a relationship with this woman, and his like kids are going off to college now, and so there's some question about whether he's staying together just for the kids or what. It's not quite clear,
wow?
but I thought it's handled really well. It's this movie is definitely not super pro what she did or sympathetic to Julianne Moore at all. It's very sort of, I thought it handled it rather maturely and like really gets into just how just the impact that this has on people. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's
Interesting.
good.
Okay. All right.
I like it.
I'm gonna have
It's
to
on
put that one on the
Netflix.
list. Yeah, yeah.
Check it out. I would pretty highly recommend it. I don't want to spoil it too much because it's good. It's like tasteful and like uncomfortable in a good way. That's what there's a lot of really interesting character stuff going on here. And it can be quite funny at moments too in a satisfying way. I think the worst thing I would say about the movie is that like there's a couple aesthetic choices in terms of how it's shot and how they use music that I'm like I wouldn't have done that. But
Okay.
you
Yeah,
know,
yeah, that's not a bad thing when that's like the worst that you can say about the movie. It's like, I don't
yeah,
know. Yeah, maybe not my choice, but
yeah. There's some really good scenes. One of them you see in the trailer where like her and Julianne Moore are both looking in the mirror at the same time, but essentially they're just looking in the camera. How they quite shot that, I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes they can like digitally remove cameras from stuff, or I don't know exactly how they filmed it, but some of those scenes are really, really effective where they're both like looking into the mirror at the same time. There's some good
interesting.
stuff. There's some really good stuff. I think it's a very sort of, man, you end up feeling really, really bad for Charles Melton's character. It's like, oh, you poor kid. You had no idea what was going on and like the impact this would have on your life. And like seeing him with his kids that are like what, like 9, 10 years younger than him at most. You know what I mean? Like, and you can tell he's just like wasn't ready to be a dad, doesn't quite know how to be a dad, but he's like just trying to do his best. It's kind of heartbreaking, but it's really good. I
Damn.
like it.
All right. That's a surprise. I haven't even heard of that, so I'm excited and got a new one
It's
to
good.
add to the list.
Todd Haynes also directed Carol, which I think
Oh
was really
yeah, I
well
remember that.
received.
That one was pretty good. I
Yeah, I didn't
liked
see
that.
that yet, but it's on my list. I like
It's got a similar
Kate
theme
Blanchett a lot.
actually. Yeah, Kate Blanchett is sort of a an older woman who seduces a younger one.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay,
Yeah, I think you should definitely check it out.
absolutely. All right.
And I know
Well,
you don't like Natalie Portman, but you'll be like, oh, she's well suited to this character, I
it's
think.
I don't like Natalie Portman except when she's good. How about we put it that way? Because I do like her in Black Swan. I just
Yeah,
like in most of the movies that she's done since winning an Oscar at Black Swan, she's kind of annoyed me. Like
Yeah.
she just annoys me. Like she I don't I think her performances tend to be quite one note and uninterested, and she seems like she doesn't want to be there most of the time, which she doesn't pick
Oh,
movies.
Annihilation's a big
Annihilation is a
example.
big example of that, but like it's not like she picks movies that she has to pick, right? Like she didn't have to
No.
be in Annihilation. She's Natalie Portman. She could have gone and done anything she wanted, but instead she chose to do that. Like she was in Thor. Well, and I also kind of dislike her a little bit because of how she tanked that character in Thor a little
Yeah.
bit. Like she didn't want to be there for the first one. She did it because she thought it would help her career, and it did. And then she didn't want to be there for the second one, and she kind of deliberately did I mean, she's just not good in that one at all.
Hmm.
She's not good in Thor 2. And then for her to just sort of abandon Marvel as a whole because it's kind of the Scorsese idea, like it's not worthy of her. But then to
Yeah.
go off and put in such shoddy performances and shit like Annihilation, or what
Yeah.
was that other one that she did with I can't remember what it was, but like most of her performances since then have been really shoddy. And
Yeah.
then she comes, for Thor 4, which is also like phoning it in. Like she wasn't trying.
Well, yeah, and she's the girl boss in that now, so she likes it.
She likes it, but she didn't like it enough to actually pretend like she gave a shit about playing the character. Like,
That's fair.
yeah, I don't know. So
Speaking of
that's the
this,
annoying part.
I mean, though, I want to give her credit for this movie, and she's good in it. But I just want to, since we're ragging on Natalie Portman, and I think she deserves it a bit, especially after she was at, I think, was it the Golden Globes that she was like, "Oh, here are all the male nominees," and she was like,
Yeah, that was
such
it.
a
Was either
dick
yeah,
about it.
it was the Golden Globes. It might have even been the Oscars that she did that.
Someone pointed out recently that she's been in. Okay, I might not have the number exactly right, but I think she's like someone said she's been in 8 movies since then, and none of them have been directed by women, which is funny. It's
Oh
pretty
man.
funny.
Hmm.
Put your money where your mouth is, or shut up. Um,
Direct
the
your own
other,
movies, Natalie.
yeah,
Bitch.
well, well, then the other one that I thought was kind of funny is I don't think Natalie Portman was there, but it's in the same line, right? So there's this. There's a certain like martyrdom that a lot of these high profile actresses have about like, oh, the lack of female directors or whatever, and that's something that needs to change. And there was some sort of Hollywood Reporter roundtable conversation, and Kirsten Dunst was among the group, and these other actresses are complaining about the lack of women directors or whatever. And Kirsten Dunst, oh God bless her, she was like, I've never really had a problem finding female directors to work with because I seek them out.
Good for her, man.
And the
I
tone in the room changed. You could feel them be like, "Oh, yeah, yeah." Like they turned on a dime. It was so funny because because
Good
Kirsten
for
Dunst.
her.
I don't sympathize with that being super important to her, but whatever. If that's important to you, at least she's actually doing it.
Well,
Whereas people are just
I think
complaining
it
about it.
doesn't even necessarily mean that she finds that particularly important. It's just she's sitting there like, yeah, I mean, like it's not hard to do. You can just
Yeah,
do
you
it.
can find them.
You can
You
find
know,
them. It's like you can
they're
do
out
what you
there. They're
want.
making movies. She's like working with Sofia Coppola and oh
The
God.
chick who made Power of the Dog,
Yeah, exactly.
which yeah, you know, if that's what the female directors have going for him, I guess.
No, it just Natalie Portman can be annoying, but I
Call
like her in this
call Lana
movie.
Wachowski and beg to be put in the next Matrix movie.
One of the things I quite like about Natalie Portman in this movie is that like she is kind of unlikable in a way that she leans into, and I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? Like she doesn't have to be. She's not like righteous really in this movie the way she
Yeah.
is a bit in real life. Yeah,
God, dude,
it's
I watched part of her master class on acting where she like
yeah,
took her
tell me
she
about
like
this.
takes her underwear and throws it off of a balcony in Italy, and it's just like the overline of or the overdub of this is just her going, just don't be afraid to try things, and she's just throwing her underwear off of a balcony, or she walks through her living room and just knocks a plate off of the shelf and it shatters on the floor, or she like slams her fists into a wall and leaves marks on them, and I'm just like, bro, like, normal, like, people getting started in acting should not do this. Like, they should
This is
not.
bad advice.
This is bad advice. This is advice for looking like a schizo. It's not good advice for acting,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, she's an interesting character. But
But
May December,
May
find
December.
it on Netflix. Go check it out. It's a compelling, funny, sad, interesting, kind of heartbreaking story about the effects of that sort of abuse. It's good.
All right.
That's all I have to say about May December.
And speaking of other good movies, we got another one
Another
coming
good
up.
movie that I'm not going to talk too in depth about because I would recommend it to everyone here. It's another character driven story. It's called The Iron Claw. And it features Zac Efron, Jeremy Allen White, and Holt McCallany. I believe I'm saying that right, who was Bill Tench in Mindhunter. He's great. This is a movie about a family of famous professional wrestlers who, the Von Erichs or something like that.
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
so.
right? Anyway, uh, a family who was said to be cursed because they experienced so much tragedy in their family life, and oh boy, did they!
Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
I
So
googled, so I didn't watch the movie, but I googled the real story, and holy shit, wow,
they went
these
through a
poor
lot.
people went through the ringer. I mean,
Yeah.
good lord, they.
So
Uh,
this is a movie about the sort of lower level of professional wrestling in the 70s and 80s. You know, like just below the most mainstream, like Ric Flair type wrestling. You know, just that people trying to make it. Their dad was a famous, I think a heel is what you probably call him.
yeah,
Honestly, he, you know, in old school wrestling, he's like the villain character. I think he changed the family name to Von Erich or because his character was a Nazi. That's not actually their last name in real life. But like
yeah,
his
yeah. That I
character
read.
was the villain in old school wrestling melodrama, whatever you'd call it. And he had a signature move called the Iron Claw, where he'd grab people by their head and squeeze it. And so it's a movie about a family of brothers living in Texas in the 70s, trying to become successful wrestlers and keep up the family dynasty. And they're beset by all sorts of tragic events that test their relationships and um, you know,
Yeah,
the family dynasty legacy and all that sort of stuff. Uh,
the reputation on the public in the public eye, that kind of thing.
all that sort of stuff. Yeah, and so it's a character driven family drama with a sort of sports movie that's like part of it. And honestly, some people have asked this in other places, like, do you need to know much about professional wrestling to enjoy the movie? Absolutely not. I didn't know hardly anything about it. I was one of those people coming into a movie about professional wrestling thinking like, oh, it's all fake and like, what's the point? But you definitely walk away with the movie with an appreciation for the stagecraft and the acting and the physicality of what it means to be a professional wrestler. It's a weird sort of sport performance combo. It's really interesting. I think
Yeah,
the movie does a
I've.
really good job of depicting that. And oh man, is it just all the performances are great. I really like this movie.
Have you ever seen The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke?
No, I haven't, but that's another. I've heard it's good.
That one's really good. Yeah, it has a very similar kind of because basically professional wrestling. Like when I was growing up, my dad hated that and wouldn't let us watch it. Right, like it
Yeah,
was sort of like one of those things that it's below what
yeah,
your sensibilities should be kind of thing.
yeah,
But one of the things that I started to appreciate a lot more, especially after seeing The Wrestler and seeing that movie that Florence Pugh did called Fighting with My Family, which is not good. I wouldn't recommend it. But one of the really interesting things about it is how it is a stunt show, right? Like you're not none of the moves that they're doing where they're like climbing on top of each other and everything. Like the storylines are melodramatic, and as a sport,
yeah,
it's not really a like it's all scripted. It's all telling the best story possible, right?
It's like loosely scripted in the way that like a oh god, what's his name? An Adam McKay comedy from the 2000s is scripted. They have a
Yeah.
general idea and then there's a lot of improv. But yes,
Yeah, so like there's a rehearsal that goes on, and they have to keep in some particularly strong shape, and they have to put their
they have to
body
sell
really, like, yeah, they
punches.
have to
Yeah.
sell it, and they have to put, like, it has to look good, and they have to put their body really through a lot of trauma in order to keep up what they're doing. And
Mhm.
so while it's not like a like it's not a like what the
Competitive
fight
sport
what
in
the
the
fighting
same
in
way.
my fighting with my family movie did that I found kind of off-putting is that it tries really hard to act as if it is a professional sport, even though
Oh,
like, because it's a movie produced by the WWE and The Rock and
oh,
Vince
don't do
McMahon,
that.
and so they do it like a sports movie where the character of Paige, who is a famous WWE wrestler, I guess. They basically do a whole thing where it's like, well, she was an underdog and then she came out of nowhere to win a championship, and it's like, no, 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 hold on now.
Yeah.
She wasn't. This isn't like Miracle on Ice, right? Like we're
Mhm.
not watching the coaching process and the people
Yeah.
powering through. This is a good story of a young woman who went and became a professional stuntman, basically. Like,
Yeah.
and one of the best stuntmen in the world. But it's a stunt show. It's like a performance
Yeah.
art stunt show. It's
But
not
one of the
not a
things that is
sport.
interesting about the Iron Claw in terms of like how your performance can affect where the story of the performance goes is there's a sort of what you get from watching the Iron Claw is that like if you do really well and the crowd really likes you, even though you might be like planned to lose this fight, it's like, oh man, they really liked you. Maybe you'll win next time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then you also have people who go off script. You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like,
interesting.
that happens too, and so, like, there is play in those joints in an interesting way, but it is more like it's like a theater performance with a very physical theater performance, and I thought the way it was handled in the movie that it is, was great, and, so it's like a fun there's a camaraderie between the brothers, and there's a lot of good music and soundtrack from the time, and there's cool sports stuff, and it's like a fuck yeah, sports are awesome kind of movie in a way. But man, fair warning to anyone who's gonna watch it, it gets really heavy. It's sad. It was almost unbearably sad at times. It gets pretty tragic, and it's like, oh man, I hope we can like pull up before we crash into the ground before the end of this movie because this is getting pretty difficult to watch. But it's not bleak. It's just very sad, very tragic, but very well handled. Good character stuff. All my favorite movies of the year are very kind of simple character driven stories. And this is one of them. May December is one of them. The next movie we're going to watch is one of them. The Iron Claw, I highly recommend it. It hasn't been out for long, so I don't think it's anywhere streaming yet. Came out towards the very end of last year, but I highly recommend it. Go check it out. I doubt it's in many theaters still, but should be on streaming eventually. I don't know if it'll be in much awards contention. I haven't really been paying attention to the lesser award shows, but definitely recommend this
Well,
movie.
I can give you a quick rundown of what the Golden Globes were like. I know that Poor Things took home quite a few, so that is actually
Give me the short version and just tell me what won best drama.
Oppenheimer did.
Okay. What else was
Um,
nominated for best drama?
the Zone of Interest,
Okay.
Past Lives, Anatomy of a Fall, Killers of the Flower Moon, and something called Maestro.
Maestro's that Bradley Cooper Leonard Bernstein movie.
Okay, interesting.
I haven't seen it. I found the fact that it was all about his love life and not his music kind of off-putting based on the trailer. I'm like, I don't really care if Leonard Bernstein's gay. Can't you focus on the music? That's why we know him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. That as a general pattern, that sort of thing annoys me. It's like biopics about musicians should be about their music and the creation process and their performances, that's why they're famous for I mean, with some exceptions, obviously some of them had really interesting dramatic stories in their own personal lives. But Maestro just feels like it's a movie about a guy struggling with his sexuality, and we get to use some classical music as the soundtrack because it happens to be about Bernstein. Like I don't know. It might be good, but it looked off-putting to me.
Interesting. Okay, so these were the nominees for musical or comedy. Air, I don't know that one. American Fiction, Barbie, Holdovers, May
Mhm.
December, and Poor Things. And Poor Things won.
That's odd for several reasons. One, because May December is not a comedy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that does not sound like
May
a
December is a
particularly
drama.
funny movie. Um,
No. I mean, there's little jokes, but it's not a comedy at all.
yeah, now Poor Things definitely as a comedy that does make sense to me, right?
Yeah,
That
it's
that
it's
yeah.
funny. So it doesn't seem like Iron Claw will make any of these award shows really. It didn't get a super wide release being A24, but it doesn't also seem like they promoted it all that much, to be honest with you. So that's a movie I really would recommend to people. Just know that like you might cry. It's not an easy watch, but it's good. It's worth it. A lot of great performances, a lot of great music, a lot of great sort of cultural specificity from like Texas in the 70s. Holt McCallany as the dad, incredible. I'd love to see him in more things. Good stuff. The Iron Claw, go check it out.
All right. So shall we move on to one of the
Yeah.
other nominees, Anatomy of a Fall?
Another relatively reserved, character driven movie. I believe this is a
Yeah.
French film, though much of the movie is in English. Um,
Yeah,
Hugh.
this might be the first movie that we've ever done on the stream where we've disagreed. I think we disagree about this one. Is
Yeah, I'm
I
curious to
think
hear what you say. Hugh, what did you think of Anatomy of a Fall?
well, Jamie, I think that if this is an accurate representation of how the justice system in France works, that country is far more fucked than I originally thought. The courtroom drama stuff, the courtroom scenes in general drove me insane. Absolutely fucking insane.
Why?
Because none of the questions that were being asked were like none of that would have been admissible in American court whatsoever.
No, but but
Um,
but but French court isn't like
I
American court
know,
in
but
that way.
I don't know. I'm not aware of that. But all I know is that I could not stand the prosecutor character. I thought
Yeah,
that a lot of the questioning, like where it got into the point of him, like I mean, the first time we see him, and I know the first time we see him, he's questioning one of the witnesses who's been brought there to sort of determine, what was going on right before the incident occurred. And his question for the witness, who is basically just like, in your opinion, what do you think the choice of song intended to signify from the
yeah,
victim to the potential
yeah.
suspect? And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? There's like, I don't know, that drove me nuts. And I honestly am like sort of convinced that this is a movie about a psychopath who got away with murder because of testimony, like hearsay testimony from her equally psychopathic son. I found
Man, you're
that
so wrong about this movie. I can't believe it. Okay,
I'm just gonna we can jump into it, but
I can't believe it.
I really did not like this.
Wow,
I did not
wow,
have I did not have a great time.
wow. Okay, where to start? Okay, well, I'll do my spiel before responding to you. I really like this movie, and it's one of my favorites of the year.
Okay.
This movie is a really effective, simple, character-driven story, a courtroom drama. The premise, if you couldn't gather it from the trailer and from what we said already, is there's a husband and a wife. They have a child who's blind or near blind, partially blind, whatever. They live in a sort of a mountain cottage sort of thing in France. She is German, he is French, Anyway, that will become important later. He apparently either commits suicide or
Or is
was
pushed.
pushed. He dies of a fall from the top story of,
The mountain villa that they are
yes,
restoring together.
and he
Well,
dies, and then the mom, the wife, is accused of murdering him and has to go to trial for it. That is the general premise, and much of the movie is it's a courtroom drama in the classic sense. It's a sort of dry courtroom drama. I think I find it really effective, but I could understand someone thinking this movie is a little boring. I think part of why it works for me is that there's no score in the movie. Period. There's no score. It's all the music you hear is diegetic. It's someone playing something on a stereo, a kid playing the piano. Until the credits, I don't think there's any non-diegetic music in the whole movie. So it's very restrained in a way that I find really effective, especially for this, because I find that the music gets out of the way so as to not be manipulative, so as to not like tell you how you're supposed to feel. And so, I could see someone thinking it's a little dry, a little boring, but I thought this movie was very effective. There's some really good character work and sort of how they characterize because a lot of what gets brought up in the trial is their marital strife in trying to determine whether she was capable of murdering him or whether she had motive to, and questions about, how he could have killed himself, all that sort of stuff. And I thought, what you touched upon is that French courtrooms, not like American courtrooms. It appears that they don't have a jury trial in this case. It's just in front of what I would assume are the equivalent of magistrates. Um, and they're very loosey-goosey in terms of what they allow the prosecution and the defense to say. Things that in an American courtroom, the other side would go, objection, and they would
like
overrule it. It's
absolutely irrelevant.
speculation. Yes.
Absolutely
What's
irrelevant.
the
This
point? Get to the
What is
point,
the
Your
point?
Honor.
What is the point? Why are you
What it
questioning this
seems,
person? How is this
how it
count as evidence? Yeah, that's
how
basically my thought.
how it seems to work. I'm not an expert on the French legal system, but based on how this movie presents it, and based on how the movie presents it, it feels realistic and accurate to me. Like I have no reason to believe that they've exaggerated how it works. It seems to be that very almost everything goes in terms of what you're allowed to say, and it's up to the magistrates to be like, well, that's stupid, I'm not going to take that into consideration, because it's not a jury trial, it's just for the judges, right? And there's clear evidence that the judges hear some of the rather specious arguments that the prosecution makes and just kind of like roll their eyes at him and be like, okay, that's enough. You know what I mean? Like, they don't say you're not allowed to say that, they don't say you're not allowed to make this testimony. It's like almost like anything goes, and the judges are the ones going like, okay, well, they're deciding what's important or not. So there's obvious cultural legal differences in how they approach that. So I found it interesting to see how that plays out. My only other experience with seeing the French legal system in art in storytelling is a movie called The Stranger by Albert Camus. Did I say
It,
movie? I meant book.
yeah, that's a
Uh, it's a book, and there's a sort of like when I was reading that for the first time, I had the same sort of reaction you did, like, what the fuck? This trial is a joke. You know what I mean? But
yep.
I think that's just how the French legal system works.
Well, I am under no obligation to enjoy watching it. Is
Well, I
is my
mean,
response.
okay, well,
I
so the
found it.
question is like, why is that the movie's fault?
Well, I would say that the main reason that I did not enjoy watching it is, well, first off, it's because the movie chose to, portray it. So, like, I'm fine with people who are interested in the French legal system or who know the French legal system enjoying the movie. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for enjoying it if that's, I did not enjoy it. I did not say that I thought the movie was bad. I will point
I'm
that
not
out.
saying you did.
But I did not enjoy the movie. I also did not really like the characters, almost any of them, actually. I found her very difficult to root for in very like, I found her difficult to sympathize with. I found the victim
Why?
so the main reason is she is very she's in particular once we get to the argument between the two of them is where it started for me when they like with the recorded argument where
Yeah.
her husband and now I get that I understand right that they are in a stressful marriage with a kid who is not born disabled but was disabled by an accident and they're having some
Hmm.
financial troubles. He is clearly a shitty writer, right? That's sort of the main
Yeah.
thing with him is that he is
Hmm.
a very shitty writer. um,
Hmm.
and she is, a relatively successful one. He feels jealous of her, or there's some resentment there because of that.
Yeah.
um, the main in that argument when her husband starts talking to her about how he needs to either like lessen his course load, or he needs like he's basically asking her for a lifeline here. He's asking her to throw him a bone, right? Like, hey,
Hmm.
I've bit off more. He's basically saying in, not in as polite a way, which makes him he's kind of a cunt too, But he's
Yeah.
saying, look, I've bitten off more than I can chew here with the renovation and the kid, and trying to do what I want to do and trying to, take
Hmm.
control. I need you to help me out a little bit. And her response being, I do not believe in in the idea of reciprocity in relationships is something that I just like. I can't imagine a person who you have a child with saying that to you and expecting you to just be okay with it. Like, you're raising a child together, sort of, in this environment, because she's not really like, she's portrayed as very much kind of on the outside of this. um
He didn't
there's
want to move here. They
she
used.
didn't want to move here. Yes,
Yeah.
but you are raising a child with this person, and you are here. You are here. And the fact
Well,
that she's telling him like, well, I just don't believe in having to reciprocate in
I don't.
relationships is a
Well, I'll
weird
tell
thing for me to hear from a
okay. Well,
protagonist.
let me tell you how I interpreted that line, and maybe I don't know if one of us is right, but I don't think it's both. Um, I think what she was saying, or what I gathered from that line, was like, I don't believe in sort of like perfect even reciprocity, as in like a sort of like perfect egalitarian, like everything is equal, everything has to be equal, or it's not fair type thing.
I did not get that from there, because he's not asking for in that scene for a perfect egalitarian split. He's asking for assistance in raising the kid. Like, he's asking for her to take, some time from her projects to, devote a little bit more to raising their child with him so that he can have some time to himself as well. Which, again, he's the one who bit off all the more that he could chew, and she does
Mm.
make a point of saying like, well, you can reorganize your time however you want, right? That's
Yeah, like I'm
fine.
the busy one working and actually being successful here. Yeah.
Yeah, but that like I I don't look at
Well,
that
so
as a
here's the
protagonist who
thing.
I'm like sympathizing with as somebody who's like a like trying to do whatever is right for them. I look at that as a protagonist who is in this situation and is actively trying to just not actively trying to make it better, and
Mhm.
actively keeping that, like, basically making it all his fault when a relationship is a partnership in this way. So I'm
Well,
not
yeah,
like,
okay, but here's the thing. I agree with you that she is wrong. Like that, there's a central argument, right, between the two of them, and I think what this is the strength of the movie for me is that like they're both wrong in some ways and right in some ways, but like for the most part, like it's being used as evidence that she could have maybe killed him, and it's like, well, because they had a fight and because she's kind of cold and because she can be kind of a cunt sometimes, like that means she killed him. You know what I mean? Like like neither of like he's worse in a lot of ways, and that's made clear throughout the movie. But like she's not perfect either. But the movie's not about
well, and
like.
one of the things that I got, so there's a lot of at the beginning in particular when the lawyer comes over and starts asking like, did he have suicidal ideation or anything like that. And then she says, no, not really. And then later on, like when he goes, well, it'd be easier to defend, but like that kind of thing. And then later on,
Mm.
she calls and says, oh, actually, I remember this time where he tried to kill himself. I think maybe, right? I was like, oh, okay, that seems like a lie. Like that doesn't like that seems. I don't know. Like I did not. I was like, that seems like a lie. That seems like
It didn't
adding
seem like a
something.
lie at all to me. It seemed like something that she didn't interpret as that at the time, but then in hindsight looks that way. I think that's what the movie was saying.
See, the way that it was sort of revealing everything to me, like in sort of the slow reveals of like, oh, when there was a recording, by the way, oh yeah, also there's a recording, this is like that kind of thing. The way it was revealing that, I was sort of expecting it to be revealed that she actually was lying at that point, and I'm not 100%. I know the movie ends in a pretty conclusive way, but I'm not like personally. I'm looking at everything here and not 100% convinced that she wasn't lying about some of this stuff or adding things to, like adding things on
I
as
don't know if
things
there's any
looked
reason to
bad.
believe that,
I
though.
don't no, I think you're right. There's probably not very much reason presented in the movie, but like the way that the evidence is presented in the legal system, the way the legal system works, where it's basically just
Throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
throw all hearsay at the wall and just see what happens. And then so they'll throw some hearsay at the wall and she'll say, well, yeah, but see, like that's about this instead. Like, actually, that's because he claimed that you plundered his idea. Well, but he said that I could. It's like I don't know. Like when
Well,
that
I didn't see any reason to believe that. Like it seemed like what actually happened was like the what she
he
was saying
abandoned.
was true, and that like they're trying to spin and reframe a basic sort of
I
like
was very
yeah.
distrustful of the things that she was saying because of the way that she'd she'd remember stuff that we hadn't seen later on. And I know the movie definitely makes
I thought
the
the movie
case.
made pretty clear that like these are things that she didn't interpret as suicide attempts at the time, but now is like, holy shit, maybe that was what that was, which I feel like is a believable and relatable thing that people can experience, not seeing the signs in the moment,
Mm,
seeing them
I
later.
mean, yeah, I can understand that, but also it's I can understand that, but I also just I feel like it's equally you could equally say like that it made it seem I don't know. It seemed to me like that she was lying. That I just did not. I don't know. There was something there that I'm like I don't like this person. I don't like any of
Well,
these people. I feel like
she's
they're
not a
all.
super warm person. She's not a very kind person. She's a little selfish too. But I think part of it for me was that like all the worst things about her personality are being used as like against her as evidence that like maybe she killed him, when it's like it's not that she's a saint, it's just like that doesn't mean she killed her husband. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
yeah, I mean, yeah, I get
I
that, but
like
also
because I
like
think
I could see it be like I can see the argument for like why she would have killed him. Like just because she's not a saint doesn't mean she,
I don't see
killed
that at
him. But
all.
like I can see I can absolutely see the argument. She gets violent with him in that recording. She goes like, which is kind of on him for pushing in that way. But
You
I
mean
didn't.
entirely on him? Yeah.
No, it's never entirely on the person who. It's never entirely on the
No, I
person
mean like for
who doesn't throw
instigating and
a.
like I mean like he's the one trying to sabotage the relationship because he wants an out. Like the movie makes it pretty clear that he is thinking about killing himself, and he's just looking for ways to like be a martyr and to like destroy things and be the victim.
Well,
And I think
and
one of the
how
things
does
that
the movie make it clear that he like it's through these remembered like
no, it's
these things
clear
that
from
get
their conversation, the argument that they have, that
it's
that's
clear
how he starts.
from an interpretation based on and based it's clear from an interpretation of that argument, but you could also interpret that argument as him just trying to like get a grasp of what's going on and getting her to take some extra responsibility. in
Well,
the
no, there's
raising of
so
their
much more
child.
he says, though. That like that's part of it, yeah. But there's so much more he says in that conversation. I don't remember it all off the top of my head, but there's so much more that he brings up and like jabs he takes and like stuff like that, where he's like trying to antagonize and like look for a reason to be the victim of her cruelty and all that sort of stuff. And then all the other stuff that like you have to discount for this to make any sense. You have to discount, you have to assume that the kid is lying. You have to assume that she's lying about all this stuff that there's no good reason to assume that they
Okay,
are lying.
well, the kid. Okay, the thing with the kid, the reason that I called the kid an equal psychopath here, is mostly because of the dog experiment that he runs, which I found to be completely insane that this kid would. Because so aspirin in the dose that it would take to kill it. First off, suicide by aspirin is almost impossible. Like if you go and look, like that is one thing. Like if you go and look it up in aspirin overdoses, 1% are fatal. Right, so we already know this guy's a shitty writer. We know he's a shitty researcher. So it sure makes sense that that would happen, right? That he would try to kill himself with something that he doesn't know, has very little chance of actually succeeding. However, when the kid poisons the dog out of like basically out of curiosity to see if this is
If
gonna
it has
work,
the effect,
if it has the effect,
or if that's what
that's
his dad did.
that's
That's
that's really crazy, man. Like that's really a fucking crazy thing to do. To
and I
like
agree. Here, I'm gonna throw you a bone. I'm gonna throw you an olive branch here. I thought that was kind of crazy too. It's not impossible for me, but it is like, oh shit, like this kid, like
yeah, like
I
it didn't tell anybody, and like aspirin like is only fatal in like 1% of overdose cases if you're a human, not if you're a dog. Like it'll
well, he
kill a
doesn't
dog.
fucking know that shit.
Yeah,
He's
I know
pretty
he
young.
doesn't know that. He's not that young, but he's young enough to know that he shouldn't try to poison his dog as an experiment to prove whether or not his mom is lying. Like that's really nuts. And so when I saw that,
It's a little nuts, but I didn't find it unbelievable. I feel like, but I do think that that's the weakest part for me.
and that the dog is revived by like a single tongueful of salt water, like that, it's whatever. It's a indie budget movie kind of thing. But no, I like that threw me off a lot because I was just like, what kind of person, what kind of kid? First off, like does that? That seems odd. Seems very odd. And so when I'm like sitting there, like he's just later on, and he says, the evidence that acquits her is him kind of basically saying, "Oh yeah, I actually remember now this time that I think my dad was talking about himself when he was trying to prepare me for my dog's death." I was like, like I don't trust these people enough to believe that that's an accurate. I don't trust these people enough to believe that he's not just saying that. Like, I don't know,
Well,
man. It's
the motivation for that lie is more unbelievable than the fact that they remember details that they didn't make sense of or didn't connect at the time. Because it's like if you run the opposite direction in terms of justifying these lies and when they come up with them and what lies they tell specifically, it's more ridiculous than the opposite.
say that
Because
again.
so if you think they're lying, if you run the logic of like what lies they come up with when they tell them and stuff like that, it's first of all they're too subtle, right? They're too like subtle and nuanced to be good lies. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like you have to be like an insane, like it's less believable that kid would come up with that lie than that kid would remember certain details differently in the hindsight of what happened to his dad.
I see what you're saying. I really just did not connect with the characters in that, like, because of this kind of thing, and I just like every time one of them was saying something, I was like, I don't believe what they're saying. I just did I like I don't know, man. I really had a difficult time believing what any of them were saying was true. And I see Jen in the comments, like, if she didn't want to help out and take more time to take care of her kid, why would she kill her husband? That is not really what that's not really what I'm saying, is that she did it so that she wouldn't have to take care of her kid. She did it because her husband was a whiny little cunt who wouldn't let her have any, like, I'm not saying that the husband didn't deserve what he got. Okay, he got what he wanted in the end, right? And I think that's the way the movie wants us to think about it, right? Like, I don't think that it was like, I don't think that it was because she wanted to get rid of all that responsibility, and that it was because she didn't want to take responsibility there. I think it was because she just didn't like him. She didn't like her husband, right? Like, that's the main reason that that's the main thing they're trying to establish in the trial, that as motive, is that they didn't get along, right? It wasn't really about whether or not she didn't want to take responsibility for the kid. It was that they were just not, they were toxic to each other. So like, that's not what I'm saying, is that it's that you put two people who get violent with each other in the same house, and who are like, one who's like super passive aggressive, and one who'll, get violent.
Kind of cold. It's kind of like cold-hearted a bit. She's a bit like harsh and not compassionate. She's a bit like not the warmest. Like, I mean, that's part of like the whole problem of her reputation at the trial too, is that she's kind of closed off. She's very German in that respect. You know what I mean? And so like, so I think it's fine if you like. I mean, I don't need to tell you that it's fine you didn't like it, but what I'm saying is, I can get not trusting them, but I think in terms of assessing the believability of what's being said, you have to run the opposite direction. And I think if you run it in the opposite direction, you realize that it's more ridiculous, not less. That they're lying, and that how they lie, and when they lie and how they say it, it's like it feels less believable than the opposite. Considerably, I would say.
I think the main issue for believability came down to me watching, like, I'm not familiar with how how accurate the French legal system actually is. But when I was watching that, I was reminded of just bad American courtroom drama, and I was like, okay, so like, I don't believe any of this, right? Like, that's basically what I was kind of looking at it like, and coming at it from like that perspective of how you read The Stranger the first time. I might have a different take on it if I went back and rewatched it, which I probably won't, because it like, either way, it still really frustrated me to watch that proceeding happen. The
trial, literally and figuratively, for her that it's going through is part of it. And I think one of the parts that I really liked the most about the ending is that there's a part where she says, because it's over, like, and she won, but it doesn't feel like a victory. It's just like the absence of suffering. You know what I mean? It's like a load has been lifted, but like, it's not a victory. It's like nobody won here, really. You know what I mean? It's like
she's
not
in jail for murder, so I mean.
Well, I know, but you know what I mean, because but she's not. If she killed him and got away with it, she would relate to it much more like a victory. But she doesn't, because it's not a victory.
Okay, but yeah, like, look,
it's just the absence of more tragedy.
Maybe, but she's also saying this to somebody. Like, she's also saying this to somebody.
It's just so much more ridiculous to think that she actually is a secret. Like, there's nothing to indicate that. We see plenty of scenes with her like by herself and stuff like that, and we never get even the smallest glimpse. Like, it's just so much more
of her, like,
that she's being actively manipulative, and that she's actually a secret, like, not just a psychopath, but like a absolute masterclass manipulator, and that she secretly wanted him dead, not was just frustrated with him, all this sort of things, and that she's lying to the son, and she's lying to there's nothing to indicate that. There's some doubt.
Yeah, no, look, man. I am not like firmly connected to the idea that the movie is lying to me about the fact, like, the idea that she actually killed him, and that, like, she got, like, that was more of a joke than anything. I
Hmm.
don't really believe, like, throughout the whole, like, I know that the movie is making it quite clear. I understand that it's making it quite clear what happened, right? Like, I don't think it's so ambiguous that it's like, like a uninterpretable kind of thing. I
Hmm.
had a very difficult time for the most part of the movie, the way that everything was going. I had a very difficult time believing that that's how it was going to end, because the I did not trust her. I did not trust the prosecutor or even the lawyer. I did not trust I didn't trust the son and the way that he was, doing everything. I didn't trust the judge. I didn't trust that any of what I was getting in this was truthful, mostly because a lot of it was just a lot of people asking, like, how did you feel about this? Like, how did you feel that did you feel that the choice of the cover song of Pimp by 50 Cent was indication that the
Yeah.
victim thought you were there to fuck his wife? Like, that was weird. The fact when
Well, but I mean, that's
when they
supposed
asked
to
the
be weird.
psychiatrist, hold on. They asked the psychiatrist who was treating the husband, right? They asked him, "Oh, well, what did you think about it?" And he goes, "Well, she was the problem. She was I was sitting there like, what kind of psychiatrist has a client who shows up to his office and starts talking about how he thinks his wife is conspiring to steal his ideas, and she's trying to, like, stop the, like, she doesn't want to take care of the kid or anything like that. What kind of psychiatrist hears that and goes, I think you're right, man. I think you're right. Absolutely, you're probably right about that. That is a very valid thing you should be worried about. They don't. I don't think that they do even. I wouldn't. That sounds like crazy
Well, I don't
malpractice,
think
even in
I don't.
France.
Well, no, I
Like,
don't think the implication is that he just affirmed everything he said, but clearly he believes what um what the husband told him about the wife, whether it's true or not. There seems to be evidence that he sort of lied and exaggerated in great degree what his wife was actually like to his own psychiatrist. So the psychiatrist doesn't necessarily say that like what their therapy was like is that he came in and said, "You're right, man, and you're totally right to feel that way."
no,
But instead,
he looks her dead in the eye and instead says, "You were the problem," which is like, that was.
well, that doesn't mean that's what he said to the husband, though. You're acting like what he says to the husband is like, "Oh, you're totally right. She is the real villain. You don't need to change at all." Like that doesn't. There's no implication that like that's what he's saying to her. But based on what it's like
No,
if you were treating,
what I'm
hold on, if you're treating someone who came in to your therapy that talks about like a father who abused and molested them or something like that in your therapy, like you wouldn't just say like every, you know what I mean, you would still try to get them to focus on what they can control and work through it, what they can accept, and what would be best for them, and sort of, and not let them just sort of like not validate all their sort of like feelings to the point where they just like wallow in misery all the time, sort of thing. But if you were to confront that person, it's not like you would feel any worse. Like it wouldn't make you
I would
not.
think, and I would think that a psychiatrist who, is used to dealing with people who have these kinds of, which I think we both know it tends to be an overblown kind of delusion in the mind of a lot of these people, that they
Mhm.
think, like, I would think that a psychiatrist who's used to dealing with people like that would have the restraint, or would have the wherewithal to understand that he wasn't getting the full story. He was getting that one person's interpretation. You would
Well, it
think,
depends on how, like, we don't know exactly, because there's a lot of evidence to the fact that the dad was sort of manipulative and sort of stuff like that. All you have to believe for that to be true is that he sort of convinced his psychiatrist of things that weren't true. It's not like that's never happened before. That I feel like
you're
that.
right about that, but I just don't like the idea that the psychiatrist and the testimony that is going to convict somebody, regardless of whether or not I like her, is a shitty psychiatrist, or a manipulated psychiatrist's subjective interpretation of a relationship that he knows he only has one side of. Like, I don't like
Okay,
that was, like, I don't.
it seems like a gripe with the French legal system, not the movie.
Most of this is a gripe with the French legal system that the movie is portraying, and I did not like
Well, then
watching.
okay, but that's not the movie's fault at all.
Would it make you feel better if I said
That's
that
not a problem with the movie.
I liked that the film, I like the way it's shot. I think it's I like the way it's shot. I think it's a well-made movie. I just didn't like watching it because I didn't like any of the people or the process that I was watching.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't have any gripes with that. I think the part that, if anything,
I didn't
I
say it
would.
was a I didn't say I thought it
I
was a
know,
terrible
I
movie.
know,
I
I
think,
know.
you know,
I know, but like you kept bringing up the like, but it chose to show it as if that's like that's a fault on the film. You know what I mean?
it okay, I'm not saying that it's a fault on the film. I'm saying, like, I think it's pretty inarguable, right, that the movie is very much a movie about about watching the French legal system play out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not like that even a little bit. I would not
No, and the
recommend
only
anybody
yeah.
watch it because of that. So that's like that
Okay.
is my like I did not like that, and I didn't like the characters. I did not like any of them. Not
Yeah.
any of them. Not one. I thought they
Yeah.
were
Well, I
all bad. I thought they were all kind of shitty people, and I would have been perfectly happy if she had gone to jail. I would have been perfectly happy if the dog had pushed the kid out of the window at the end in revenge. I would have been honestly. I was really hoping at one point that it would reveal that the dog pushed the dad out of the window, and then he put, like, when the kid goes up to, like, after poisoning the dog, he goes up to lean out the window and look down, and like look down at the thing, that the dog would come and push him out too, and that would be like the big reveal, is that it was the dog the whole time getting revenge for this treatment. Like I was, yeah, I no, I
well, yeah,
did not enjoy it.
obviously, if you didn't like it and didn't like the characters, that's totally fine. The only thing that I was insistent on pushing back on, because I do think I think the idea that the kid and the mom are both lying, and they're both master manipulators, psychopaths, is more unrealistic than the opposite. And so the
That
idea,
I meant that more as a joke than anything, but it would
well,
like
no, but
I
it gets to like, well, then I don't quite understand why you can't trust them, because the opposite seems way more unbelievable. That's the sort of thing I'm getting at.
what do you mean that you don't get why I can't trust them? Like that I didn't like the way I didn't like the way that she was. I didn't think that she seemed like she was interested in salvaging the relationship, or that, like, honestly, I
But she
felt
didn't.
like it was
Wasn't
possible
necessarily.
that she could have killed him. Like, I felt like it was possible that she could have killed him, and then the way that it was portrayed, where things sort of came back, could have been that, you know, she was. It could have been that she was just misremembering things, or like assigning them significance later, or it could have also been that she was like, oh yeah, yeah, I remember this time now, or like she could have been assigning significance to it, and like trying to, like, I don't know. I felt like she was trying to. I obviously felt like she was trying to get out of it, and I know that,
Yeah.
like, there's a lot of indication in there that she's not. I know there's no indication that she's like behind the scenes, kind of pulling the strings or anything like that, but I don't know, like, because all the evidence is so subjective, and because her defenses of the evidence are also so subjective, I just was like, I mean, like, she could have just pushed him in a fit of rage. I don't.
Yeah, but I think based on all the performance in the entire film, and all, like, when the testimony she gives, when she gives it, the parts that you think could be lies, I don't, frankly, I just, with the sum total of everything that happens in the movie, I just don't think they can be. I don't think it's believable that she could be lying based on all the evidence. So that seems, I
Hearsay
think.
evidence?
No, it's her performance, and it's like, how okay, if those are lies, it's how she tells them and when she tells them, and like how they're not the lies you would tell if you were making them up. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that going on. If she's lying, like, this is not how someone would do it. You know what I mean?
I don't. No, not really, because, like, I think people do that a lot, or they, like, I've seen a lot of courtroom shit where people lie just to, like, where people lie to get out of stuff like that, like, and it doesn't sound like it would make very much sense in general. But like,
Well, a lot of okay, I don't have specific dialogue up in front of me, and it's been maybe a month or so since I've seen it. But my general takeaway from watching her entire performance and all the stuff not in the courtroom, all the stuff, all the testimony, when she says what, was that like if she was lying, she would have done a ton of things differently, and that's not how she would tell the lie because it's a little too nuanced and like shades of gray to be very self-serving as a lie because it doesn't fully exonerate. It's like, you know what I mean? Like if someone was lying
well,
to
she's
try
being
to
faced down with a lot of like a lot of evidence that is kind of irrefutable in those situations, like when she strikes him on the recording. Like you can't really like lie and say no, that was him hitting me instead. Like they know who did it, so she's doing these like shades of gray lying. I mean, it makes it seem more realistic when you say it that way, right? Like, oh, like it makes it seem more realistic when you lie to sort of like cover up those things and give them a twinge of truth, if that makes sense. I probably doesn't.
now I think a big part of a big part of the like if she killed him and was lying about it, she wouldn't have waited so long to introduce the idea that maybe he killed himself. Doesn't make any character sense for her to wait until the moment where she remembers a small detail that might have indicated suicidal ideation that she didn't pick up on the time. Because it's considerably later from the point where it would have been
You mean like
smart.
when the lawyer asks her and then she calls him? It's not all that much later.
No, it is. It's like because from the very beginning when they need to prepare a defense for her.
It's only a couple of scenes after that, dude. I just watched it
No,
last night.
it takes time. Like I mean, like it takes story time for it to get there.
For it to get to her calling him on the balcony, it's not that far afterward when she calls him and says when she calls him and tells him the story of the of him vomiting up the pills, and then he starts asking all the questions of like, well, did anybody see it? Did anybody else know? Did you tell anybody? Like all that.
Mhm.
That's not all that much further after when that happens.
Okay, why? Okay, if she lied about it and actually killed him, when she's asked, did he have any suicidal ideation? Why does she say no?
Well, probably because she didn't think about it at the time. I like
That
there
that
are well
makes
there are
the
no
whole movie
dude,
for me.
there are a lot of cases in which the people who like when people are asked that kind of stuff by the police, right? Like somebody in the immediate aftermath when they're asked like, "Oh, well, could it have been this? Could it have been suicide? Could it have been like and if that kind of thing?" The people will say like, "No, I think it was this," and then like they'll change their story later on because it's they have time to think about it and to go, maybe if I tell them this, like if they think that people are being or people are suspicious of them, like if they think that their gaze
I
is
think the idea that she's lying and that she actually killed him kind of relies on her being a rather masterful manipulator. That doesn't quite jive.
I I felt when I was watching it that I could believe it happened. I felt when I was watching that I could believe it. Like I didn't think that it didn't jive to me. It seemed believable. It seemed like that was sort of driving the whole conflict of the movie was that shit, like it could have gone that way, right? Like the
Yeah,
fact that
well, I mean, oh yeah, so for the drama in the moment, yeah, but my central contention is that the sum total of everything that is seen in the film.
well, especially by the time we get to the end, I think the movie's taking a very definitive view on
Well,
it. Yeah, I agree
okay,
with you in that, but like, I still, for the build up in the drama of the moment, I still think that they
oh,
did.
okay. So we're not saying quite the same thing. I think we're saying different things. One is that yeah, the drama of the film is wondering whether she did it,
Yeah,
right?
and I was
Like I mean,
definitely like the way that
yeah,
I was
I know,
looking at
but
it. Yeah.
I'm talking about in hindsight
Oh no,
because
that's why I mean like the conclusion of the movie being that she's a psychopath who got away with murder because of
mhm.
or because of hearsay testimony from her dog poisoning son. That was the joke. I know where the movie ends up taking it is that no, actually she didn't do it. She was like, I know that's where the movie ended up taking it. I'm
Okay.
not like,
I think
but
I think
during the
I
movie, while I was watching it, before we got
yes.
to the end, I
Okay.
was
It
like,
seemed like
she
I
is, yeah.
understand. I understand now. I misunderstood what you were saying. That the sensation of watching it for the first time was that you couldn't trust anything she said. I
Yes.
thought you were saying that in conclusion, you still feel like you couldn't trust anything she said,
No,
which
no.
is
I know that the
I
movie,
understand.
yeah, I know that the movie ends up with the pretty definitive conclusion, or the definitive conclusion that she did not do it, and that is like everything like could be trusted in hindsight. While
Hmm.
watching it, I had a very big problem
Yeah.
trying to trust it, and
Hmm.
that kind of just like that
Soured it
yeah
a little.
soured it. That
I
soured it,
understand.
and then the French legal system that also soured it for me.
Well,
That's that's
I
basically
you if there's one thing we can agree on here, it's that I wouldn't want to live in France. Um, I wouldn't want to live in France and be accused of a crime. That's for fucking sure. Jesus Christ, man. Because yeah, this is. I mean, it is frustrating to watch from a country with a legal system wherein if someone said something like that, you'd be like, excuse me, objection. Can't
yeah,
fucking
like
say that.
what do you I'm sorry, like
That's not
why are
fair
we
at all,
asking this
actually.
witness to ascribe intention to the
Yeah.
playing of a song that was on while she was there for all of 5 minutes? Like, why are we doing this? That has no business being in this courtroom. And the judge would sit there and go, "Yeah, you're right. What the fuck, dude?" Like, this
Hmm.
is an instant mistrial in America, which
Yeah.
is one of the reasons why, like, and as the first experience I've never read The Stranger, so this is the first experience I've ever had with the French legal system.
It's a kangaroo court. What's the French word for kangaroo?
Congrats.
So yeah, that's pretty close, I think. So I think we've gotten through the weeds on that one. I want to respond to someone in chat who has a bone to pick with our
Oh, the poor
commentary
things.
on poor things. They have a bone to pick, but no argument, it seems. You've gone so far with your misunderstanding of the film that you've accusing the artist of not understanding the film he made rather than acknowledging your own fault that you just didn't get it. Please explain how we didn't get it or shut up. Like I honestly, I don't mean to be too harsh, but I see this a lot where it's like, okay, well, explain how we're wrong or go away because that's not helpful or useful. You just said you guys misinterpreted it. Okay,
Well,
how?
I would
How
wonder
did we misinterpret it?
I would wonder if Grant has gotten to the point where we start diving a little bit further, because we did say that before we dived into some of the general morality that the movie gets across. I did say that as like one of the first things is that I think that he doesn't quite understand what he's trying to say, but I think by the end of our conversation on that, we did kind of come around to I think he does understand what he's trying to say. It's
Maybe
just
at most there's some ethical implications that maybe if he was pressed on, he might not
yeah, I
realize
think we
are
kind of came
implied.
around on that. So
Well, no, but I mean, also he seems to fundamentally believe we misunderstood the meaning of the film. So either
yeah, I mean maybe I don't
tell
know.
us how we're wrong, or you know, spend your time doing something else. It's not useful.
Yeah, I'd like to hear
How we fundamentally misunderstand the
how
movie.
we misunderstood it. I'd like to. I mean, I'd like to participate in the conversation. So like, yeah, go
And
ahead, man.
also, and
Throw it in
and
the chat.
I must say, it's not inherently ridiculous to say that an artist fundamentally misunderstood their own work. There's plenty of examples of this. All you have to do to understand the fact that an artist can misunderstand their own work is to realize that there are plenty of bad movies that the people who made them think are good. That is a misunderstanding of their own work. All right, it's not a hard thing to grasp in principle. Whether Yorgos Lanthimos is aware of certain ethical implications is a different thing. Like we already mentioned, we're not even necessarily saying that he didn't understand the subversion he was doing or what some of the implications are. But it is absolutely possible and quite frequent, I would say, that artists can misunderstand things about their own work. So it's not inherently ridiculous to say. Nice try. Um, shall we move on to our final film?
Yeah, I think we well, you would recommend it, and I mean honestly, like it's getting a lot of awards. It's garnering a lot of awards. People like it a lot, and if you're less like me and you can deal with the frustration that is watching French lawyers at work, you're probably going to have a much better time with it. It is not a badly performed movie by any stretch of the imagination. It's not a badly made movie by any stretch of the imagination. I did like the music. I would agree with you on that. I really enjoyed the way that they incorporated the kids' piano playing, especially into the
Mhm.
opening credits. I thought that was really
Yeah,
interesting.
the
And
kid's like struggling to learn this piano song. You
yeah,
know,
it's
good.
yeah. I did not enjoy watching it. I had a difficult time, but I understand why people do, um, for the most part. So yeah, there we go. That's basically my take.
And
So
now that brings
now
us
we can
to a
come
movie
to
that
one that
I
we
know we
definitely
agree
agree
upon.
on.
Yes, and that is
The
The
Holdovers.
Holdovers, starring Paul Giamatti, the man, the myth, the legend. The Holdovers. I don't know about you, but I feel pretty confident in saying that The Holdovers is my favorite movie of the year.
Yeah, I would put it up there. I think that is definitely the best one that I've seen or that I saw last year.
Hmm. I really like this movie. It's like many of the films in the very tail end of this stream. The theme connecting them would be small character dramas, and this is that to a T. It's a great little character movie with very likable characters. It's funny, sad. It's got a conclusive ending. It's everything you want from an indie movie. No, I love. There's a sort of cultural specificity to like a New England boys' school.
Boarding like a boarding school,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. That I really liked. That was a really cool, you know, window into that world. Takes
So
place in the
it's
70s.
early
Yeah.
70s, right? It's like 1971 to 72 because it takes place over the holiday and the new year. So it's
And it's
got that
still
retro
during
aesthetic.
yeah, it's still during Vietnam or maybe right after Vietnam, one of those two.
It's during Vietnam
Yeah.
didn't end for a while after
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Okay, right, exactly. So, The Holdovers, as the title suggests, the title comes from. So, Paul Giamatti is a teacher at an all boys boarding school in New England. And over the winter holiday, there is a small group of kids who don't go home for the holidays for various reasons. They are the holdovers. And he is begrudgingly tasked with watching over them over the course of the holidays. And the central drama of this movie kind of focuses in on Paul Giamatti, the teacher, one of the main students whose name I can't remember, but he's played by Dominic Sessa. He's great in the movie, and the um the main cook at the school who stays over the winter, who is played by I don't remember her name, but she was incredible too. Do you remember her name?
Oh, hold on, I can pull it up.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. What's her name?
Div-
Divine Joy.
Divine Joy Randolph.
Yes,
She
she's
is
incredible too.
fantastic.
A lot
Honestly,
of great performances.
every character in this movie is killing it in
Yes.
the acting department. The story is great. I would very much recommend this one. It's really funny. I really like Paul Giamatti in like pretty
Oh,
much everything I've ever seen him in.
yeah, but he's like career best in this. He's so good. He's really the movie is very funny. There's a lot of great jokes. It's way funnier. It's way funnier than a lot of like out and out comedies that I saw this year, honestly. Like it's got a lot of good jokes in it. Um yeah, and so there's a lot of I don't want to spoil too much. Obviously it takes place over the winter holiday and kind of centers in on the main relationship is Paul Giamatti and this kid played by Dominic Sessa. And Dominic Sessa is going through a lot with his family life at home, and Paul Giamatti who's kind of a cold, grumpy, curmudgeonly older professor,
Yeah,
is like not
I
doing a
think he
very
refers
job
to the
of
kids as like cretins or something like that. Like
yeah. He's harsh. He's of an old school way of teaching, kind of more drill sergeanty than like father figure, but like through the help especially of Divine Joy Randolph's character, he kind of like opens up a bit more and sort of like actually forms a relationships with the kid. And so they go through a lot of ups and downs. It's a simple little character drama story, but there's a lot of good wrinkles. There's a lot of man, there's a lot of really good payoffs and
It really is. Yeah, I mean,
emotional beats. Yeah.
it hits a lot of it hits pretty much everything that you would want from from a really solid movie. Like it's
Hmm.
got a timeless feel to it that
Yeah.
I think a lot of people try for, but they don't quite pull it off the way this does.
Hmm.
Like the as Topaz in the chat is talking about the film grain, and yeah, it's not shot on film; it's digital with an art, yeah, with a grain added in. So that can be a bit distracting if you're into that sort of thing. I
Yeah, if you
guess.
have a very good eye for that sort of thing, most people won't notice. I would say with that sort of thing, I'm a bit more forgiving of like, okay, because the reason not to just shoot it digital and not, I mean, okay, so the reason that you want it to look like film is because it's a 70s period piece and you really want to evoke the time period, right?
Yeah.
I'm a bit forgiving of shooting it digitally and adding a film grain if it's for budget reasons. I don't know actually what the budget was or whether it would have been possible to shoot film because film is considerably more expensive. If it was done for budget reasons, I can forgive it. I can forgive a lot if it was done for budget reasons. But it would have been stronger if it was shot on film instead of shot digital. But I don't think most people will notice or care. It doesn't bother me the way it bothers some people, but I can understand it as a
So this
criticism.
is according to Collider. The Holdovers was produced at roughly. Is this? No, that's got to be something else. There's no way that this movie cost that much. Uh, that's got to no, that's a different one. Sorry, I searched it up and it says the Holdovers digital debut, and then underneath it says produced on a reported budget of 70 million. There's no fucking way.
I don't. I see an article that says around 30 million. Um,
That seems
sometimes,
high.
sometimes, sometimes the more, the more indie, for lack of a better word, a movie is, it can be harder to find the budget. When it's a really big blockbuster, the budget is almost always reported, at least if it's. So I don't know exactly what the budget is, but
Yeah, well, and I mean it was a period piece, so like that can tend to drive budgets up a bit as well, with costuming and the the set design and all that. Although it does a pretty good job of like keeping it small scale. It stays in
mhm,
a few locations.
yeah,
There's not very many extras. It's pretty much you know solidly three people most of the way through.
yeah. They have some
Um,
they have some locations. I think a lot of them are locations and not sets. Locations are generally cheaper.
yeah.
Um, I think if I
Well,
understand
they
correctly,
set
Dom.
deck those to like get
Well,
the
I know, but I think all in all, if you're making a movie on a low budget, you're not building sets. You're using actual locations, generally speaking, unless it's a very low expensive location. Um, I know that the school that they're filming at is obviously a real school. I don't think it's a lot of sets, and I know, if I understand correctly, Dominic Sessa was a student at that school, and that's how
oh
he got an audition. He didn't really have any big roles before this, if I understand correctly. And wow, he's good.
yeah
I hope to see more of him. I mean, I hope he's not just like tailor made for this role and that he's got some range, but he is very good in this role.
yeah I think he's really solid with the way, and we don't want to spoil this one too much, right?
What?
Sorry, I was reading the chat. We don't want to spoil this one too much because we're both going to
No, I
recommend
don't. I
this.
don't want
Yeah,
to get too specific because it's a movie I would recommend to basically everyone, including, a lot of just family and friends who maybe don't see a lot of movies. This is a nice. I mean, it's got enough, like, I mean, I was gonna call it like a feel good movie. Obviously, there's some prickliness to it. It's not so saccharine that it's like too sweet. It's got some edge to it, just enough to make it feel real and to make some of the more emotional beats feel earned, because the conflict, it goes far enough that it makes the resolutions worth it, or to, you know what I mean? You earn the payoffs
yeah,
by having it go there. And I thought, a lot of the dialogue, the jokes, really funny. It's a really nice movie. I really liked it. It's very kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a
People describe
heartwarming.
it as cozy.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, like it's cozy the way that like getting snowed in at a nice looking place with a fire.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's got a melancholy that, hangs over it the way a lot of things set in winter do. It's just got a lot going for it. There's a lot of character growth and stuff like that for the main characters, arcs that they go on. They all have pretty solid little arcs. There's a lot of good character details. I love the stuff with Mary, I believe is her name, Divine
yeah.
Joy Randolph's character and her son. Ooh, that stuff is pretty
That stuff is
kind of
yeah.
heart
That
wrenching.
stuff hurts. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. I like that they chose the like this is another one too. That's like I've been on that history podcast kick, and they chose the the ancients teacher, the ancient history teacher for this, and so there's a lot of good thematic dialogue that they hit with too. So
Hmm.
and a couple of good scenes that I think has like for lack of I don't want to sound too much like like a pretentious critic or anything, but I feel like this one has something to say for sure, and it does it pretty well. Like it has a good
Yeah.
point to make, and it doesn't let it overstep the character drama, but it does it
Hmm.
it executes it nicely. I would definitely recommend it. You can watch it on Peacock too for free right now.
Oh, is that where it is?
Yep.
Okay. I was wondering where that would end up.
Yeah, that's where I
Yeah.
watched it, and I was very happy with it. I would definitely rewatch this one. It's gonna stick around with me for a while. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm excited to rewatch it. It also makes for a good Christmas movie, though I would say it's not exclusively a Christmas movie. Obviously, not it takes place over the winter holiday, but I think it's in that perfect sweet spot where it's Christmassy enough that it makes for a good holiday watch, but it's not so tied to Christmas that you couldn't enjoy it all year round.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
way
yeah,
the way you might not watch Elf at any other time of the year,
yeah.
but
It's got like that When Harry Met Sally sort of thing, where it's like a lot of people watch it at New Year's, but then like
mhm.
you can watch it whenever. You can watch
Yeah,
it
exactly.
anytime, and it hits pretty well. So I think it's got a similar vibe to that. Maybe a little more wintry, just because it is all a wintry thing. But you could watch it whenever and have a great
Yeah.
time with it.
Grant, we're not going to invite you on to chat. Just tell us in the chat what you think we got wrong. We've been going for like 5.5 hours. I have no idea if you even have like a good mic or who you are or anything. Just tell us in the chat what you think we got wrong, or don't bother. I'm not.
But
I'm
yeah,
not inviting you
obviously
on at the
we're
end
we're
of all this.
happy we're happy to
You can
respond.
leave a
It's
comment.
all good.
Yeah, we'll respond to you here. Hadn't liked Alexander Payne last few, so found this to be a nice return to form. I actually have not seen any of his movies. I've heard of them. I've heard of Sideways, I've heard of Nebraska, etc., but never seen any of them. So I hear Sideways
I
is one to
haven't even
check
heard.
out because Sideways also has Paul Giamatti, and he's great. And I'm glad he's having something of a moment, a renaissance for him, where people are like, you know what, Paul Giamatti is great. I forgot, but he is great. I'm glad
Yeah,
he's having his little moment in the sun.
he's been
I
doing
hope he
indie movies, yeah, like those the smaller ones for
Yeah,
a
he's
little
been a
while now.
solid character actor for a really long time.
Did you
And
ever watch John Adams, by the way?
no, but I've heard it's good.
It's
On
excellent. I would highly
Okay.
recommend that.
It's
Yeah,
on my list. Yeah.
yeah, that is an excellent choice if you ever just like want something to turn on for. It's like an hour long thing. You don't have to I wouldn't binge watch it because it kind of
Mhm.
is meant to. It was made in at a time when it's sort of meant to be viewed, once a week or something like that, spaced out over, a little bit of time. But
Okay.
because so it jumps around, but it each episode is really solid, and he's excellent. He won a lot of awards for that when that came out, and it's really good writing. It's based on a really solid book too by one of the better like popular historian writers, David McCullough. So
Hmm.
definitely
Yeah.
recommend that for sure.
I'm excited to watch it. It's been on my list on HBO Max for a while.
And what was that one that
So,
he did where he was a like a hawk tamer?
oh, okay, hold on. I think I know what you're talking about.
Because that's a really interesting movie. I mean, I wouldn't call it great, but it is.
Is it The Hawk is Dying?
Yeah, that's it. That's the
The
one.
Hawk.
That's a interesting movie to watch. It's a lost art kind of thing of falconry or hawking or whatever. But he's the one who like,
It
he's
doesn't have
prob-
good reviews, but
it's interesting. I'm not saying it's a
yeah.
great or like it is interesting to watch though.
Grant, I gotta be honest. If you're saying it's too nuanced to have in chat, it doesn't sound like we wholly misinterpreted it, does it?
well, I mean, but man, I'm
That's too
happy
bad.
to listen to your arguments. I do like Yorgos
We
Lanthimos, and I did
we
really
do
want
have
to.
more to discuss, so you do have time
Yeah.
and characters, so have at it if you want. Another one thing I wanted to say about the holdovers, because I remember seeing this and it annoyed me, and I think this will dovetail nicely into something like a conclusion about the state of indie film and what people look for in indie movies and how people talk about the mainstream versus not the mainstream and media diets and all that sort of fun stuff. So the holdovers comes out and I'm like, this is great. I like this movie. This is a really good movie, really solid, good character writing, has a concludes nicely, a lot of great stuff going on. I look at YMS and I see he has a video from whatever film festival he saw this movie at, and I see that the holdovers is one of the movies, so I'm like, all right, let's just skip to see what he thought of the holdovers. And oh my god, I could not believe how worthless his criticism of the holdovers was.
What did he say? I
I
didn't. I didn't. I haven't
So
paid too
first of
much
all, he gave
attention.
it a 5 out of 10, you know, which I know his number system is all personal enjoyment, whatever. So like he didn't like it, and I was like, okay, what didn't you like about it? And he's like, oh, it was predictable, and oh, if you've seen this sort of movie, you know exactly what's going to happen. It's so predictable, and I'm just like, okay,
Well,
I
we do know that that's kind of what he does, right?
yeah, because he worships at the art of novelty and originality and unpredictability as if they're goods unto themselves. And I think if there's nothing else you've learned from listening to this stream, dear viewer, is that I have literally no respect for that perspective at all. I hate it. I think it's absolutely worthless as a perspective to hold. Okay, because if all you care about is being unpredictable, then there's nothing, like there's no craft. You don't have to be good, you don't have to be well executed, because anything can happen at any time and that would be unpredictable. Because unpredictability is not a value in and of itself. Otherwise, you would accept literally wild left turns at any point and things that are entirely unmotivated. Like at the end of Anatomy of a Fall, if a dragon came down and ate somebody, that would be unmotivated. Or like that would be unpredictable. Or if like a movie like Zone of Interest just doesn't end, it just stops. It's like that's unpredictable, but that's not good storytelling craft. That's not taking because I care about the craft of storytelling, and I care about the art of storytelling, the art of like taking component parts like scenes and actors and moments and tying them into a unified whole where it coheres into one thing instead of a loose mixture of random things that don't form a coherent whole at all. Like art is about the fitting of things together. That's what the root word of art is. So like I care about that sort of thing. And the idea that like, oh, the Holdovers is bad because it's a character drama and it's probably going to have a happy ending, therefore it's predictable. It's like, Jesus Christ, like how worthless of a criticism is that? I can't stand it.
Yeah, I mean,
If saying
look,
okay,
man,
so
like I
Toka,
could.
hold on, I
Go
have to
ahead, go
respond.
for
So
it.
the idea that saying a movie is predictable can be valid criticism if the whole point of the drama rests on surprise and shock and you not knowing what's going to come next. This is not that kind of movie. This is a character like of course this movie's going to have a happy ending. There's movies you can watch if you watch any Shakespeare adaptation, even if you've if some sort of Macbeth like story and you're like, "Oh man, I knew this was going to end in tragedy. How predictable." It's like that's the kind of movie it is. I mean, like, of course, this movie's gonna have a happy ending. Like I don't value subversion and shock and originality as goods unto themselves because they're not, right?
Yeah, well, and they're not. It's not like a quality that shines above like just making, you know, something like you could make a, for example, you could make a, I don't know, a chair, right? That has no legs and no arms and no back and is really just a cushion, right? And you call it a chair. That's kind of a subversion in a way, right? Because it's not, it's kind of subverting your idea of what a chair is going to be,
Yeah,
but
but
it's
it's useful.
not a particularly functional chair. You know, it's like
It
it
has no
works as a
value
cushion. It
as a
doesn't have,
chair.
but it doesn't have its value as a chair. So you can,
Hmm.
and we know that I know that YMS really enjoyed Men. He thought that was like groundbreaking. I would disagree with that. I don't think it was groundbreaking. I mean, I think obviously based on the discussion that we had, I don't think it was groundbreaking at all. I think what Men did is it created this really bizarre CGI monster that had no real purpose apart from a metaphor, and it told a really poor story built around that, right?
Hmm.
But he values the fact that it was kind of an original thing. I wonder what he thought of Beau is Afraid. Is I
No, I
don't.
don't think he liked it. Even though based on his perspective, he should
Yeah,
because
like because it's just a bunch of original ideas stitched together in
hmm
a way that is pretty
yeah,
unpredictable. Because you didn't, I know
because
for a
he
fact that I
yeah
could never have
predicted
predicted
the ending of Beau's Afraid.
that.
Yeah.
Well, the ending or the fact that he would end up in a weird time warp play in the woods where he has like the fate reads out his life to him in this like weird way, and then that he ends up with like locked in a, what is it, like a coffin or a sarcophagus in
Hmm.
the water as a
Yeah.
bunch of people berate him for being
Yeah.
a bad
That's
son in
original.
a pretty accurate depiction of what the French legal system looks like. So like I I don't know. It's not really, you're watching a narrative film. It should focus on telling a strong narrative. That's kind of,
Yeah.
you're not
Well, I
here
mean,
to watch art, like some kind of weird art house
video art at a
project, video
museum.
art
Yeah.
project at a museum. Like if you want to do that, go do that. You're here to watch a narrative film. Like you should care about the
Yeah.
craft of narrative and film.
So I keep coming back to because there was a whole debacle of him on EFAP, right? And one of the many things that was contentious about what he was arguing on that stream, I thought, was that his basic view of art was that art is about showing people new experiences. And like if you're just doing the same thing over and over again, it's not art. And I just could not disagree more with that perspective. Like, a tire with triangle shaped wheels. Oh, sorry, a bicycle with triangle shaped wheels is unique and novel, but it's not useful or functional as a bike. You know what I mean? Like it's not well crafted.
Yeah,
You know,
and he would probably disagree that a bicycle is art. Like it's
yeah, well, he's
probably
wrong
the,
about
yeah.
that too.
I know.
Like,
I look. I'm with you on this. Obviously,
yeah,
I'm with you
and
on
so
this one.
the reason I'm picking on him here and highlighting him, he's certainly not alone in this perspective that unique and different and subversive and challenging equals good. My problem is that those people will say things like to the EFAP guys and to anyone who listens and to Critical Drinker and all these people that like, oh, you're talking about the state of cinema, but you won't check out all these great movies. Meanwhile, a lot of these movies like are not going to appeal to people who want satisfying stories because a lot of them don't have them. Some of them avoid them on purpose because they're more interested in being unique and subversive than they are in telling a satisfying, well-crafted story. Like that's because that's what they value. They think that's what art is. They think art is showing people new things they've never seen before, rather than like showing them well-crafted, structured things that are satisfying and coherent to a whole. They'd rather be like unique and subversive and unpredictable. And it's like a lot of the indie world is motivated by that sort of view of what makes for good art. And it's not going to appeal to a lot of people because most people don't share those sort of values. I think a lot of the indie world, a lot of what comes out of that world kind of sucks for those reasons. A lot of the ones we talked about today really kind of suck or like waste their own potential because they're so motivated by a desire to be
Unique and
original
unpredictable.
and
Yeah.
unique and unorthodox and always trying to revolutionize filmmaking instead of do like take familiar structures and tropes and execute them well with slight changes and like, oh, what if we combined these two things? It's always like trying to reinvent the wheel and be revolutionary. And I think a lot of what comes out of that sucks really hard. And I don't think the kind of person who thinks, man, a lot of mainstream movies have been kind of shit recently is just missing out on a whole bunch of stuff they'll love if they went and saw, I don't know, Beau is Afraid. Are you fucking kidding
Yeah,
me?
can you
No.
imagine being like, "Oh, you didn't like Multiverse of Madness? You should really check out Beau is Afraid." That's the kind of movie that like is worth seeing. It's good media diet. It's the same. It's exactly the same. It is as big of a waste of time as one as the other. They're both sludge. They're both terribly written. Like indie movies are not like they're not some kind of like savior of cinema just because they exist and just because somebody pooped out a script.
No, there's a lot of crap here too, is the
Yeah.
point. There's a lot of crap here too. And so like obviously the kind of people who focus on mainstream movies, obviously they're not talking about like all they haven't seen all these movies and they say, wow, if they're saying like I don't support this idea that all like, oh, you can't have an opinion if you haven't seen all these indie movies. If they're saying, man, today like this is a shit year for movies and they're focusing on mainstream Hollywood movies because that's what they like, I don't see anything wrong with that at all. Especially when a lot of those people aren't gonna like any of this shit either, or a lot of it. They might like some of it. They might like the Holdovers. They might like, the Iron Claw, things that have like strong character work and simple well executed stories. They're not they're not gonna fucking like Saltburn. They don't need to see Saltburn to know whether they don't need to see third like you know I don't think I just find that sort of criticism utterly vapid. You know what I mean? They're like, man, this has been a shit year for movies, and it's like, well, it's not a whole lot better in the indie world sometimes. Like, there's some good ones. There's a handful of good ones, but there's a handful of good mainstream movies too.
Yeah.
Like
You'll
I
find them.
don't I hate this idea that like there's a sort of elitism that people have in the indie world. It's like, oh, like you only think the movies suck right now because you watched like
Because
indie
all you
movies.
watch is, yeah.
Yeah, and meanwhile, all the movies I support and tell people are good are movies that like are just unique for their own sake and don't have satisfying stories or they're not well crafted at all. But it's not about that because it's film is a visual medium and all that sort of crap. I don't know. I'm ranting a bit.
Film is a visual medium, utilized for telling stories, kind of like how comic books are a visual medium utilized for telling stories. And, if they don't tell a functional story, they're not really a great story. Who would have thought? I don't know. It doesn't seem like such a crazy idea to me, but some people might disagree, I suppose. They'd be wrong. But
What I'm really trying to say here is that
real quick, I just
there's
want to.
plenty of shit in the indie movie sphere too. All
Yeah,
right, there's
yeah.
a handful of good ones, and it's the same with mainstream movies. All right, there's a handful of really good ones, and it's worth highlighting those. But like, am I gonna fault anyone for like, oh, you think cinema's dying, but you didn't show up to see Beau was Afraid? Like, fuck off. Beau was Afraid didn't look good, and I wouldn't fault anyone for not seeing it. And same with Saltburn, and same with Leave the World Behind, and same with yada 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 yada.
Yeah.
Infinity Pool is not a movie most people are going to enjoy. And even the kind of people who would like that sort of movie hopefully would expect better from it because it wasn't all that great.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm actually very excited now to see May December and Iron Claw. I really want to check those two out. I think those
They're
sound
good.
fantastic. Um, and that's nice because I'm really like kind of tired of just watching shit movies all the time. Like,
Okay, sorry. Oh, this is going to drive me nuts, and I'm going to take a big deep breath. Grant Paulson says, I vehemently disagree with you that movies are meant to tell satisfying narratives. For example, have you seen the movie No Country for Old Men? No
No Country
Country
for Old
for
Men.
hold on. No Country for Old Men has a satisfying narrative conclusion because the movie concludes. It resolves the main dramatic question. It's not a happy ending. A sad ending is an ending. We're talking about movies that don't conclude, don't resolve major dramatic questions, or don't have them at all. Those are movies with unsatisfying narratives. They don't have endings that match initial conflicts that are set up. They don't resolve central conflicts between characters, like Dream Scenario. No Country for Old Men has a satisfying ending. It's just a sad one. And if you don't know the difference, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is a super satisfying thing to watch. It's just that the villain doesn't, the villain survives. There's really not.
Movies are meant to tell satisfying narratives. Yes, they are.
Yeah,
Satisfying as in like they are cohesive narratives where the ending resolves
yeah.
conflicts, where the ending is relevant to the other
Well,
pieces
so
of the
here's
plot.
I mean,
I'm not saying
we could give an
I'm not
example from this stream.
yeah.
Let's talk about real. I mean, I wouldn't call Poor Things an unsatisfying narrative. It
No, neither
satisfies
would
the
I.
questions. It
That's one of
answers.
the
It
better
ties it all
endings
up
that we
together.
talked about today, honestly.
We didn't say. Okay, well, hold on, Grant. We didn't say Poor Things is not a satisfying narrative.
No,
That is
we
not.
spent actually quite a bit of time talking about how this is his most satisfying ending to date. So,
Yeah, I
pay
there
attention,
was there
please.
was a very long portion of time where I said I was very proud of him for that because most of his other movies just kind of end without resolving any of the conflict. Um,
Yes,
this
because they
one
don't.
did not do that. It resolves the conflict. I just don't think it did it well. That doesn't make
Yeah.
it an unsatisfying ending. That just means that I didn't like the ending. It is still tied together with a
Yeah,
little
that
bow.
has one of the better endings in terms of like narrative cohesion. It's just that like what the story is, I think is it gets I there's a lot of things I don't like about it. We talked extensively about it already, but that has one of the more cohesive stories that we talked about today. Dream Scenario is one of the most like incontinent stories we talked about today. It like the story doesn't conclude any of the things it sets up from the beginning. It doesn't resolve central conflicts that are key not only to like his character journey but also the thematic content. It just has an awful ending. And there are other examples like that. Leave the World Behind never really it's like
It doesn't
as
end.
Topaz
Yeah.
mentioned out, it's like three first acts stitched together and has a terribly unsatisfying ending. That's another one. You know what I mean? Like those.
Yeah, American Fiction has a pretty satisfying ending, even though it's not exactly like it's not a storybook movie happy ending. It is satisfying. The Holdovers
Yeah,
has a
it
satisfying ending.
concludes. Yeah, and so,
I would say that I mean even though I didn't enjoy it, Anatomy of a Fall has a satisfying conclusion, right? Like it's not an unsatisfying unanswered narrative. It is a total narrative that
mhm,
concludes by the end of it. You have a definitive answer and
yes,
you have a resolution to the character.
mhm,
Like I just because I didn't like it doesn't make that the criticism, right? Like
yes.
that's not the thing.
But
Like
Topaz, you are correct in assuming that I don't like quote unquote vibe movies. He cites an example, a total vibe movie like Patterson, where you're a fly on the wall for a random day in Adam Driver's life and nothing of note happens. Yes, I would not like that at all because I care about storytelling as a craft and as a medium. And like I think almost everyone, I watch movies for story. And
yeah,
I
most
think
people watch movies for
most
that.
people almost okay, most people watch movies for stories. There's a small percentage of people who will say they don't, but actually do, and then an even smaller percentage of people who actually are okay with watching movies like that don't have stories at all. It's a very small percentage of people, and I don't share their tastes at all. But if you want to make indie movies that appeal to people, and if you think general audiences who are seeing a lot of Hollywood sludge, if you want them to branch out into more experimental, if you want them to branch out into indie movies, foreign films, all that sort of stuff, don't keep making crap that doesn't have a story or doesn't have a conclusive story or doesn't care about the craft of storytelling at all, because that's not going to appeal to almost everybody.
Yeah. Um real quick, I just want to I think we made a pretty decent case for why Bella is not a good person and why the morality is kind of backwards in the Poor Things discussion.
Yeah, I
Um,
felt like we talked about that extensively. If you
I think we
disagree,
were
I'd
pretty
love to know.
specific. I
Yeah,
don't, I don't, I don't know what else to say about that, man. I'm really like I'm trying to be
I'm not.
generous here. I don't,
Yeah,
I don't know how to answer you in a way that we haven't already answered it.
I know how to answer you. We made our position fairly clear. If you don't understand it, you can maybe go back and listen to it. But I'm still waiting to hear your perspective, other than that you think ours is wrong. And I'm not going to go into a private chat with you or bring you on stream if I don't know. I don't even know what your take is, other than that we're wrong. Like, and you seem unwilling to just say it in chat, either because it's too difficult or too nuanced or whatever. I don't really care. I think you've had plenty of opportunities to find a way of making your point, and you just haven't. So I'm sorry.
And I'm really trying here, man. But I just don't know what else to say. Like if you, I would encourage if you want to talk about that to just like go back over, make sure you know listen to the whole thing about Poor Things if that's the one that you're really drilling down on. And if there is something that you like specific that you take issue with there, then you know we can discuss that.
Leave a comment on this web
Yeah,
zone, and I'll
leave a
email you a
comment on
roll.
this web zone, and we can email you a pizza roll about that. Yeah,
Well,
that was a very intense set of discussions, and I think we went through quite a few pretty good movies, quite a few pretty shitty movies. Uh,
yeah,
it was a long day. It was nice. It was
yeah,
good.
yeah. We talked about a lot.
And the
I got
very first disagreement that we've ever had
well,
on here
on the
on
channel
stream
anyway.
anyway.
Yeah. That was
uh,
kind of fun. Yeah, so I ranted a little bit, maybe not as articulately as I would have wanted to, about the sort of perspective that a lot of people who like indie movies have, but like the general gist is that I care about storytelling, and I would like to see more indie movies succeed, and I would like more of them to be good. And good for me means well-crafted stories, in addition to all the fun aesthetic stuff that they seem to be doing pretty well already. And if you want more people to care about your indie movies, uh, telling better stories is a great place to start, because I'm willing to give some of these movies a shot. A lot of people aren't, and I think they're not wrong to in a lot of circumstances. I think they're not wrong to not trust that some of these
that
movies would
Beau is
be any
afraid
good.
is going to be any good. Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
like
I
if
don't
you
think
take
that's a
one look at
fault.
that. I don't think I would fault you for looking at that and going, not worth
Yeah,
my time.
yeah,
Saltburn, same thing. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and try to debate that you should expand your media diet by watching some of these absolute pieces of crap. You know, like
yeah.
a good indie fantasy movie. Do you have one of those
Fantasy movies.
indie fantasy movies that
I am.
I'm
I
struggling
don't
to think of
watch
one that I've
enough.
seen.
I don't watch enough fantasy movies. They don't tend to make as many of those
Those are
because they tend to
harder.
require bigger budgets. You know,
I mean,
like mythical creatures and landscapes and stuff like that. I can't think of any off the top of my head.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, really quick. Past Lives was mentioned. That was one movie that I didn't see. I wasn't especially interested in when I saw the trailer, but maybe I kind of misjudged that one. Everyone seems to be saying it's really good. Maybe I'll disagree, but I'm definitely
oh
down to
yeah,
check that out at some point. Everyone says it's really good, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll give it a shot.
yeah, that one looked. So I saw that. Okay, that's the one about the two Koreans who fall in love, right? Like, yeah, they
Or
reconnect and
they had a connection of a relationship of some kind when they were young, and then they reconnected older, and they're sort of about that. That's all I really know.
I mean, like because the only indie fantasy movie that I can think of probably is The Northman. That's pretty independent. It's still big budget for an indie.
Is that a fantasy movie? I suppose it
Kind of. I
is.
mean, it's got those elements to it. You know, it's
Yeah, it's
based
got
on
some
an
of the
epic
mythical
poem.
and
It's got mythical
magical
magic
stuff.
stuff. Like that's the only one really that I besides the
People
Green Knight,
mentioned the
but the Green
Green
Knight
Knight.
Oh, he mentioned the Green Knight. Okay, yeah, no, the Green Knight fucking sucked. So like, I'm not gonna recommend that. Um,
Yeah, I didn't hear
God,
good
yeah,
things
that's
about
so
that one.
difficult because like they don't that takes a huge amount of budget to do. I like I don't know. That's tough. If I was to recommend a good indie movie in general, I would say if you haven't seen it, I would recommend Burning. That's one of my favorites. It's a very slow burn kind of movie, but it has pretty satisfying payoff. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a good example. I like Burning too. One of the things I like about it is that, well, like it's a slow. It feels meandering a bit while you're watching it, but like it's building to something, and the conclusion really sticks the landing. And so I'm fine with slow-paced movies. I'm fine with movies that kind of veer off in unexpected territory, but like you gotta tie it all together for me. I really care about stories. That's what I'm here for. I like all the other stuff, but for me, and I think for a lot of people, most filmmakers tend to respect and admire and hold up. The visuals, the music, all that stuff, the vibe, all of the characters even are in service of the story. But the proper and most fulfilling movie art is made with that sort of hierarchical sort of structure, that like everything is there to serve the story. The performances, all that stuff is there to serve the story. The story is the thing, right? And we're like everything is done to tell the story as best as possible. And so anytime you watch a movie and things other things lesser than the story itself are being placed higher in importance than the story, I get frustrated and I find them really unsatisfying. And I think that's a big part of why other people don't like them either. Other people being people who aren't in this sphere and who don't like indie movies and don't like them for these reasons. Whether they can articulate them or not, they're like they've been burned by some of these indie artsy movies before, and they're like they don't have endings. The stories kind of suck and they're boring. Boring is an interesting criticism because boring can be indicative of the fact that they're just not interested in something slow paced because they have a low attention span. Or it could be that they're bored by a movie because there's no narrative momentum or progression happening because it's a really poorly constructed story. And I think when you drill down into these sort of things, I think there's a lot of reasons people don't usually go for these sorts of movies that aren't necessarily their fault.
yeah, yeah, I think that's fair. You don't have to. People aren't obligated to come and watch. They're not obligated to come and watch some $5 million, meditation on the whether or not it's okay to be like whether or not it's okay to be male in a fantasy setting world like men, right? They're not or they're not obliged to come and
Oh
watch
God,
some
man, fuck.
random
I didn't know what.
dudes.
Sorry, I didn't know what you were talking about when you're talking about whether it's okay to be a man, and then as soon as you said men, I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, whether or not
Right.
it's okay to be male in a world where women exist, right? Like and there
Oh man, it's so bad.
nobody's obliged to come and watch this,
Yeah,
and to sit through some gross CGI monstrosity
male
giving
birthing
birth to
scene.
itself
Yeah,
over and over and over again. They're not obliged to sit through your 3 hour nonsense fever dream sequence where Joaquin Phoenix just kind of like bumbles around as an agoraphobe with no real direction and no real narrative thrust. This
yeah,
isn't something that people owe you to come and see, and
yeah,
I think filmmakers need to realize that, like, it's not the audience's fault that people don't like watching their shit. um
yeah.
and
And
yeah, let's
I
see.
think it's telling that like mainstream movies, indie movies are very similar in that like the ones that are any good tend to rise to the top. Generally speaking, people talk about them, people share them with each other. It's a shame, I think, maybe that more people won't see The Iron Claw, for example, because it wasn't in theaters for very long and it's not getting much recognition in award season, though maybe the Oscars will change that. I think it's a good movie, so like all you can really do is be like, hey, go check it out to anyone you think might be good. Because the Iron Claw, I think, of the movies we talked about today, is one of the more accessible ones. Like that and the Holdovers, I think, are very accessible. to a broad scope of people. Because I mean, the Sound of Freedom is accessible to a certain audience, but a lot of film lovers won't like it because it's kind of amateurish and maybe ham-fisted and all that sort of stuff. But like the Iron Claw and the Holdovers are very sort of palatable, accessible, meet people where they are, tell good, compelling stories, well crafted. And that's what I like. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Nunya. I'm sorry. I don't know how to find like I'm looking at an attempt at indie fantasy movies, and one of them that popped up is the Disney Nutcracker and the Four Realms, which is by like so not what we're looking for here, and is also a terrible movie. So I just can't like I have no idea how to
Yeah, I
recommend.
don't think
Like
there
people
are a
don't
lot
make
of
a lot of
fantasy.
fantasy indie movies because it's just too expensive to make that happen.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, sorry about that, man. I know the Green Knight had some promise. It was very disappointing for me as well. I was pretty excited when that came out. So I know your pain. It's difficult. Um, Maybe rewatch The Northman. The Witch is pretty kind of like it's got some.
Like a folk horror. I don't know if I'd call that
It's
fantasy.
not really fantasy. It's like cult horror, but it has magic and shit. So I don't know. Like it's tough. That it's really difficult.
I don't want to get too in the weeds here, but what exactly constitutes fantasy?
That's a. I mean,
Is there a
I
simple answer to that question?
I don't know. Like it depends. I guess if I'm thinking fantasy, I'm thinking like medieval mythology stuff generally,
Yeah.
um, or ancient mythology stuff. Uh,
Yeah.
I hear Troy is pretty good. It's not really indie, obviously, but I hear it's pretty good.
No, yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of those.
I hear it's good from some people. I hear it's bad from others. I don't know. I've never seen it,
All right. Well, that
but
was 15 movies. That's definitely more than we've talked about in one stream before.
yeah, not bad.
Thank you all for hanging out. There's definitely some movies that we could have talked about that we didn't, but we had to limit it a little bit. And we wanted to balance it out so it wasn't just me talking forever about movies that I saw that Hugh didn't see, like Asteroid City and Zone of Interest and that sort of thing. So, but you know, this is the year in review. Obviously, we'll do more coverage of movies as they come out. Maybe we'll even talk about The Killer at some point. That might
Yeah,
be
I
on the
mean, I'm down
docket.
to do that at some point. We have quite a bit to. Well, maybe we don't. I don't know.
Well, who knows? Maybe the Iron Claw, once you see it, might be worth covering or something.
In more in depth, yeah, that might be a good one. I mean, we could cover the killer real quick. Would you recommend it?
Uh, I don't think I can cover that movie quickly.
Oh no, okay. Well, I
I
wouldn't.
think
Is my answer.
I've,
Good
I've
night,
mixed-
everybody.
some people really like it. I don't. I didn't like it. I wouldn't say it's bad, but I didn't like it. Um, it's more complicated than that. But the general gist is I didn't really care about the main character's story. But I know people like Muller and Fringy really liked it, maybe even loved it. And I'm like, well, I've heard their arguments, and I'm like, okay, I can see what you see in it. I still don't really care. But they also didn't like Zodiac, and I do like Zodiac. So I think we're just I think
Which
that's a
is
taste thing more than anything. Because in the same respect, they said they didn't think there's anything wrong with Zodiac other than they just didn't like it. I'm like, all right, well, to each their own.
yeah,
Killer's one of those for me. I just, I'm happy for you if you liked it, but I didn't really care for it.
yeah. I wasn't thrilled with it either. So yeah, that's basically.
There's good stuff in there, but I just, just,
Yeah.
you
Eh,
know.
there's the
What?
take. And now we've done 16 movies. You're welcome.
Yeah. Woo. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get some food here soon. I think we should
Yep, I
wrap
am
this thing up unless
ready to
anyone has
eat.
any final questions. Thanks for sticking around for so long. We certainly appreciate it. Hopefully you can look forward to another stream soon, and then more devs when it's ready. I'll say on that.
Yeah, and thanks for sticking around, everybody. Thanks for the super chats.
Yeah.
We really
Oh,
appreciate
we
that.
did get a super chat earlier, and we were in the middle of a conversation, and I forgot to read it. Can you pull it up in
Yeah,
the studio?
I will do
You
that.
pull that up, and then we'll read it. We don't want to be the kind of people that don't read super chats. God forbid. Can you imagine? That'd be terrible.
Pie Guy, £5. Thank you very much. Your review on -1 was really insightful. I couldn't get past no global assistance. Give the sea monster the bends, and she is dead.
I like the structure of that sentence. Give the sea monster the bends. I mean,
Yes.
it's a plan. It's a plan.
It
It
is a
kind of comes out
plan.
of nowhere, but I mean,
What
it didn't
if?
work, but yeah, that's fine.
What if we
Yeah, I
give it
think
the
the big
bends?
one being that she lives.
She
Oh,
is fucking dead. That bitch
she's
is
dead.
dead.
Oh, she's very dead. Well, thanks again for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Stay tuned for whenever that will be. Goodbye.
Goodbye, folks.